those messages and know if it's time to go.
Even if you don't have internet, this could be done by word of mouth, it can be done by radio, or it could be us driving down the street, so please know your zone.
From Truckee to Lake of the Pines, from Chicago Park to Spenceville, every single square mile of Nevada County has a zone. And having a zone that you know for your neighborhood is going to help you save time to be able to evacuate and keep you and your family safe.
Ready Nevada County is an education campaign designed to help the public have successful outcomes during emergency events. We really focus on a whole host of disasters or emergency events. We want to have a broad spectrum. We want to be prepared for anything, but really we focus a lot on wildfire because we know that's one of the most likely events to happen in Nevada County.
Ready, Set, Go is really built around the wildfire premise to prepare residents to be ready before an event, to move into the set posture when there's a red flag or a fire is near you, and then to go when it's time to go.
Essentially, in its simplest form, it's a three-tiered community emergency preparedness plan.
Exciting day here. All right, and hand this over to the chair.
Thanks, everybody. Welcome to day number 2, year 172 of the Board of Supervisors Strategic Workshop. I'm really honored to be here. We had a great, productive day. I just wanted to reach out and thank everybody again, the support staff from Nevada County, for bringing us all together. Obviously, all the audio-visual equipment, the meeting planning, the food, the speaker panels. So thank you, one and all, for bringing that forward. It was a very, very productive day, and it ended, if you weren't part of it, at about 6 last night. We have another great day in front of us, and I just want to talk a little bit about the way that we formulated the agenda. Was really, it was crafted intentionally to start with the foundational pieces in day 1. So districts, towns, cities, panel of stakeholder partners that support county initiatives. Today is, and core services and capital facilities. Today we're focused on legislative impacts and policy reforms and mandates, and how the county is going to work through our process to meet our needs here locally through these other state and national programs that affect us. 2 of the big ones, homelessness and housing. So we're going to talk about those today. Tomorrow, we're going to move into the board objectives and how to prioritize those, how to find resources, both staffing, financial, any of the equity-driven pieces that bring us together as a team to make those happen. And then staff's going to essentially take all that information and roll it up in a resolution format and bring it back to the board for adoption at a later date. So again, this meeting is not to take action, but really it's policy driven. Talk candidly about how we can make a change here in our community. And we outlined some of the rules of the road. And Lori, could you just briefly hit those for us again, what you have up there on the board?
Yes, the expectations that this group came up with yesterday is to have open communication, follow agenda, and stay to time for full discussion and candid communication, and provide direction to staff for annual work plan.
Excellent, thanks. I just wanted to mention there was a comment made yesterday about, should the county be talking about what we do annually, or should we be talking about 5 years, 10 years, 20 years? I thought that was a really important piece, and I'd like to mention that the board objectives thread and cross over multiple years. So in my tenure, many of them have been there for years and years and years. And for me, that is the long-term planning element that we bring to this strategic workshop, is we talk about things that span multiple years and multiple boards, multiple elected and appointed officials, and also multiple senior staff, iterations of senior staff that try and support those. So I do feel like this is one element of creating that long-term sustainable 5-year, 10-year, 20-year vision for our county. I'm proud of what we've done over the long term, and I'm looking forward to making changes today that are going to impact our community in 5, 10, 20 years from now. So with that, we have a great day planned out. Go ahead, Lori. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I will go through the agenda today. So we'll have public comment in just a moment, and then we'll have the legislative update, state and federal. We'll take a short break, behavioral health, and have lunch. Then we'll focus on the homelessness objective and that a break after that, and housing with a short break, and then community development tools before we wrap up today at 4:35. So that is today's agenda. And I do want to just remind everybody to please take the moment now to silence your phones, and that for safety purposes, there are 2 exits here. 2 exits here leading out to the parking lot exits, and a back exit, and then an exit door there if we needed to exit the building. And the restrooms are straight across the hallway. And that's all I have,
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
Great. Can I see a show of hands for anybody who'd like to make public comment this morning? Okay, great. Thanks. We're going to allocate 3 minutes. Your mic will be turned on, then it'll go off at 3 minutes. So just make sure that you're concise, get everything you want to say in there. And we, again, appreciate you coming forward and talking to us today. We're looking forward to hearing from you. So please step up, and let's keep the transition short. Jump up to the mic, and we'll go ahead and open public comment at this time.
Good morning, Michael Taylor, District 1, running for supervisor in District 1. My comment is good, bad, and ugly. The good is I've had a chance to meet with Jason at Consolidated Fire, and yesterday's presentation with the fire districts and CAL FIRE and the sheriff was fantastic. It was amazing to see the coordination between the departments in creating the safety that we all want in our community. So I applaud that. What I didn't hear was an OES ask, and I'm hoping that there is direction, or they're asking for direction, OES, for continue education, FEMA certification, notification, improving notification, using the experiences from the Paradise Fire, the fire in Lahaina, and the Oakland Hills Fire. So notification, evacuation should still be a priority, I think, by the board, continuing these education. The bad. Last year, sometime when Ed was chair, I asked the question, do we know where salaries are going to be in 6 years? The current trajectory of salaries is not sustainable. Normally they don't answer, and he did. He said that we do know where we're going to be in 6 years, which is not true. In January 22, the staff brought raises to the board of supervisors. January 2022, the board approved senior staff salaries that are unsustainable. The ugly, housing. We have not met our housing obligations in 10 or 15 years. My suggestion is, I've made suggestions with modifying septic systems to add a bedroom. I've made suggestions in CDA fees being waived for 1,200 square feet or less for entry-level housing. I think that that there was my notes. I can't remember what that one was. I feel that there was a lot of staff time wasted with the ADU handbook for the county. It was basically duplicating an ADU handbook for the that the state already produced. I have an idea for transitional housing with an emergency ordinance that would rezone private property, a small percentage of private property, to doing transitional housing, similar to with an idea of employee housing as the guidelines for this housing. There'll be approximately 36 rooms with a community kitchen, community bathroom. It can be an ROP project where the homeless people, they're seeking shelter.
Thank you, Michael. Hi, Tom.
Hi, good morning, supervisors, staff. I appreciate your time. My name is Tom Durkin. I'm losing my voice. I'm in District 4. I'm the creative director of the Sierra Roots No Place to Go project, which is funded by the Upstate California Creative Corps, and it is a program of the California Arts Council. I've already talked with all of you individually. I'm not going to repeat myself. I've reiterated everything in my written comments that I've already submitted. I would like to draw your attention to these new issues. We're pleased that you're looking into regulations for tiny homes, but why don't you include RVs and trailers in that regulation? Because same thing, they're just licensed trailers. So tiny homes and RVs are pretty much the same thing and should be covered the same way. Composting toilets present a health hazard, and my recent research said that incinerating toilets eliminate the waste problem, and they cost about the same as the composting toilet, and they are physically better for health, and it takes a little bit of electric or propane to run it. Many of the ADUs that alt ADUs that we are seeing are within spheres of city influence, or even in the city. And that's where a lot of your workforce housing people are living. And I hope you can create some regulations that allow them to live closer to town, so some don't have to walk to work. Last year, you all voted 5-0 to give homeless and housing an A priority. I hope we can continue to do that, because housing and homeless are critical issues, and they need your full attention. We at Sierra Roots, and if I can speak for Nevada County Home Path, we're ready here to work with you and support you in efforts to change housing for people so everybody can live inside. It's the way it should be. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Tom.
Hi, I'm Catherine Doolittle of Nevada City, and I want to thank you very much for continuing to strategize regarding the homeless issues, and also for the completion of so many projects and projects that continue in process. I'm very grateful. While the executive team of Nevada County Home Path recently retired due to the completion of our advocacy mission, most of us from Home Path continue efforts individually to foster interest and facilitate connections for transitional shelter and other housing options. During our outreach efforts, Home Path found 90% of those surveyed were supportive of transitional shelters or camps and safe parking in our county as people wait for permanent housing. We also know last year, 70 families were on the wait list for the Booth Family Shelter Apartments. More than 200 Nevada County high school age teenagers were not living at home in 2022. In San Francisco, of youth released from foster care at the age of 18, 80% of them step into vulnerable behaviors that lead to increased connections with the criminal justice system within a year, and 20% go on to become chronically homeless. This is not about youth failing. This is about a system that is failing, much bigger than us. And we know that many women and girls who are unhoused in every community suffer sexual, physical, and emotional abuse at very high rates. And we can't forget our working poor. What if we were able to create fiscally feasible transitional villages that would serve 24 to 30 of our most vulnerable unhoused neighbors? A special village for teens, for our veterans, our women, our families. Nonprofits and developers for unhoused people realize smaller shelter communities of private dorm-style rooms facilitate functional communities and make great fiscal sense. Family units are larger. Each room has electricity, heat, air conditioning, a window, and a door that locks, and the price can range anywhere from $5,000 to $30,000. These villages would include shared bathrooms and kitchens, 24/7 staff, and are now creating transitional shelter victories in Santa Barbara, Roanoke Park, Alameda, Oakland, San Diego, Sacramento, San Francisco, and other cities. Seattle is starting their 4th village now. They find their sweet spot in sheltering 20 to 30 individuals. Residents help each other and create their own community, which helps with healing and trust. Those in our community who live in their cars, campers, or trailers desperately need safe parking areas that include amenities. Already, one local nonprofit has offered 2 acres along with management oversight needed to shelter 24 individuals. Unfortunately, our government allowances gave permission to house only 8 people at a much higher building cost than the prefab rooms option and will require significant financial increases.
Catherine, thanks for your comments. Could you provide your study work and the survey material to Ryan Gruber for us? Yeah, and then email is fine. Thank you so much.
Good morning. I'm Diane Meisler, and I've been working with Catherine Doolittle in Home Path, and I'd like to add to her comments. Sorry, I need to raise it. I believe that if we dehumanize any group, we also lose some of our own humanity. This is a danger with our unhoused population. Many of us, including myself, have had moments of being judgmental or just desensitized to their situation. But our humanity, along with many practical concerns, requires us to act. As in every county, there's much talk about the problem of homelessness, but change is slow. I commend Nevada County for its exceptional work in creating housing, and I think we have the capacity to act even more effectively to get secure roofs over more heads. As Catherine discussed, there are much faster and more affordable options if we don't reject the good for the sake of the ideal. There are already communities building villages of comfortable dorm-like rooms with heat and air conditioning, a bed, a desk, a window, and a locking door, which is huge. Granted, the ideal would have a kitchen and a bathroom, but we all know how long this takes and how expensive it is. We propose to offer unhoused people small villages of comfortable, secure, private rooms using prefab or locally built units. These could cost as little as $5,000 up to $35,000 per unit, which is still a far cry from what building apartments would cost. And they would be created in a matter of months, not years. Such a village of 20 to 30 units with case management would give people a chance to get their lives together, find work, and find permanent housing. Residents would share a secure bathroom and shower building, laundry facilities, and a kitchen, as well as a community gathering room. Volunteers, farmers, gardeners, stores, and food banks would help provide food and assistance with cooking. Everyone, including residents and case managers, would have a stake in running the community, maintaining it, agreeing on ground rules, and mentoring new residents. These villages are also already working successfully in many cities around the country. Many people in our community are willing to support such a venture, and we know of developers of these modular units who are able to shepherd the project from idea to completion. One local builder
Thank you. And again, if you have any specific notes for us, we'd be happy to take those, provide those to Ryan. Thanks for your comments.
Right.
Yes.
I want to thank the Board of Supervisors for the
Okay,
great
give us
job
that
you
name,
do.
please.
And I think beyond what you can do, we need to get the community involved in helping the homeless situation. As all the previous speakers had mentioned, they're doable. There's things that we could fix to make life better. I thank you.
Your name, please.
Bob Norman,
Bob, thank you.
and Mrs. Riley.
Riley.
Hello, my name is Blair Suter. I did not bring Merlin, but he also sends his regards. I recently moved to Nevada City, and first and foremost, just wanted to commend the county and the community on, I've lived a lot of places around the world, a lot all around the United States, and the idea of having a community that is community-centric is really profound. And you've done a phenomenal job in that. Going off of what other people have shared in regards to previous speakers, the idea of having the importance of housing for community members and people wanting to engage in the community, wanting to contribute, and having a safe haven for them to have a place where they can have a foundation to contribute and participate in a community that's cultivated here is extremely important. I am aware of construction technologies and different aspects and the needs and the challenges, even with the need for that to be utilized. That being said, with the community that I've seen here and the people, going on what Mr. Norman said, giving the community an opportunity and the people who already have land to provide a safe haven for individuals, to provide a place to live in this transition season into building new communities, et cetera, is something that I just wanted to bring up as a consideration of what I've seen done in other communities. So right now you have people living and getting their feet under them, and then if there's a fight with the neighbor and they call the county, those people are now homeless because it's not permitted accordingly. So again, I don't know what the solution is. Obviously, you're all very interested. Obviously, you have a community that is able and very interested. So just wanting to add into the discussion the idea of leaning on the community and giving them aspects and availability and ability to support providing a safe haven for those in need as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Blair.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. My name is Jean Franklin and I reside in District 2. I want to thank you all for having Initiative 6 on the agenda for tomorrow's meeting, specifically pertaining to cannabis overlay and or exclusion zoning and consideration of commercial and just industrial zoning districts. I'm pleased to see this being part of your agenda and that you have heard and are recognizing our concerns pertaining to Meyer Ravine. Our quality of life on Meyer Ravine will be impacted with the recent conditional approval for commercial cannabis operation on Meyer Ravine. Our road and safety of our residents is of great concern, and we are appealing within the 10-day window, submitting on Monday, January 22nd. I hope that the board will reevaluate the non-refundable appeal filing fee of $1,803.61. Maybe 1,800 or 1,804 might be good, but just throwing that out. This is a financial burden to some of our neighbors to pitch in, and with only 10 days to submit the appeal. We, the constituents, are the people politicians have been elected to represent. Elected officials should stay in touch with the needs of our constituents. The 2023 Nevada County Vision reads, "We're dedicated to outstanding public service." Thank you for your time to hear the concerns of your community and to be open to changes in policies, specifically the cannabis ordinance. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Jean. Appreciate you coming in.
Hello, I'm Lisa Hamilton and I'm a neighbor of Jean's. And I just want to tell you what my street's like and then we'll get into it. I live on the cutest street in the whole county. It's rural. There's this huge cow field. Right next to the cow field, there's a big open lot that's now kind of flat. And then I live down the street. I have a dog. Jean has a dog. We all have dogs. We all walk. We all talk. We need a mayor of our street because we all chit chat. We know what's going on, which is a good thing. It's not a bad thing. So we all walk. So every day I go to the mailbox. It's a 1.5 miles down the road and it's lovely. There are birds and there's lots of life and excitement. So the pot grove that's next to the cow field on that the swath of land, it's really going to impact us. You know, At one point, they told one of the neighbors, don't worry, we'll have armed guards. Okay, I don't want armed guards. Don't worry, it won't smell. It's pot. It's gonna smell. Don't worry about your well. You know, we have a big pond and we'll have NID water. Well, my well is drying up. I have to do laundry at the laundromat now because I keep watching my 2 tanks. I've got 6,000 gallons worth of water and it's going like this. And even with the rain, it's like, oh, great. We can, flush toilet. We don't have to, let it sit. We can flush because we got another couple inches. These problems are real. And I know we've all been up here and we've been citing all these different things, but at the end of the day, it impacts every single one of us. I'm not the only one getting water and having to buy water every, month or two at a huge amount of money. It's just the little things, and we don't want to have the pot grow, and it's not really impacting us in a great way. The other thing is the fire. I had to evacuate about a year and a half ago. It's like threw my dog in the car and, my mixer and whatever. And I go down the road and it was stopped. I had to like slowly creep along our little road to get out. So now we're adding a lot more people, workers, another residents, which just, residents would be fine, but it's all the extra. So the egress, we talked about at the beginning of the meeting that there's egress, how to get out of the building. There's one way to get off my road, and that's through, past the cow pasture and everybody else. So that's all I have to say. I just wanted to kind of tell you where I'm living and how it's impacting. So thank you.
Lisa, and maybe can you give us your road, just the road name?
Yeah, I'm off of Wolverine. So you go Meyer Ravine to Wolverine.
Thank you. Okay.
You're welcome. I'll take city water, by the way. I would love that.
Anybody else for public comment? No? Okay, thanks for coming. Thanks for taking your time and letting us know how you feel. We appreciate your participation in the meeting. Matthew.
Chair Bullock.
Okay, one more. I think Matthew would like to speak.
Thank you, Board of Supervisors. Thank you for having public comment also today, because in the previous workshop, it was only allowed on the first day. Walking over here from just a few blocks away, I'm walking past homeless people. I'm walking past new construction with raw concrete overflow being dumped into storm drains, and taking videos of it and posting it on my Concerned Citizen website page on Facebook. It seems like what is going on in town is that it's the new gold rush, that we have become the place to be again, which it's happened many times here, and it's getting a big input of money. But what's not happening is infrastructure. The motel that has been approved for Plaza Drive, 80 rooms, the hospitality house expansion, Brunswick Basin is full, yet they keep packing more in. There's also going to be the new motel going in on the corner of Nevada City Highway and Brunswick Road. There's also the new gas station going in there on the corner with going to have a drive-through coffee shop, and all these things just keep getting approved. It doesn't seem that there's any pushback, and when there is pushback from the neighbors that are directly affected, I'm talking like on 3 feet away across the fence, there is just complete silence by the people that are in charge of health and safety. And it seems like they are just piling in the homeless and people that are not from here. We used to talk about homelessness as a local issue. We always talked about it as a local issue, help local people. I'm watching people that I grew up with and watched them as minors now as tattered adults roaming around on the streets. Something's definitely wrong if we can't see the same person time after time after time and take them to jail time after time after time, and not help them advance past that cycle, because that is the cycle in Nevada County. That woman that I passed laying on the ground, she will be in jail in the next 2 days because of the rain, and she will be upset. On the scanner this morning, moving homeless people out of doorways, stairwells, wrapped in blankets. I mean, that's all they have. I think we can do better than that. And if you would walk around, you would see it. If you drive, you're going to move too fast. I encourage you, like I do each year, to ride the bus to this event and ride the bus back at least one direction, and you will see some things that you have never seen before. Thank you.
Thank you, Matthew, for your comments. We're going to go to Teen or Clerk.
Chair, we received one written comment before the meeting started. I can read 3 minutes of it for you. Okay, this comment is from Jenny Comperda. She says, "Dear Board of Supervisors, I am writing to power my voice in support of the Sierra Roots No Place to Go project, alternative housing options, and safe transitional shelters for the homeless. Our society has failed to provide enough affordable housing for its citizens. Therefore, citizens must have the right to find safe, affordable housing and not be forced to move when there is no place to go. Declaring something can't be done is unacceptable. What rules, policies, regulations, laws must be suspended, changed, eliminated? Safe housing must be redefined to solve the housing crisis this country, state, and county is in. We must affiliate with like-minded rural counties to devise a model to present to the state for modification of relevant laws. As an example, part of the housing-related code amendments approved in summer 2022, Placer County has approved movable tiny homes as ADUs, which are accessory dwelling units or accessory homes, as primary units in certain zones and in cluster lot developments, which are movable tiny house communities. Creation of movable tiny houses under Article 17.56, Section 17.56.400 establishes general regulations to guide the location, design, and development for movable tiny houses. This is a perfect example of a creative alternative housing solution that can be implemented on the county level. There also needs to be deprioritization of forced relocation of people who have found safe and affordable alternative housing when no legitimate complaint exists. Likewise, property owners must not be punished for offering or hosting safe, affordable alternative dwellings. NIMBYism, often driven by classism and racism, can directly limit the supply of affordable housing, making it difficult to meet housing needs, and is unfortunately a motivating factor for the county to reinforce zoning and code compliance. It's unacceptable that one voice is capable of uprooting a person that chooses to or can't fit into the status quo of our current system. Laws and regulations need to be modified to fit our modern times and provide opportunities for people to live in harmony. What can be done is changing the definition of housing. If housing is redefined to include alt-DUs, which are alternative dwelling units, the housing challenged might become eligible for Housing First and other state, federal, or private money that could be used to assist tenant dwellings to come into compliance. Chair, the remainder of this letter is available for your board in your email, and it's available for the public online.
Excellent. Thank you, Teen. Back to you, Lori, for our first panel.
Thank you very much, Chair. We're going to take just a 2-minute tech break or change break to get our panel up here. That gives you enough time to get coffee, but not enough time to leave the room. All right, so just give us a couple of moments and we'll get our panel up here for the legislative panel. let's make sure that we do have all of our supervisors nearby. Almost. Oh, there we go. All right. So at this point, we're with our legislative panel, and I'm going to turn this over to Jeff Thorsby and Caleb to introduce our first panelist and to let us know what to expect in this panel. Thank you, Jeff.
Thank you so much, Lori. Jeff Thorsby, your Chief of Staff, Clerk of the Board. Super excited to be here. I feel very privileged to get to help lead this panel on provide a legislative update. We have a really exciting program today for you, and I think we also, I mean, looking at the roster of folks that we have some heavy hitters here, both at the federal and state level. And so I'm super honored to be on this panel. But I'm going to provide just a brief overview. And this is kind of what our panel, let's see, maybe next slide. There we go. Okay. Sorry about that. So I'm just going to provide a really brief overview, just as a reminder of kind of how our legislative affairs program is kind of structured. And then I'm really going to kick it over. And we have two presentations from your state legislative advocates. We have Paul Yoder here, a partner for Shaw, Yoder, Antwine, Schmelzer, and Lang. And then we also have your federal team, Paragon Government Relations, Joe Cron, Tom Joseph, Hassan Sassour, virtually. And they'll provide a 15-20-minute overview of the state and federal land. And then following that, we have a moderated panel where we have folks from the National Associations of County. We have Jonathan Sheffield. We'll have Catherine Freeman from California State Associations of Counties. We have Tracy Ryan from RCRC. We have Steve Frisch from Sierra Business Council, and we have Michelle Cabrera from California Behavioral Health Directors Association. So one thing before I get started, and then I am mindful that I sometimes like to talk too much, and so I'm going to be really careful about that, because I think the people that you want to be hearing from are these panelists and these experts. And additionally, we do, and during the moderated panel discussion, we do have questions queued up, but I want to encourage our board members. This is your time to be with these experts, and so I don't want any of you to hesitate to just jump in with questions, thoughts at any time. And so, so with that, I'm just going to briefly, I just have two slides for you. And these are very high level slides, but thinking about our legislative affairs program. And as you know, we just brought to your board the legislative platform at your last meeting. And so we went through a lot more in detail at that time. So I'm not going to go too much into detail, but I will say there's kind of four components of our legislative affairs program in terms of advancing and being strategic with our staff resources. That's one, leaning on you. I want to give really credence to you as the board. Supervisor Hall, you sit as the chair of the Agricultural, Environmental, and Natural Resources for the California State Associations of Counties. You also are the chair for the Open Space Recreation Subcommittee for Public Lands on NACO. Supervisor Schofield, you were a longtime treasurer for CSAC. And then Supervisor Bullock, you've come out to DC multiple times and hosted both our state and federal delegates. And then Supervisor Hook, you're on RCRC, and as well as Supervisor Lisa Swarthout's also as an alternate. So we really do have the benefit of your board taking leadership. Also, I want to just give a shout out to our senior executive team, who also provides that pivotal pillar in his very respective associations. But part of that, we also lean on our associations to help spearhead and identify issues. And then of course, we have our legislative advocates, which include Paul and his team, Karen Lang, who's spoken to you before previously. And then of course, we have our Paragon team. And then we have our jurisdictional partners as well. Following that, there's just a couple of highlights I would just like to say, and this is just really a picture and a snapshot of all the work that has been done over the last year. And you can see there's been a lot of work. I will just highlight, through your board's leadership, we were able to advocate on 37 different issues. Those are layers of advocacy, support, and opposition. And so there's a lot of work that's been done. I also want to just highlight too, this year, your board actually teamed up through the work of Karen Lang, doing a cross-jurisdictional letter with Marin County and Placer County. So that was new. And so there's been a lot of effort, but true to my word, I'm going to go ahead and kick it over to Mr. Yoder to give you a state update. And I'll kick it over to you, sir.
Morning. Thanks, Jeffrey. Paul Yoder, Scheider, Antwi, Schmelzer, and Lang. That was one of the best pronunciations of that crazy name that we are still going with that I've heard in a long time. So thank you. SYASL works. I say sizzle. My business partners do not like when I say sizzle. So thank you for inviting me here. Karen Lang sends her best and wishes she could be here too. We had a lot going on in Sacramento this week. So speaking of a lot going on in Sacramento, let's talk about the state budget first, if that's okay. I do want to say before I have a chance later on the panel, it's exceptional who you invited and who you got to join you here today. This is literally like the A-team of county advocacy, in my opinion. So this is wonderful, and I'm honored to be with them later here in a minute. But for the state budget, I think the thing that we keep getting asked about the most is how can the legislative analyst estimate of a $68 billion problem be so different from the governor's estimate of a $38 billion problem? I got corrected yesterday. Someone said, you know, the governor's very specific. It's only 37.9 billion. And I said, I'm going to go with 38. But there is this humongous difference between those two numbers. And there is a longer explanation, but the shorter explanation goes like this. They have a difference of opinion about how the economy will perform over the next 18 months. Okay. The governor wants to focus on interest rates probably going down, people getting into homes again at a reasonable rate, the Dow breaking a record. The Dow actually broke a new record at the end of 2022. The S&P, I think, broke a new record. The NASDAQ did not, and I'll come back to the NASDAQ in a minute. The NASDAQ's actually very important to California's economy. But inflation appears to be going down, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Unemployment seems to be remaining relatively flat. So the governor is just flat out more optimistic about the state's prospects over the next 18 months. He actually, when he released the budget in his press conference, he was very, very painfully aware, I would say, of the legislative analyst's estimate. And he said, look, it's not just about 23, 24, 24, 25. We're looking at 25, 26 and 26, 27. My Department of Finance is actually more pessimistic in the out years than the legislative analyst's office is. They are more optimistic than we are. And he said, I hope the legislative analyst is right. I hope we are getting it wrong. But for the short term, we think we are right and we think they are wrong. So when you're optimistic, you assume more revenue. That's absolutely what the governor is doing. And that is part of that delta, or that difference, I should say, between the estimates of the problem. The other one, and it remains to be seen how the legislature will really react to this, but the other one really pertains to school spending in California and Proposition 98. The legislative, and this is the press in particular aren't picking up on this. There's not a disagreement about what the state could do with Proposition 98 spending. And what I mean by that is when revenues are down in the state of California under the Constitution, less money must be spent on public education. When revenues are up, generally more money has to be spent on public education. That's how Prop 98 works. Revenues are significantly down in the state of California. That is not in dispute. What is also not in dispute is that the legislature and the governor have a tremendous amount of headroom between what they planned to spend when they finalized the 23-24 state budget and what they ultimately must spend and give to the schools in California. Is everybody with me? Everybody picking up what I'm putting down, as I like to say, back from the hood? So the state's fortunes are down so significantly that headroom is, the governor's saying it's about $15 billion. Legislative analysts, I think, said it's more like $18, $19 billion. So the governor is proposing that despite the fact, think about this from a county perspective, despite the fact that last summer, the schools were told you can expect X, the governor is proposing that they can now expect Y. And the difference between X and Y is $15 billion, according to the governor and according to the State Department of Finance. Okay. That's more or less the difference. Okay. Between those two fiscal entities that we rely on in California, the State Department of Finance and the Legislative Analyst's Office. And I said it waits to be seen what the legislature will want to do in response to that. So the verb we use in Sacramento is horrible. It's rebench. Think of it as a reset. I think that's a better term that most people are more comfortable with. But in the Prop 98 community, they say rebench. So the governor's proposing to rebench Proposition 98 and admitting that in a rebench, per pupil spending in California will go down probably $200 per pupil. Okay. That didn't sound like a whole heck of a lot, but if you're the Los Angeles Unified School District, it's a lot. Okay. And we are in an election year, and that's just another undisputed fact. And you have a lot of legislators who, in essence, are being asked to go along with the governor's plan to reduce school spending really significantly compared to what was in last year's budget, what was in a state budget. And again, when I said think about this from a county perspective, and this has happened to counties before, and we haven't loved it, you're going to get X amount of money in the budget year. Well, now you get Y, and you're halfway through the budget year. You can't really make adjustments on the fly. Well, sorry, right? So I don't think the schools community, there have been actually, interestingly enough, there have been some positive reactions from parts of the school community in California. And I'm still trying to figure out how that can be. But not all of the significant players in the schools community have said, this sounds great to us, right? The California Teachers Association, to my knowledge, has not said the governor's proposal sounds absolutely wonderful. So again, we're in an election year. I don't know very many members of the legislature who want to ever have it be said about them that they voted to reduce per pupil school spending in California. And so I just think that's going to be a thing. Just to really dumb it down, it's going to be a thing when they really start getting into the state budget negotiations. Are there ways to thread the needle? Perhaps. The governor is only proposing to pull down, we have Proposition 98 reserves and we have state general fund reserves. The Prop 98 reserves have to be used on Prop 98, right? The general fund reserves have to be used for everything else in the state budget. The governor is only proposing to pull down or pull out from state reserves and Prop 98 about half of the money that he could. And likewise, he's only proposing to pull about half of the general fund reserves. They may ultimately cut a deal where they agree to utilize all of the Prop 98 reserves, make some other moves so that school spending is more, I would say, more flat, right? That it's, you don't get $1 less per pupil, you don't get $1 more per pupil, but you're at least being held, kept whole from a prior fiscal year. That to me is a deal that could come together. Now I'm sitting here in Nevada County talking to my client, members of the public, really about county stuff. So all that is important to understand, I think, because this budget, it's going to change. That's a lot nicer than some of the ways I could have framed it. I played with a lot of different ways on the drive up here, but this budget is going to change. And so that K-12 issue, first and foremost, is going to be an issue. And then just what are in fact the revenue numbers for the state of California. And the touchstone for our firm so far, and we just think this is fascinating because we geek out on stuff like this. The state controller's office for years and years and years and years used to issue a monthly cash report. Okay. Every month, here's what happened last month. And it was kind of a big to-do, like, oh, the controller's cash report is out. And the thing we always loved about the controller's cash report is the controller controls the money, and they know this is what went out and this is what came in. Governor Newsom came into office that cash report stopped getting issued by the state controller for years. Lo and behold, January 10th, they always come out on the 10th of the month, right, for the preceding month. Lo and behold, January 10th of this year, I hit refresh on my email and there was a controller's cash report. And Karen and I started texting like, do you see the controller, the cash report? Like, that's weird, right? Yeah, that's weird. It is weird. I think it's weird. I still think it's weird. Maybe that's just a thing and you're like, why is he talking about that? But I think it was on purpose. I think it was on purpose when it wasn't released for a long time. I don't think Governor Newsom liked a third, not the legislative analyst, not his Department of Finance, but the controller saying, here's the state of the state, right, on a monthly basis. I think it was, I think something got worked out behind the scenes, but I think State Controller Malia Cohen, who is now running for state treasurer, I think she just couldn't take it anymore, is what my gut tells me. Knowing her, she said, I'm going to issue a cash report. What does that cash report say? That cash report says, as of December 31st of 2023, the state of California had $22 billion less, had received $22 billion less in the budget year than was anticipated in last year's budget. Today, it's probably even worse since then. It's been a week. So we're in the middle of this fiscal year, and the state is $22 billion in the hole from where it expected to be. The governor doesn't act like that's not happening, right? Governor's more like, what's that, the snake eating a rat, right? It goes, the rat has to, right? It's not a pretty image, but I don't know. I should have worked on that too on the drive up. Sorry, Jeffrey. But anyway, the governor, I think, is, that's going to wash through. Yeah, we hit this big bump in the road, really, really, really big bump in the road, and it's going to wash out at some point because I'm being optimistic about the state's economy. My point in telling you all this really is that there will be a January cash report, and that will be what's actually happening in California. So no one will get to argue about that. And then there will be a February cash report, and then a March cash report, and then what happens in April? I have to pay some taxes. I don't know about anybody else. We probably will not this year, hopefully, for a lot of reasons. We don't want disasters declared in the state of California, but last year we had this unbelievable combination of things, and we had multiple declared disasters in California. Over 50 of the 58 counties in California had declared disasters. So the deadline to file personal income taxes got pushed, and then it got pushed again, and that helped them not know what was going to happen, and then not know for even longer what was going to happen, and then they got caught by surprise. Hopefully that doesn't happen this year. So let's just say at the end of April, everyone that has to pay taxes pays taxes. It won't just be what people made in 2023. I talked about the stock market, the Dow breaking a record, the S&P breaking a record. In April, we'll start to see, hey, at the very end of the year, did people go, ooh, I can take some capital gains, right? I finally made a lot of money on my stock, and I'm going to cash that in. We'll see. But this difference, coming 360 now, this difference between the estimates, at some point, as people like to say, the facts will not be in dispute, right? The governor and the legislative analyst, the controller, everybody in Sacramento's got to say, yeah, that's the problem. That's the nut we have to crack, right? And I don't think it happens until April, but we will ultimately get there. So I will be available for questions during the panel, especially for the public's benefit. I want to make sure you know that we are in the second year of a 2-year. We have 2-year legislative cycles in California. We're in the second year. So there were bills, legislative proposals from last year that were dormant, and then they were resuscitated in the last couple of weeks. And there's a couple bills. There's one bill that's actually good for counties, AB 817. It has to do with the Brown Act and remote meetings, especially for ancillary boards and commissions. CSAC did a great job on that bill, and RCRC. There's a bad bill, a bill that counties were concerned about that would have decimated county probation departments, AB 702. That bill was killed. That's a crude terminology, but that's how we talk. in Sacramento. And then there was a new bill that we're going to have to watch very, very closely. And that's just listening to some of the public comments walking in here, Senate Bill 402. The author's intent there is to limit the interaction between sworn peace officers and the severely mentally ill. She thinks she has a new way of getting at that. Again, it's SB 402. The California Behavioral Health Directors, CSAC, have been doing a good dog dialoguing with the author. That bill needs work from a county perspective, and so we'll be watching that, working on it more. And 14, 13, 12. It looks like Proposition 1, which is the only ballot measure in March on the statewide ballot. It's polling well, and it looks like it's going to pass. And I will conclude my remarks right there. Thank you again for having me. Boom.
Thank you so much, Paul. Appreciate that. And just to highlight, we will, during a moderated panel, again, I want to encourage the board members, I was going to say jump up, but maybe you don't have to actually jump up, but please shoot out your questions. But with that, let's go ahead and we'll kick over to, or we do have time for questions. My apologies. So actually, let's go ahead and take questions for Paul now. Otherwise, we can shift over. Is there any question, board members? Go ahead, Supervisor Hall.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for the update on the budget. That's super helpful, Paul. The Prop 1 is the mental health bill, the big one that is part of the overhaul. However, there were also some companion bills in the in the ledge or the Senate. Can you talk about where those are?
Yeah, do you mean Senate Bill 43, the conservatorship reform? Here, let me just run through everything very quickly.
One of them, yeah.
Proposition 1 does two things in the main. Well, actually, I'm going to say it's three because everybody always leaves out the third one, and I almost did it. In terms of Prop 63, the so-called millionaires tax, it revamps the program. And the one thing that it does, especially from a county perspective, is it takes money out of prevention and early intervention. Right? A lot of non-governmental entities get money every year from the county through the Proposition 63 tax. To do a lot of really great things. The governor's proposal takes a lot of that money and says you have to spend it on housing, and especially housing for the mentally ill. That's thing number one. Thing number two is there's a $6.4 billion bond to build and expand facilities for the severely mentally ill and severe substance use disorder using populations in California. $6.4 billion. Counties and cities will get 1.5 billion of the 6.4 billion right off the top in a formula to be determined, and then the remaining 4.9 billion will be subject to appropriation, through state RFPs and notices of funding availability, NOFAs. That's what it does. The third thing it does, I almost left out, and I almost left it out again, is in the housing arena in California, there's been a lot of legislation recently. I heard the word NIMBY right when I was walking in the room, to make it easier to cite housing in California. When you make it easier to cite housing, we say you're doing it by right? You don't have to jump through as many hurdles locally to get approval to build housing or certain kinds of housing. What Proposition 1, the third significant thing it does, is it says that facilities to serve these populations in California can be cited by right, not in residential areas, but in commercial and industrial areas by right. And as far as I know, and I've got some people here who can absolutely correct me, and I hope they do if I'm getting this wrong, Proposition 1 would include acute psychiatric inpatient facilities. As far as I know, this is the part, correct me here if I'm wrong, the by right language, it doesn't distinguish between certain facilities. We're talking about low level, the sort of the bottom of a step down, all the way up to acute psychiatric. It could be located by right. Now, I'm not saying that doesn't make it hard for a board if that is the plan. And the example I like to give is in a lot of parts of California, you have a commercial area, right? And it abuts a residential area. And if Kohl's wants to put up a big neon sign, that's a problem, right? And so what if someone wants to put an acute psychiatric inpatient facility next to the Kohl's that's over the fence from a residential zone residential community? that could happen as far as I know under Proposition 1. So the belief there is that that'll just lead to more facilities getting sited. There's a lot more that needs to be done with respect to getting these facilities done. So that's the bond, Supervisor, or the proposition, I should say. Senate Bill 43, which is now law by Senator Eggman, allows counties, it expands the definition of gravely disabled in California and clarifies that severe substance use disorder individuals can now be conserved in California. That individuals who are not taking care of their own physical health can also be conserved in California. That's what Senate Bill 43 does. That is now the law. And then the other thing that happened last year that I'll throw in just for the heck of it, because I like you, is the CARE Act that we have in California was, it was a cleanup bill, and it kept being described as technical cleanup, which it was, Senate Bill 35 by Senator Umberg. But I think one of the things, very importantly, given the design of CARE Act, one of the things that SB 35 does is it clarified that family members, individuals are referred into CARE Act, they're supposed to get a supporter, right, who helps them and guides them along the way in the care court process. SB 35 clarifies that a family member is eligible to be a supporter, which, especially for the groups that pushed CARE Act in the first place, and principally the National Alliance for the Mentally Ill, family members of the severely mentally ill, that the ability of them to be a supporter within the court ordered process, I think that clarification is worth mentioning. So that's kind of everything that's really been up here in behavioral health legislation over the last 2 or 3 years.
Thank you. That was
Yeah.
very helpful.
Yeah. Yep.
I have a question unless some another board member question. I just had a question, Paul. Thanks for your insight on all this. It's critical. The mid-year revise, how quickly will that follow this anticipated, obviously the revenue coming in April from taxes, and how quickly will that be, and what kind of like fidelity will that information include? Will it be enough for us to make, really dig into it and use it for our budgetary purposes?
Yeah, that's such a great question. So what it does, it lets me go back to something I was talking about, which is by the end of this month, the governor actually said, there are things we could do and we could do them sooner, and we would realize 17 months of savings if we do it by February 1st, 17 months of savings rather than 12. We wait around. And he said, here's some things but legislature, you have to do those things. Don't limit yourself to the things I'm suggesting. You have your other things. Let's talk about that. The Senate Budget Committee meets next week. The Assembly Budget Committee meets next week. We think they're going to talk about revenue estimates, but I'm not going to be surprised if we see amended budget bills. And so county, we're going to have to be watching that. I don't know if there's going to be anything scary necessarily, but there'll be some stuff, more low-hanging fruit, to use that expression. But the May revise has to come out by May 10th, which you talk about fidelity, which I love that word. I think finance is going to have a sense of receipts in early April and maybe even through the 15th, and they'll have a decent picture that will enable the governor to more accurately in the May revise by May 10th say, okay, this is where we are. It won't be perfect, but we'll be in the final stages of the budget process, the committees in both houses. And as we get deeper into May, you'll finally get that fidelity that I was suggesting would happen and that you asked about. Yeah.
Timeline new, we have our own budget process that may be contingent on pieces within that. So we may talk more about what that means for us.
Yeah, and I just want to remind everybody in California, for good years, bad years, we keep budgeting through the summer. And CAO, please forgive me, but this has become so true in California. Some counties are on a federal fiscal year because it's the federal fiscal year, to the extent that really matters. I can't wait to chop that up with your federal advocates, but also because the legislature and the governor over the last 15 years is more or less the trend now. They just keep budgeting all the way to the end of August or into early September, depending on how the calendar works. So there's that too.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Just question. So I know, are they still talking about, I'm just curious, we hear about the exodus from California and we see a lot of retirees leaving California. We see a lot of businesses. Is that being put into how they're looking at the dollars that are coming?
Let me try to be quicker with my response on this. There's actually an article today, I think it's in the San Jose Mercury News. The estimate is that $5.6 billion of wealth has moved from California to Texas just in the last couple of years. San Francisco knows, they know for a fact that in the last 5 years, sort of almost going back to the beginning of COVID, that $15 billion of annual taxable income in San Francisco just gone. But the thing is, it can come back. People are moving into California just like they're moving out of California. That's happening, and millionaires can move into California. Can I tell you? I've only got 19 seconds, but another thing you can Google just for fun is the Dodgers signed that pitcher Ohtani, and there's controversy about his contract and how there's this big balloon payment at the end. That controversy got all the way to the state controller's office. The belief is that he wants to get that money when he is moved back to Japan. Oh wait, this is being live streamed, right? That's great. Well, you know what? I'm a Giants fan anyway, so Dodger fans, let me have it. But that's fine. But anyway, that's you talk about wealth and who's in, who's out, timing of wealth, when you can be taxed on it. It's a huge issue right now. So go Giants. Thanks.
I know we have other additional panel speakers. Any other questions from the board? No? Okay. Back to you, Jeff.
All right, thank you so much, Chair. So what we'll do now is we're going to go and kick it over to your federal advocates, and this is Paragon Government Relations. And we have them available virtually. So go ahead and bring that up, Carissa, and then we'll wait till we see. All right, I see Joe and Tom. Joe, I'll go and kick it on over to you, sir. Thank you so much for being here from DC. We do appreciate it, and go ahead.
Thank you very much, Jeff. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, we can hear you great.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you. And I want to take this opportunity on behalf of Paragon just to thank the board members for having us to be a part of this, a part of your day today. We really enjoyed last year's forum, and we've been looking forward to this. So thank you again for that. And I'd be remiss also if I didn't thank you, as always, for all of your outstanding teamwork. We said it last year and we'll say it again. Nevada County's state and federal legislative program is very, very strong. That is a testament to the incredible staff work, the incredible work from the board, the CEO staff, the board staff. Thank you so much for that teamwork and your responsiveness. Again, we're really proud of the federal program that we built. So we'll dive in here with the time that we have and give a federal update. And I'll start with saying, Paul Yoder talked about the 2-year sort of legislative cycle that you have in Sacramento. Reminder for the members of the board is, we do have, we've got dual sessions in Congress. We got a first and a second session. Of course, we're at the very front end of the second session of the 118th Congress. And I think if there were a theme really to 2024 in the beginning of this session, it would be maybe titled Unfinished Business. Or maybe, as a wise man once said, deja vu all over again. I think that was the joke. And anyway, a lot of unfinished business in 2024. If you look at the federal budget, was supposed to be done on October 1st. I think the board members are well aware Congress does not do well with deadlines. Some say there are no deadlines. That is an ongoing issue, which we'll talk about a little bit more in a minute. But October 1st came and went. No federal budget. October 1st was the date to get a new farm bill done. And that did not happen. It was also the date to get the Federal Aviation Administration reauthorized. That date came and went. All those programs are running on short-term extensions. And so again, a lot of sort of major unfinished business left for 2024. With regard to the federal budget, and as I'm sure folks are reading and following, Congress, it looks as though they're on the cusp of approving another short-term continuing resolution. This will be the third or the fourth. I usually stop counting. Sometimes it's much more. What looks like what Congress is about to do today is pass a two-tiered sort of new shutdown deadlines to March 1st and March 8th. March 1st would carry 4 out of the 12 appropriations bills. So those programs and departments of those 4 bills would be funded through March 1st. The rest of the 8 bills would be funded through March 8th. Nothing like the threat of a snowstorm, I'll put storm in quotes, in DC to get things hurried. It sounds like an inch of snow is really what's going to force the votes today. Sounds like they're not going to wait to vote tomorrow. By the way, if they didn't get this short-term budget done by midnight tomorrow, we would have a temporary government shutdown. But the threat of an inch of snow out in DC is it looks like it's accelerated the votes in both chambers. The Senate should vote today. Then the House will vote, it looks like later this afternoon. Not everybody's happy up on Capitol Hill about a whole nother budget extension, but that's the reality of what they're looking at. There is the sort of the good news on the federal budget is there is a budgetary framework that's in place that was announced. Incidentally, or I should say ironically, it's the same exact budgetary framework that was announced last year as part of the debt limit deal. And of course, I think everyone's aware of what happened politically in the House with the new speaker and whatnot. But ironically, we're back to that deal from last year. And it looks like the appropriators will be writing the appropriations bills consistent with the debt limit bill from last year. And again, assuming they pass those bills today, they'll have until March 1st and then March 8th to do so. So that's on the federal budget. Farm Bill, FAA reauthorization, there's been a lot of great work done with your team at the county on the policy level within both of those pieces of legislation. Again, I mentioned earlier, those are on hold. We have the FAA, which will be expiring in the next month or two. The Farm Bill was extended until the end of the current fiscal year. Is that right, Hassan? End of fiscal year? I want to make sure I'm getting that right. And I'll defer, by the way, to Hassan and Jonathan to talk more about, Farm Bill specifics. But those are things that are percolating in Congress. I'd mentioned that, there's other big issues that are really taking up a lot of the air and on Capitol Hill right now. And I'm sure folks are aware of this. Immigration policy is very much front and center at this point in time, as is border security. There are members of Congress who are tying that to the prospect of another emergency supplemental spending bill for Ukraine and Israel. And so that's been ongoing now for months. Kind of unclear where this is all going to go. It looks like, at least in the House, there's not going to be potentially politically much appetite to actually go for some immigration policy reforms. This would be in spite of a bipartisan group of senators who are working very hard to get some immigration policies done. But that is one of those sort of third rail of federal politics that always seems to fall by the wayside. But that's nevertheless something that's been garnering a lot of attention up on Capitol Hill. Politically, obviously, we have some shenanigans going on, as we seem to always have up in Congress. We've got a couple of impeachment efforts that are sort of at the front end and rolling, which we won't talk about. But stay tuned on those types of things, and really stay tuned in general. It is a presidential election year and a congressional election year. It begs the question: how much will Congress be able to get done, especially as we move more toward the fall? Again, our hope would be, they're actually, yes, able to get a farm bill done. And there's a lot of bipartisan work being done on that particular piece of legislation. You'd like to think they'll get FAA done. But again, don't count out politics on Capitol Hill and one side not being willing to hand the other side a potential what would be perceived as a political victory. So it's going to be a really interesting year. Another issue to flag, the Affordable Connectivity Program. And I know that NACO's doing a lot of work on this, as is CSAC. I know it's of interest to your county. Again, the Affordable Connectivity Program, or ACP, it's a program that was created in the infrastructure law several years back. It's sort of a COVID era program that provides a subsidy to low income households to be able to secure internet connectivity. And so this program's been pretty wildly popular. It grows month to month as more and more households sign up for it. The program is going to be running out of money by April is the latest estimate. So there's a big push on Capitol Hill and among stakeholders, again, at the county level. NACO, CSAC, you and others are pushing to extend that. It's extremely important for low-income households. That's an issue that's out there and percolating right now. It may be tied to the budget, but we'll have to wait and see on that. One other thing I would flag is a couple other big issues this year. What's perennially a bipartisan issue, Water Resource Development Act reauthorization is up this year. Congress has successfully done a biennial WRDA bill now the last several cycles, so they're going to be looking to try to reauthorize, and that's the Army Corps' main authorization bill. So that's something else that they'll be trying to move. But let me go ahead and turn it over to Tom to talk a little bit about some issues, and then Hassan as well. Tom, if you would, unless you're frozen.
Yes.
Okay.
I am not frozen.
Okay.
Thank you.
You look frozen to me.
Okay. Couple of issues of note. I've noted with interest the public discussion on homelessness, and also plan on tuning in later during this workshop to hear the presentation from the county. On homelessness, there are a number of bills that have been introduced, many of them by members of the California delegation, including a rather significant bill introduced by Senator Padilla. However, those bills unfortunately have some substantial price tags. I don't see much action on homelessness in terms of new policies this year. They will continue to provide appropriations for federal homelessness initiatives, and most of those appropriations have increased over the last few years, albeit sort of single-digit percentage increases. There has been, on the housing side, there has been increased attention to workforce housing. Representative Panetta from the Monterey County area just recently introduced a workforce housing tax credit act that would sort of mirror the low-income housing tax credit, but would be more focused on building affordable housing for persons of low to moderate incomes. And there is a piece of legislation that has been introduced by a Colorado representative, Representative Nagus, that would give towns and counties the ability to adjust the area median income by zip code rather than a county or on a county or regional basis. We are working with the county and with the town of Truckee to draft a letter to the congressman. There needs to be some fixes to his legislation, but nevertheless, it is a recognition that even, especially in areas where the workforce just cannot afford to live in the town in which they work, that there would be some ways of changing the AMI to address that matter. Two other issues, and then I'll turn it over to Hassan. There has been quite a bit of interest in the WIC program, the feeding program for women and infants. It has, over the years, garnered bipartisan support. At this point, however, the projections are that given increased enrollment in WIC and increased food prices, by the end of this federal fiscal year, there would be roughly a $1 billion shortfall, which means that for the first time ever, states would have to turn away individuals, and there would be waiting lists created for that program. There was an effort to include it in the continuing resolution, as Joe just alluded to. That effort failed. We're continuing to monitor it and find other avenues to increase the appropriations for that program. And then finally, earlier this week, there was a bipartisan tax package offered. We haven't seen the legislation yet, but offered by Senator Ron Wyden, the chair of the Senate Finance Committee, and Jason Smith, who chairs for the Republicans the Ways and Means Committee. It's a bipartisan package that has a couple of areas of note for the county. First, with respect to the child tax credit, it would change the program by allowing more low-income individuals to enjoy the full tax credit over the next 3 years. That again has been agreed to on a bipartisan basis, but we haven't seen the legislation, and there are some members on both sides of the aisle and Hill that want to tweak that, but it's a good step forward. And secondly, with respect to housing, there is some slight modification within this tax package to increase the amount of credits available to states and local authorities in the low-income housing tax credit field. So some movement. That bill, they wanted to try to attach to the CR. Obviously, it was not ready for prime time yet, but good indications that at least in this respect, there is some bipartisan agreement on a rather major bill. With that, I'll turn it over to Hassan.
All right, thank you, Tom. Thanks to the board for having us today. As you can tell, there's no shortage of federal issues that involve Nevada County, especially in the federal land space. So I'll just touch on a few here. I do see Jonathan Sheffield from NACO here on the call as well. I don't want to steal any of his thunder, so happy to allow him some time to fill in any specific details either now or during the question time. So one issue that potentially could see some action this year is a bipartisan bicameral bill that would, it's got to focus on expanding and improving outdoor recreation opportunities. In the House, it's called the Explore Act. There's a Senate bill as well. The name escapes me right now. We'll happy to follow up with staff on that. But it's a fairly comprehensive bill. We don't have time to get into specifics, but very quickly, there's a focus on improving and modernizing campgrounds, providing incentives to expand long-distance bike trails, protecting rock climbing opportunities in federal lands, and much, much more. It also has a number of sections focused on addressing the needs of gateway communities. I know we've discussed the lack of law enforcement on federal lands and the problems associated with that. I know that was especially acute during COVID when we saw a big increase in the amount of people visiting national parks and other federal lands. So again, it's a fairly comprehensive measure. It does have bipartisan support in the House and Senate. It's something we haven't seen too much of lately, and we haven't seen too much press on this bill, which is, I guess, a good thing, because again, there is that bipartisan working relationship on this. It was recently approved by the House Natural Resources Committee by unanimous consent. So it's a live issue this year, and it could see some more action at some point. So another issue, and one that will be a little bit more difficult to see action on, is wildfire insurance. So we've seen insurers leaving the state. We've seen increased rates, more people being pushed onto the state's FAIR plan. And in some cases, people just aren't able to get their homes insured at all. So first and foremost, I guess, kudos to the county, and particularly Supervisor Hall, who's been a leader on this issue at the county, also at CSAC and NACO. In fact, I recently heard that Supervisor Hall will be participating on a panel on wildfire insurance at the upcoming NACO Ledge Conference in DC. So again, kudos to you all for working on that and at staff level. So again, we know this is a growing crisis in California. It's absolutely been a front burner issue for us. But like I mentioned before, it'll be an uphill climb to get any reforms on this issue at the federal level. It's an area that's almost entirely regulated at the state level. In our conversations with Republicans on the Hill, they don't want to change that at all, at least at this point. They want the states to figure out the problems and the solutions on their own. However, it's not just a California issue, as we've seen. There's issues in Florida, Louisiana, to a lesser extent in Oregon, Colorado, and a few other states. So it's absolutely a growing issue, and I think they will need to pay attention to it at some point. They are, in some respects, there have been several hearings in both the House and Senate, but we want that conversation to continue because obviously there's something that needs to be done, on this issue. And again, each state has their own unique set of problems, so there's not one catch-all solution. I think that's the other sort of issue we're dealing with, but I know that'll be a focus of some of our meetings on Capitol Hill during the upcoming conference. Last two issues I'll mention are things that NACO, and in particular Jonathan Sheffield, who's been great. They've helped champion and really been keeping this on the congressional radar. First is PILT, payments in lieu of taxes. That's a program that
Hassan, I don't mean to cut you off, if I may. Hassan, yes. So sorry to cut you off. I know we were prompted a couple minutes ago, actually, that I think we may be overtime right now. I'm very sorry to cut you off, but I don't think you had the edification of seeing the chat. So with that, I think either maybe Tom and I were both too long-winded. So Hassan, I think we cut into your time. I apologize, but I want to keep you all on time, and I know we're a few minutes over. Hassan, I think some of the issues you're talking about are actually going to be the subject of some questions coming up. So hopefully we can get back into that. Again, sorry, but Jeff, want to keep us on time.
Sounds good. Quick question. PILT is a issue that we've had some direct knowledge of, and obviously Supervisor Hall has done a lot of work in that. And Hook, yeah, on PILT, you guys both did. Could you just finish the brief description of PILT for us? And then I have one question on the Explorer Fund.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll keep it
Absolutely.
real
Please,
simple.
Hassan.
Yeah, I'll keep it real simple. It's a program that reimburses counties for the federal lands within their jurisdiction. The county received over $500,000 this past year. It's a program that has, a number of years now been attached to the federal budget process. So it's something that we'll be looking for the federal government to be funded before we know the final figure. But the good news is in both the House and Senate bills that have been out there so far, both would fully fund the program for the year. So again, kudos to NACO for keeping this on the front burner. It's absolutely an issue that has bipartisan support. It's just a matter of getting the federal budget over the finish line. And then
Okay,
I don't know,
thanks.
Jonathan, you want to add anything else on that?
Question on the Explorer Fund. That sounds like something that would be really applicable to Nevada County with our recreation master plan and other kind of initiatives we focused on. Can you tell us some vectors of travel that money may come through? The Explorer Act, thank you.
Sorry.
How does money get to us?
Yeah, so there's going to be a number of grant opportunities. I'll have to go back to the bill. I don't know the specifics on if there's any money that directly flows to the county. I think you'll have to apply for it. But that's something we're happy to follow up with staff, and we're happy to get you a more comprehensive update on that. But I do agree, it's something that would be absolutely applicable to Nevada County.
Great, thank you for the update.
Yes.
Back to you, Jeff.
Thank you so much, and thank you, Hassan, Paragon team, and on your screen there is Jonathan Sheffield. And so we're going to go and shift to our moderated panel discussion component. We have some prepared questions. Your assistant CEO is here to help, but I want to first of all give the board members this is your panel, and you have an opportunity to ask any questions you want at any time. And so maybe before we launch into some prepared questions, is there questions that you like to ask right now of our panel members? And maybe real quick, first, let's go down the line real quick and just everyone can introduce themselves. I think that might be warranted. And I think Paul's comments are correct. These are heavy hitters in the state and the federal level. And so we're really excited, really appreciative of the time. I know this is crazy season for a lot of you. And so we do appreciate you taking the time to come up and meet with us. And so maybe I'll kick it over and go ahead and just do a brief introductions real quick.
I'm still Paul Yoder.
Tracy Ryan with RCRCS Senior Policy Advocate with them.
Good morning, Michelle Cabrera. I'm the Executive Director for the County Behavioral Health Directors Association, and thank you for having me.
Catherine Freeman, Association of Counties, and I'm one of your senior advocates. My focus is on agriculture, environment, and natural resources.
Good afternoon or good morning. Steve Frisch with the Sierra Business Council. Our focus is largely on climate, natural resources, housing.
And perfect. And I want to make sure, Jonathan, you've had an opportunity to go and introduce yourself as well, sir.
Thanks, Jeff. Jonathan Sheffield. I'm Legislative Director for Public Lands at NACO and liaison to the Western Interstate region.
Thank you all so much for being here today. And so we'll go ahead and just kick it off unless there's a question that you'd like to go. Okay, but please just go ahead and just chime in. I'll be watching closely. I'm going to kick it over to your Assistant CEO to start us off.
All right. Good morning, Chair Bullock and Supervisors. Pleasure to be part of this panel, and I really, again, want to extend my thanks as well. We're lucky to have all of you here. This is often, for many of us, the highlight of the three-day workshop. So we thank you for being part of it. And part of what we are looking for in the discussion with you and with our board today is direction in terms of where there are real opportunities to make a difference legislatively to advance some of the priorities of the Board of Supervisors here. And, we have a legislative platform. We appreciate that all of you have reviewed it and weighed in on it, but it is over 200 items. And so our goal is to come out of this workshop with some really targeted focus goals that are a match between political reality, what can we get done, how can Nevada County best work with you and our others who share our values and views, and to actually make a difference in this fast-paced environment. So I will kick it off with a question for Catherine. CSAC is a critical voice for counties at the Capitol. As we head into the year with a projected budget, and Paul told us about the discrepancies here, it still seems that shortfalls will need to be closed. So the risk to county, anytime the state has a problem, they tend to come looking at us. And so knowing that, how is CSAC positioning the county in these conversations, and what is the early message from administration, legislators, building on what Paul shared with us early, what can we do to, be effective in ensuring that this has the least negative impact on our community?
I think, again, I'd like to just reiterate, there's some people here who know a lot more about some of these issues. Michelle can talk more about the behavioral health and health issues. The thing that we're worried the most about is the degrading safety net. We've spent a lot of time working with our partners here on at home.
Catherine,
And
sorry, yeah, just a little bit closer on the
you want me
mic.
even louder? I have
There
a
you go.
son who says not louder. That's live stream. He does watch these sometimes too. So we're worried about the degrading safety net. We're worried about funding at the level that it needs to happen for homelessness and housing. Those are some of the biggest issues that we think we're going to weigh in on. And it's not going to be just CSAC. It's not going to be just counties. It's going to be really a huge push to make sure that funding comes back down to the county level where the services are happening. But I wanted to, you asked about where your platform intersects with some of our work. And I think that there's some interesting areas that we can make progress on this year. We have, as Paul has said, and as this group is, we are nerds. We like to nerd out. And we have some really interesting experts. So my expertise, oddly enough, is in budget. And I started my career when the budget was the worst in the state government. So I know where to find all the dollars. So that's something that's interesting on our team, and that's what we're doing right now. But three areas where we're working on that I think align pretty well with the county. One is we're actively working to reform 1383 organic waste. I know that RCRC is taking a lead role on this as well. We have a team member, Ada Welder, who's working on this. We think this is the year to ask for changes in how the program is administered. I think that's an important one to think about. It may not hit every single person, but it certainly hits the county budget in a huge way. The second is Amber Rosso is here with us today, and she works as our analyst. We're working together on, so we had 50 counties with disasters last year. Everybody's gone through this. Where are the gaps with planning, preparedness, Office of Emergency Services, and FEMA? And how can we inform the legislature about the important role that counties have and the concerns and challenges we have with every single disaster that crosses every single type of disaster, snow disaster, flood disaster, all the different kinds of things, wildfire as well. That's one of the things that we're hitting as a high priority in our area because now is the time to do it. Everybody remembers, they're not going to remember in 5 years. And then the third one I want to talk about is wildfire insurance. The solutions are not clear. It is not perfect, and there are not easy ways to get out of this, but it must be done. Have to change the way that wildfire insurance is happening at the county level, or we're just not going to be able to sell houses, and people can't move, and their lives change, and it all flows back to that very important thing, which is at home homelessness and the safety of our communities. So those are the three that I will highlight. I think there's others that have other priorities that I think align really well, but I wanted to give you those as a CSAC view. It's not that we're not doing other things, but those are kind of right at top of mind for you.
Thank you so much. I want to encourage our panelist members too, if you get inspired to jump in, please do so. So this next question is about broadband. I think broadband is obviously a huge priority for the county. It's been an objective for numerous years. We're going to be hearing about broadband later, but I wanted to direct this question to RCRC, who's really been a leader in this space for rural counties, and specifically, specifically with the Golden State Connect Authority. We've worked with you and to submit a $74 million project that's currently in front of the CPUC for consideration to build the county's first municipal open broadband network. and the board's going to be hearing about tomorrow. But that being said, can you give us a lay of the land on broadband and telecommunication issues, including AT&T pot line decommissioning at the state level, including the impacts? And also, what does this mean in terms of the the governor's proposal to delay $100 million of general fund to next fiscal year for last mile infrastructure grants and a reduction of the loan loss reserve fund? So I'll kick it over to Tracy.
Great, thank you. I do want to add to what Catherine was saying about 1383 requirements, and it is something that has been top of mind for RCRC and CSAC for a number of years, and we are looking at sponsoring legislation this year that will do a number of things, adding flexibility for smaller counties, those with a low population that are already exempted, including extending that exemption, but also adding for the 12 counties, including Nevada County, that has less than 200,000 tons of waste per year, a process that would allow them to go to Cal Recycle and have an alternative method of meeting the requirements. So we will be working with our county partners on that, and hopefully we'll see that legislation introduced sometime in February. Now on to the question that you asked me, broadband, my favorite thing. So you did get the kind of the lowdown from a macro level from Paul on the budget. So I just want to start with a table set of where we are with broadband and the budget. As Jeffrey noted, there's $100 million deferral from last mile, the FFA, the federal funding account. That's out of $2 billion. This is a reimbursement-based program. So as I am told, we should not really see the effects of that because the money should flow when we're doing reimbursement. We shouldn't see a glitch in that. That assumes that the next couple budget years, the next 3 budget years are better. There was a $250 million cut from the loan loss reserve. That was a straight cut. This is a $750 million program that was authorized back in 2021. And there was deferrals made by the budget last year. Frankly, $250 million cut out of a $750 million program that isn't even real yet, meaning that there isn't even an application out yet, was a better result than we actually expected. But again, going back to what Paul said, this is the very first, right? This is the opening salvo of this process, and we'll see what actually comes out of the sausage machine in July. The big thing that did come out of the budget was $1.5 billion extra money to the middle mile, the state-owned middle mile. This wasn't necessarily a surprise for those that have been involved in the middle mile because there have been a lot of questions about digital equity and digital redlining in the way that the state constructed that middle mile. And back in the fall of last year, October or November, the governor came out through the agency secretary of the California Department of Technology and said, don't worry, folks, I'm going to make this right, and I will fully fund the rest of the construction of the middle mile. It wasn't unexpected, however, with the budget deficit that we're looking at, surely there is a huge target on an additional expenditure of 1.5 billion. We're not even talking millions, billions. So we'll see what actually happens to that as we move through the process. And I want to put those things out there because I think it does tell us what may happen in some of these other pieces. There is a lot going on at the PUC level. We do have another $1.8 billion coming from the federal government through the BEAD program. We won't see that money probably until 2025. The process through the PUC has just started. They did send in their initial proposal to the federal government on what they think the program should look like in California. We don't know what those program rules look like. Most likely it will not be money that comes in a per county distribution. It will be completely different. This is a program that is for unserved and underserved locations only. So that's something that we're going to look forward to this year and looking at how that money will be distributed. But again, we're not going to see that money until 2025 at the soonest. The last thing I do want to talk about with the PUC is something that Jeffrey noted, which is AT&T's petition to be relieved of their obligation for carrier of last resort. Simply, this means that AT&T would like to no longer be obligated to provide services, POTS line, plain old telephone line services, to about 580,000 people in California. I too am a rural resident. I'm in El Dorado County. I have an AT&T POTS line that is necessary because wireless service isn't reliable in my area, and I live in a very high fire hazard area. This, we thought through the PUC, would have been rejected when the petition came in many months ago. However, that is not what has happened, and the PUC is going through the process, a rate setting process with AT&T. I think I had 3 meetings last week just on this with the PUC and AT&T and all of the consumer advocates. So this is one to watch, especially as rural residents, because there are real time impacts of that.
Thank you so much, Tracy. Real quick, I just wanted, I know these are really important critical issues that our supervisors are hearing. I want to make sure if there's any further questions. And I also know SB 1383 is also a big component, but let me kick it over to Supervisor Hall.
Thanks. If I could follow up, thank you so much. On the broadband issue where they're going to be the program that's going to look at the underserved and unserved only, have they fixed those maps? Because it's been a while since I've talked about this issue, but there was a time, or the way it's been, is that much of our county is considered served, even though they aren't really. So can you talk about that a little bit? And then secondly, I wanted to hear more on the POTS, the AT&T line issue. Supervisor Hook and I have had just massive numbers of people, and I think others too, who are worried about this. And you should know that AT&T is telling us we have to find the people who need to make the argument that they need that line and that AT&T needs to go the extra mile. They're putting that burden on us. I want to make sure you knew that.
That's my surprised face. Yes. So let me start with that one first. Yes, the AT&T petition is very flawed, and that is why we thought that it would have been rejected when it was submitted last year. Quickly, I think this is the part that everybody should know. AT&T is saying, here are our POTS customers, and here's the here's the population of POTS customers. All but 1,400 of them have other services, so we no longer need to provide their telephone line to them. And what they define, and here's the part, what they define as available services is that in that area, 25% of the people in that area have access to another service, whether it be wireless or VoIP. That still means that 75% of the people in that area don't have any kind of access to telecommunications. So again, it being so flawed that we thought that it would be rejected outright. I'm not sure. I'm trying to figure out how to say this. I get from the ALJ who is handling the case that they absolutely understand, because this is the same ALJ that has worked on all of our other really rural-based issues at the PUC, that they understand, especially in disaster-prone areas, how integral to our communication system having these landlines are. And so we are very active in the proceeding. I have hope that that we're going to see it rejected at some point through the proceeding, but it's been going on for quite some time because there's been a lot of legal wrangling, NDAs, there's lots of proprietary information. So I think this one's a stay tuned, but I really do appreciate the information, because I think it is imperative that we have the information, the people that are going before the PUC, on how this is actually happening in the community and how the behavior AT&T is impacting our residents. So I appreciate that. Your first question being maps. This is a constant conversation, unfortunately. And the problem is there are different maps for different programs. The federal funding account has a different map. BEAD uses a different map than FFA, which is different than the CASF, which is another program through the PUC that has to do with infrastructure. What I was told about the BEAD mapping is that there would be another iteration, but that there is no process at this point to fix the location issue of being underserved or unserved. I'm continuing to have conversations with NTIA about that. And in fact, we just had another question that was like that from another county. But I want to be very honest, I don't see a large change in those. However, we can always try. So if there are specific issues, locations, please send them my way and I'll continue to have those conversations. But an overall process to change those, I don't think that will happen.
I have a question. Would it be helpful for us to send, we've been sending our list of folks to the CPUC. Would it be helpful if we sent you that information for our POTS lines?
Absolutely.
I'm having them, the folks are calling, it's, again, Heidi said it's sad that we have to be in charge of that. But so we've been doing an Excel and have a list. So I'll have those.
I love it. Just CC me. That would be great. Or send it my way. I think that's really, really helpful to have that information when we're having meet and confers with AT&T about the impacts. It would be great to be able, these are real people. These are real impacts. I think that would be great.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting, even in my gated community that has 7,000 people, they have no cell service. And so it's very challenging. So, okay, thank you. We'll do that.
All right, our next question is for Michelle. And welcome to this panel here and for all your work with the county. There's such a changing landscape here with SB 43 and the Care Court and the possibility of Proposition 1 passing. So the question that we have for you is, what do you see as the biggest legislative challenges and opportunity for public behavioral health system that smaller rural counties like Nevada County should be advocating for?
Thanks so much for the question. Well, the good news is county behavioral health and the public safety net for behavioral health is having a moment. And the bad news is public behavioral health is having a moment. The various initiatives that you mentioned are significant and they're layered on top of a number of other reform initiatives that were already underway, but still fairly recent. And I'm referring to things such as the CalAIM initiative, which includes a complete overhaul of how we pay and finance our services. Things like the new 24/7 mobile crisis benefit, which Nevada County just launched on January 1st. Congratulations. And a number of other, simultaneous, concurrent, and massive new reforms happening in the behavioral health space. I think that over the long run, these have the potential to be a net positive. The challenge is that they are all bearing down on the public system at once. And given the public's interest and the legislature's interest, the sort of intensity and interest in new reform initiatives does not appear to be waning, unfortunately. To some degree, government needs an opportunity to implement, and much of how we're doing policymaking right now is at a very high level. So a tremendous amount of work needs to be put into secondary guidance, meaning, there's sort of a very high level statement in law. What does that mean? How do we then go about and turn that into practice and programs? And that takes work. So we're at a point right now where we are looking at, again, completely overhauling the system. And I think part of the opportunities for us have been where we've been able to partner with CSAC and RCRC, for example, and argue to the state that it has an obligation where it needs to really be pulled in rather than just sort of passing the responsibilities over to counties. So for example, in the budget this year, we'll have an opportunity to ask for funding for the new reporting and accountability and outcome requirements that are attached to Proposition 1. The kind of public process that we have with the Mental Health Services Act currently will be expanded to incorporate all of county behavioral health revenues. So there will be public engagement, visibility, transparency, the sort of, you know, we talk a lot about the importance of clinical staff and direct service delivery staff in the workforce, but the back of the house workforce is super crucial. And Nevada County has an amazing team, from your behavioral health director, who now is you know, leading for the whole state on as a representative on various task forces and commissions. I will say you've just been very well represented in Sacramento through Phoebe Bell's leadership, but also you know, her team is just really stand out throughout the whole state. So I just want to commend her and her team for their amazing work and advocacy. At the same time, you know, we at CDHDA, and again, I want to nod to Phoebe and our other rural members, have really tried to take sort of the concerns of our rural membership and let the state know, because the state of California right now is very interested in health equity as sort of a general principle, that we need to view equity as inclusive of rural health equity. And so we've sort of package things in that way. And we were really successful last year in getting a number of modifications to propose policies that were based on that idea, right? That rural communities have different needs and strengths, and we really need to not have an urban or suburban centric point of view when we're making policies in Sacramento. There need to be considerations that are unique to our rural communities. So those are a few of the things that we've been looking at. But again, looking at that opportunity for state funding, looking ahead at the challenge of new proposals which seek to reform, do further reform to both Lenterman-Petra Short or our involuntary services system, or even the opportunities that may come with more interest in holding commercial plans accountable, especially because oftentimes when people with commercial insurance are underserved or inappropriately served, they end up becoming disabled by virtue of their mental health or substance use disorder needs, and then end up in the public system. So those are some of the challenges and opportunities that we see ahead.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Appreciate your leadership. And so just looking, we have about 17 minutes left, so try to keep our questions concise as possible. You know, maybe one quick follow-up question though for you, Michelle, is, you know, we're looking at Proposition 1, which authorizes $6.8 billion in bonds to build mental health facilities, if passed. What are the key opportunities that counties potentially should be looking at for rural counties?
Well, the county behavioral health directors have a joint powers authority, CalMesa, and it commissioned a study to look at the gaps across the state in terms of treatment needs. That was actually instrumental in helping to shape the governor's bond measure by providing estimates. I will point out that it was specific to adult inpatient needs, and the levels of care below that needed to step people out of inpatient when they get better. We definitely need to look across the board at children's capacity as well. We know statewide, and again, across both Medi-Cal as well as commercial insurance, there's just a real lack of adequate placements for high needs children and youth, and that's a significant issue. And we know that the bond measure is also seeking to fulfill various different wants and needs. So the governor's original infrastructure dollars for treatment beds, it was one-time funding for behavioral health capacity. There were the requests for funding under that initiative, the BCHIP, far exceeded the billions of dollars that were earmarked for it. And so some of that unmet need could sort of spill over into the bond measure conversation. And at the same time, because of the new requirements, both in Prop 1 and SB 43, We will likely need to do some work to figure out what I'm thinking of as like missing capacity. So where we might have a need for a facility type that literally does not exist today. So in California, we do not have locked treatment facilities for substance use disorders. That is not a thing. We don't really have a tremendous amount of facility types that can do concurrent mental health and substance use disorder treatment. And we may need to change laws, licensing, and other things so that we can have the right staffing mix to be able to serve people with those concurrent needs. So there's a lot of legwork, and that's what I was alluding to earlier, to figure out what those gaps are that would be needed to even fulfill the vision that's been put forward by the legislature and the governor, and then to create new types of capacity essentially so that we can then invest those dollars. I'm, concerned a little bit with the timing. And again, there's sort of this urgency behind all of this, like we need to do it tomorrow. But at the same time, there are just certain things that don't yet exist. And that kind of change moment is important, right? We're evolving our ways of thinking about mental health and substance use disorders. We're evolving what we need in terms of serving those populations. And ultimately, the service dollars needed to sustain those facilities is sort of an out year question that hasn't really been addressed. Like bricks and mortar is one thing. Who's going to continue to pay for these services? Where will the workforce come from? Those are some of the big outstanding questions that have sort of been pushed out to out years.
Thank you. We have real quick before we move on to our next question, I want to make sure board members, if you have any questions on this, and of course at any time later as well.
Questions? Thanks for the discussion on that. It's fascinating to me. Go ahead, Sue.
I just want to thank all you for the work you're doing. I just feel like it's a challenge. I feel like it's cascading. We try to fix one thing and we cascade it into another issue. I mean, I look at all this homelessness, we talk about that. We got so many people moving into California that already meet that criteria without housing. And back at the federal government, I wish they really look at immigration and how we're going to deal with the border and those things that are happening here that are causing a big deficit in California. And so what you guys do is amazing. I don't know how we're going to put this all together. Like a small county doesn't have that capacity or dollars. We talked about a lot of these programs that are coming up, just like you said, are more urban. And I mean, really that kind of focus. And somebody was talking about this. Well, just build it in the county. You can do this. We're just looking about homelessness. We don't have those dollars. And so we have to make do with what we're doing. So the fight you guys do for us down there is so important. And to kind of scale back on some of the regulation and rules that they make every day that cascades us into the situation we're in. And really I mean, there's some good stuff going on. I know we look at parks and we look at all those things, big funding for making new parks. We can't keep up with the ones we have right now. So maybe some of that funding ought to slow down. There's this unbalance that we see all through the whole federal and state governments. And it does make it hard on small rural communities. So not having a phone, how hard is that really? That's like one of those things we need is a phone. And it's just the simple necessities of PG&E, what we're doing there, and those rates are escalating. And I'm seeing real challenges with my folks here, especially in the fixed income areas. Yeah, there's some areas where they help with that, but it's not catching up. When you have, I think of these people in Colorado and the Montana right now, they're having power issues with because they're down in the 20 belows, right? We just had a day in the 23s and the 26s, and I had a lady lose her heater and her propane because everything is escalating with that. So I think it's just a challenge all the way around. And like we go back to the farm bill, those are going to be incredible important things because it's not just about farming, right? It's about our SNAP program, all the things that we need that have to deal with our low income. And I don't know, it's just very frustrating. So I love that we have you all on the top line of doing these, keep us informed and we can keep in track because I don't see it getting any better. So good work. Thank you for working for us. And and always reach out. I think that's what we want to stay involved. That's why we put forward this whole platform. And I think that there's not one of us that's not engaged in one thing or another that involves us and our constituents. So appreciate you.
Supervisor Hook, thanks for the comments. I want to turn some time over to Steve Frisch as well, but I just wanted to mention, you know, there's a lot of gloom and doom, right? I mean, we're talking about budget cycles, restrictions, shortfalls in funding, cascading from the state and Fed. And, you know, we have to remain optimistic. We have to remain focused on the solution. We're all government's local, right? Like we're still asked to provide those solutions to our constituents and to our communities. And we're here, we're doing it. That's what, in my mind, that's what we're doing here today. We're trying to figure out, it's a game. How do we get through the game, and how do we bring the biggest win to our community based on the headwinds that we're facing at the state and Fed level? I mean, that's what we do. That's what we're asked to do by our communities. So, and you're the brain trust that's going to help us get there. I do see some real optimism, at least from my perspective, and what's going on in 2024 for things that we can bring to our own communities. So I just wanted to point that out, that I think indeed, you've pointed out a lot of headwinds, but I think there's some real opportunities for us. And with Senate Bill 1 and the things that are going on there, I mean, we could make change. It could be permanent and helpful for us. So back to you, Jeff.
Great. Well, and actually, I think Supervisor, great segue into talking about public lands is, and so I do have the next question is really for Jonathan Sheffield for NACO. And just, you know, Jonathan, thank you so much for being here, and thank you for your association's leadership. So for public land counties like Nevada County, they include major federal lands, including Tahoe National Forest, BLM properties. What are critical areas of the Farm Bill and the forestry title that we as the county could be advocating related to workforce housing, specifically in forest management and recreational infrastructure?
Yeah, thank you for that question, Jeff, and thanks for the opportunity to speak with you today. So on the Farm Bill, just to kind of give you a little bit of where we're at this point, about a week ago, Chairman Thompson of the House Ag Committee said that they hope to have a bill ready to start moving through his committee in March. So hopefully we'll see a House version in the not too distant future. And I know that Senator Stabenow, the chair of the Ag Committee, and the ranking member, Senator Bozeman, also kicked off some of their bipartisan talks last week as well. So hopefully we'll see legislation and negotiations in the not too distant future, and maybe we'll be lucky enough to have something on the president's desk this summer. But to answer the question on forestry, a few things that I would point to. First, our number one priority at NACO for new initiatives under the forestry title would be getting the Good Neighbor Authority receipt sharing expanded to counties and tribes. Good Neighbor Authority gives counties, states, and tribes the ability to enter into agreements to conduct forest management projects on federal lands. States currently have the authority to collect 25% of those receipts like they would under a timber harvest. However, counties and tribes don't have that. And so those receipts are then reinvested on federal lands for new forest management efforts. So we just want the same ability that states have to reinvest those receipts on the federal lands and continue some of these really good forest management efforts. Additionally, the 2018 Farm Bill had some really solid categorical exclusions of 4,500 acres or less for various forest management projects, including removing salvage trees, dead and dying timber, post-wildfire, and beetle kill in particular. As well as some other categorical exclusions for mule deer and sage grouse habitat. Again, the limit on those was 4,500 acres. We would like to see those retained, if not expanded to more acreage, so that we can have some more landscape scale type of forest management projects going. Additionally, wildfire pay increases for wildland firefighters are another big issue that I think is going to garner some bipartisan support potentially in a farm bill or maybe an appropriations bill. Federal wildland firefighters, compared to a lot of states, California in particular, are paid significantly less. CAL FIRE is probably #1 whenever it comes to firefighter pay in the country. So there was a temporary patch under the infrastructure law a couple of years ago that bumped up their pay to a more livable wage, but that's due to expire. So we would like to see something more permanent taken care of there. And then finally, a couple of programs under the forestry title that I think would be really good to pay attention to. The Landscape Scale Restoration Program. This allows local governments to propose specific projects and receive funding. You can either go through your local forest supervisor or the state forestry department to secure some of those agreements. And then what's known as the Timber Innovation Act. This was included in the 2018 Farm Bill. This is for predominantly removal of small diameter trees from the national forest. And then there's funding under the Timber Innovation Act for research into cross-laminated timber, wood pellets for power. So those are a few of the programs that I would point to and say that those probably have a good chance of gaining bipartisan support and landing in a final package. I mentioned that just to kind of go back to a little bit of the politics here, assuming the Senate and the House are able to get bills to move through both chambers and then get to the negotiating position. Usually, though, I've been doing this at the federal level for 13 years now. Virtually every time there's a difference between the House and the Senate tends to get what it wants. So whatever the Senate puts together for a farm bill, you could probably expect that final package to look substantially similar to that. On the housing side, unfortunately, there's not a whole lot of housing provisions in the Farm Bill. However, there is an effort to make some changes to that. Most of the rural housing services programs were established under the Housing Act of 1949. And therefore, they're mostly subject to the appropriation cycle under the Ag Appropriations Bill. So affordable housing and workforce housing provisions, you're probably looking at the Ag Appropriations Bill. However, there is a push to make a change to Section 515 of the Housing Act under the Farm Bill. Through some legislation that's bipartisan legislation proposed by Senator Tina Smith and Senator Mike Grounds. The bill number on that is S1389. And what this would do is it would, so the RHS, the Rural Housing Service, actually has a loan and mortgage program for building or rehabilitating rural rentals. And those mortgages and loans stay under that federal auspice at a low interest rate and the like, as long as they stay low income housing. However, many of those mortgages are and loans are hitting maturity because most of these loans and mortgages were issued in the 1970s and 80s. And so there's potential for around 100,000 dwellings nationwide that are under this federal program suddenly turning into going outside of affordable housing and being rented at market rates. And so Senator Smith has legislation that would decouple the rental and mortgage programs under RHS from the rental assistance program. And this would therefore allow those units to stay under affordable housing auspices and under the federal side on an easier way. It looks like in the Senate, they're really making a push to get this included in the Farm Bill. So that's probably going to be your best chance under the Farm Bill to get anything done on affordable housing. And again, the bill number on that is S1389.
Thank you so much, Jonathan. I really appreciate that. I want to kick it over real quick to Chair Bullock.
Yeah, thanks. I just want to check with the board. We wanted to add maybe 10 minutes here we have a couple questions for Steve Frisch and also for some other partners. Does that sound acceptable, or do we need a break or anything? No, good to go. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, we added it to the clock. Thank you. Thanks.
All right. Moving to you, Steve. And as the board considers the second year of its climate objective and moving towards a climate action adaptation plan, what do you think are the key strategies and opportunities for Nevada County to consider that leverage state investments in all related areas, ZEV, transportation, forest products, forest health?
Great, thanks, Caleb. I want to, before we start that, I want to go back to something that that Paul said and that Hardy asked a question about, which is essentially how bad is the budget, right? And there's this classic scene in It's a Wonderful Life where there's the run on the bank, and Jimmy Stewart stands at the counter and says, "This thing isn't all dark," right? And that's kind of what we have been hearing in Sacramento, quite frankly. The state has historic levels of cash on hand right now. It also has $38 billion in reserves. And much of that will be deployed to fill the budget gap. And I think that what we've been hearing in Sacramento is don't freak out till April, right? And the risk I want to bring to your attention is that everyone will freak out and there will be a dozen harebrained schemes for essentially filling the gap, right? And you're going to end up having to spend a ton of time defending against harebrained schemes to fill the gap when the gap might not even be there the way you think it is, right? So I would just caution to not spend as much time with the harebrained schemes, spend more time on what can we do in 2024, 25, 26. And as Hardy said, I think there are a ton of opportunities, right? So on the climate front, the stuff we've been watching is, yes, indeed, in the governor's proposed budget, climate funding took a $2.9 billion hit. It's important to remember that a lot of that climate funding was promised and programmed over a 5-year period. The original promise was $54 billion over 5 years. Last year, it was reduced to $48 billion. This year, an additional $3 billion hit. So, but it's also really important to promises in a budget of a 5-year programmatic investment really don't mean anything until the budget is passed every June, right? Like there is no such thing as a multi-year promise. And they're always dependent upon changes in revenue, right? So we kind of expected a hit on climate and we got it. I also think that there's going to be a lot of work between now and April restoring funding in many of those areas or shifting funding from what would have been general fund budget expenditures to a potential climate bond. So we have been working very hard for 2 years on advancing a climate bond that would fund many of the climate goals of that the county has identified. Originally that bond was proposed at roughly 15 to 16 billion dollars, which in and of itself is a massive number that I didn't believe I would ever see. And I didn't believe it when the budget looked good that we would see a $16 billion investment. I expected it to come down to closer to 12. And what we're currently hearing is it's more likely it's going to come down to closer to 8, but that it is still on the table. As a matter of fact, it was a major topic of conversation at the Dem caucus meeting yesterday on how do we give the climate bond a haircut, but still move forward with it this year. I think the interesting issue within that climate discussion is going to be, is the haircut equal? Or do we end up with, a mohawk where some areas are completely trimmed and other areas are retained, right? There is going to be a struggle between investments in wildfire and forest management funding, investments in sea level rise, investments in renewable energy, and investments in extreme heat. And it's going to be super important that particularly forested rural counties are at the table saying we need to maintain funding for forest management and wildfire resilience. Just because we haven't had a catastrophic wildfire as terrible as the Camp Fire in the last 3 or 4 years doesn't mean it isn't right around the corner, right? So we're really going to have to advocate around that issue. One of the things that got cut from the budget this year was roughly $45 million for the conversion of wood waste, biomass, to liquid fuels and or hydrogen. That is a super important issue. We're going to be fighting to put that back in the budget, because if we don't begin managing the waste material, the cost of forest management projects is too high. And the dollars that we do get allocated don't go far enough, right? So if we don't really solve that problem eventually, I'm fine with the point that we're moving on from combustion to biofuels. We're also moving on in California to what's known as carbon capture and storage. We're also looking at hydrogen as a potential solution. There are a number of really smart, innovative projects out there. This is something that we should be addressing and trying to get down to. Wildfire funding did reasonably well considering, how bad the budget cuts were. Lost about $100 million in funding. So the total funding this year is roughly $600 million. I would humbly say what we need is $3 to $5 billion a year every year for 10 to 20 years, because we're not going to get ahead of the forest resilience issue unless we do that. But that's not what was on the table. So really, wildfire funding took about a 20% hit, and a portion of wildfire funding was shifted to the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund. And if there's a bright spot in the California budget right now, it's the point that revenues in the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund continue to go up. So as that program, that cap and trade program, has expanded to other states and provinces in Canada, the revenue is going up in that program. And one opportunity area might be looking at permanently programming more than the $200 million a year for forest management that is funded in that program to more like $4. So there are some opportunities there. I want to touch real quickly on things I think we should be watching. So number one, on the insurance issue, there is beginning to percolate across the state a discussion about whether or not Prop 103 needs to be amended or updated, changed in some significant way. Unfortunately, the insurance commissioner is really limited in what they can actually do. It's a very constraining, kind of inflexible rate case that needs to be made. So we are beginning to hear people talking about, is there a potential electoral solution to the wildfire insurance issue? And then the last thing, I'm going to skip housing, even though I think housing is super interesting. One thing I would be looking at as an opportunity is, many of you remember the governor's infrastructure package last year, which essentially streamlined processes for putting infrastructure on the ground. But the really important thing about that is that if you look at the combination of the bipartisan infrastructure law and the Inflation Reduction Act and the amount of that money that's coming to California, the other thing the governor's infrastructure package did was lay out a strategy for how do we spend this infrastructure funding over the next 10 years. That's $120 billion in federal dollars coming to the United States, or coming to California. And that's matched with another $60 billion in state funding over the next 10 years across a variety of different agencies. That's a lot of money on the table. That's $180 billion over the next 10 years. There needs to be a concerted rural strategy for capturing their fair share of that infrastructure package over the next 10 years. This is the largest federal investment in infrastructure in California since the State Water Project, right? So it really is something that we really should be thinking about. How do we position Nevada County to get its fair share of those infrastructure dollars over the next 10 years? And I'll leave it there so we can have some questions. Unless you want to talk about bond.
Well, thank you so much. I know we have 1 minute. I do want to just be respectful of our panelists, and I know some of you may need to get back down to the Capitol. But if there's any last thoughts from the team, of course, any questions from the board and chair.
I'll turn it over to the board for any questions. Anybody have any questions here? Okay, yeah, back to you.
Okay,
Thanks,
real
Paul.
quick, I would be remiss if I left here without saying on the homeless money, the $1 billion, right, that the state's been appropriating, there's not another billion in the governor's proposed budget, but behind the scenes, we are told that the governor's administration absolutely plan on that being in the final budget. They just want to continue the conversation about accountability with cities and counties. And so I know it's on mic being streamed. I'm not saying take it to the bank, but we're hearing that just from a lot of different sources. And obviously it's critically important to you all. So I wanted to mention it before you wrap up.
Helpful to know. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you guys for so much for taking all the time. We could spend so much more time with all of you. This has been wonderful. I just want to, I think I'm going to be making this pitch every year that you reach out to us to get the local stories that you need to make your case for anything that you're dealing on right now. As you know, we just talked about with AT&T lines, we have compelling local stories on every one of these issues: broadband, housing, wildfire, every one of these. And the story, and when I listen on Senate panels, I dial in and listen in, and those stories are so helpful. And it's really surprising to me how clear it is that many of the legislators at the federal level do not understand what is going on at the local level. So please reach out to all of us and help us give you those stories that you need to help move the dial, to move the needle for some of these folks. Thanks.
If I may, just in response to that really quickly, I know we have asked, and the county's been very generous with allowing Phoebe to come and provide testimony in various hearings about the amazing work that Nevada County Behavioral Health is doing on housing and homelessness. And one of the stories that really landed and made an impact was about how Nevada County goes after every opportunity to take advantage of grants and funding opportunities, right? They compete with other counties, they throw their hat in the ring, and they've been successful. You've been successful in getting resources, and that still net more people come into homelessness than you're able to house each year. And I do think that, to the point that Catherine made earlier, one of our concerns with the conversation around Prop 1 is it's a unique and discrete pot of restricted money that's going to require some really tough decisions in terms of your overall mental health services and programs. And the state really does need to continue to put much more focus on housing overall, right? Otherwise, agree with Catherine's points that the public will be disappointed at the end of the day when they don't see more progress, and there will be frustration about all the monies that have gone to the local level and why don't we see more progress. And so one of the things that I think we all need to continue to do is really continue to push on our state lawmakers to keep going, essentially, right? The subpopulations that have significant behavioral health needs are that they're a subpopulation, and the overall homelessness problem still needs to be dealt with.
Yeah, go ahead, Catherine.
I'll just be really brief. One strategy that I want to continue to suggest to rural counties is to find that area where you have a commonality with non-rural counties. And I think about sea level rise and wildfires and the disasters that we're facing. We've talked about climate bonds a lot. It doesn't have to be a bond discussion, but when we tie those two together, and to Supervisor Hall's point, and we bring those two folks together to testify in a hearing, everybody has to pay attention. They need to listen, because you just reached to what they think are extremes in the communities. So that's one of the things that we do a lot. That's why we partner so much together. And I think the stories are incredibly important. It's the only way they understand what it really feels like to make decisions in areas that they don't live in.
All right. I mean, I just want to say thank you for all of you for coming here and taking the time. You know, I'm just sitting here and just realizing it's a dangerous thing when you get this many lobbyists here and trying to calculate time percentages. So thank you for your flexibility.
Yeah,
Chair Bullock, will hand it back over to you.
All right, thank you so much. And we are going to take a break so you have a chance to talk to the panel 10 minutes, and then we'll come back to behavioral health transformation. And can I ask everybody to come back to their seats or their general area if they want to stand? We have an exciting next panel for you. All right, we've got most of our supervisors just waiting for a couple more folks to get seated. All right, so this next presentation is scheduled for an hour. There'll be a 30-minute presentation with 30 minutes opportunity for discussion. And I'm going to turn it over to Phoebe Bell and Ryan Groover on behavioral health system transformation.
All right. Good morning, all. Thanks so much for taking time for this conversation today. I know we don't typically get this much time and focus on just behavioral health, but I think you probably got a little bit of the flavor from some of the presentations earlier today of how much is happening in this universe right now. And really the goal of this conversation right now is to step back a little bit and recognize sort of the seismic landscape shift that is happening and sort of pull up to that 60,000 foot level and think a little bit about, okay, what does this really mean? What are the themes of these changes? And how do we as Nevada County make the most of this opportunity? Because on the one hand, this is overwhelming. There's a lot, it's hard to manage. But on the other hand, there is kind of unprecedented investment happening in the public behavioral health sector right now and a growth and opportunity. And we want to make the most of that for Nevada County and for our residents. So thinking more strategically about the changes that are occurring. So maybe I'll successfully do this. Tips. There we go. So as a way of sort of organizing the thinking around what's going on, I'm trying to break apart the strands of change that are happening. And so there's some amount of change that's really programmatic services, changes in expectations on what kinds of services we're providing to the community. There's a strand of the change that's really about the roles and responsibilities or sort of the structures of the behavioral health system. And then there's fiscal changes that also are occurring. And the three things are all very intertwined, but trying to sort of step back a little bit and look at, kind of bigger picture. What are some of the overarching themes of what's occurring? And I think before we dive into that, it's important to sort of start with how we traditionally have looked at ourselves in the public behavioral health system, and probably particularly so in the rural public behavioral health system. So once upon a time, not that long ago, we really had a pretty narrow understanding of ourselves. It was really us as a provider of clinical care, us as the opener of clinics where people can come in and get psychiatry and therapy and case management. And we had a pretty narrow definition of who we served, which is basically people on Medi-Cal or indigent folks who have serious mental illness, a little bit of substance use disorder treatment that expanded when we went into the drug Medi-Cal organized delivery system process. But nonetheless, that's sort of, a smaller part of what we do traditionally. And more than that, that we really were here to serve those who are ready to be served. We opened our clinic doors at 8 a.m. We're going to provide really great quality services to people who are ready to come in those doors and accept treatment. And, we do and did a really good job of that. And that's a little bit oversimplified, but hold on to that thought as we think about all that's coming at us and the ways that paradigm has shifted pretty dramatically in the face of all that's coming. So you've heard a little bit about these. I'm not going to spend time on what all of them are, and you have a handout in your packet that goes into a lot more detail. But we have just a wild amount of initiatives coming at us, and it feels deeply inauthentic to just put these up here as like a couple of letters spelling out a word, because each one of them actually embodies so many giant things. So like Behavioral Health Connect is a new thing that hasn't hit yet. That's a waiver in process that will add whole bunch of giant services to the Medi-Cal delivery system, potentially. Super exciting, very overwhelming. We have Care Court that you've heard plenty about. We have Mobile Crisis, which just went live, but really is a small part of a larger transformation of the crisis system that involves 988 and sort of crisis receiving systems, and essentially setting up an entire crisis system in parallel to the existing sort of 911 ambulance hospital type of pathway that we have for how crisis is currently handled. We have jail in-reach and care coordination, which is just starting to come into being, which is also a large and complex system change. Mental health diversion court and the incompetent stand trial diversion process, also a large complex multi-system issue with fiscal risks and opportunities involved with it. We have shift towards managed care, which I'll talk more about, but happening as we speak. And relatedly, really complex data sharing expectations and requirements. We have CalAIM, which again, how many letters, but a giant initiative that embodies everything from payment reform changes up through new services and opportunities of care for people. We have the Children and Youth Behavioral Health Initiative, which is really changing the landscape of children's behavioral health specifically and creating sort of I think of it as a little bit of a pilot effort at sort of payer blind access to mental health care, where whatever your payer source is, whatever type of insurance you have, you access care in the same way through schools. So pretty transformational potentially, and a lot of implications for us. FFPSA, which is really more on the child welfare side, but very much pulls behavioral health in very regulatorily into a very tight relationship with child welfare around serving kids with multiple needs. MHSA reform or Prop 1 or Behavioral Health Services Act, called lots of things, but a very significant system change as well. Homeless services and kind of, for us in Nevada County, pulling homeless services into the behavioral health department but more broadly, sort of the larger engagement with the concept of homeless services as a behavioral health system. Something we're just starting to work on is a state push towards integrating mental health and substance use services administratively as well as clinically or programmatically, with a lot of kind of complicated, some less understandable, more opaque implications, but also some direct service implications. Changes to LPS law, SB 43, and some other pieces of legislation that really impact how we do involuntary care at all levels. And peer services, which is a big movement towards both bringing peers more effectively into our system and allowing us to bill for the work they do. This is people with lived experience who have a unique and really powerful perspective on serving people who are going through crisis similar or situations similar to what they've experienced, but also allowing us to bill in a way that we haven't before and really kind of formalize the relationship in our systems. And so you start to see these connections between these strands of initiatives and program changes that are happening. And sorry, there's like a bunch of weird clicks in here. The problems with animation that I don't understand. Eventually it will go. And I think really what we're starting to see is, again, back to there we are in our clinic, hanging our open sign. It's really shifting, and we're really playing a key role in a lot of other systems now. So there's not very many conversations about sort of the legal system and the criminal justice system that don't eventually involve some amount of behavioral health overlap. We're embedded in many processes in the legal system. There's not many conversations about homelessness in California without bringing in behavioral health into the conversations. We're pretty key in those conversations. Same's true around children's services and sort of a children's system of care approach. And we've talked less about, but sort of an overarching integrated healthcare approach that's in which behavioral health is pulled into a broader healthcare conversation in ways that we haven't been before. And so looking at that and sort of trying to understand what's happening there, I think it's important to sort of pull out not just the strands of initiatives, but overarchingly, what are many of them getting at? What are some of those themes of those changes? And so one is really about more assertive services and a growing expectation that we cannot, again, hang that open sign and serve who comes in, but instead get out there and find people who need our care and engage them. It's our job to engage them, not their job to come find us and come in the door. And that has a lot of implications for how we do the work we do every day. There's an expectation clearly that we need to be providing housing for people. If somebody has a mental health or substance use need and they're unhoused, it's our responsibility essentially to house them. And I can argue all day long about that construct, but at the end of the day, that is clearly the expectation baked into a lot of the initiatives that are coming at us. And again, these are coming both legislatively and administratively. There's relatedly a pressure to deeply prioritize people experiencing homelessness within our system. And so if we have scarce dollars or inadequate resources in any particular area, our priority needs to be on those who are suffering the most, which in that definition means people who are unhoused and kind of publicly having their hard experience in a way that somebody that's housed doesn't have it. There's also a growing expectation for a much more robust substance use disorder service system, long overdue. Our SUD system has been pretty significantly underfunded compared to the mental health system historically. And so a growing understanding of the interrelatedness of mental health needs and substance use needs and various severities of both. But at the end of the day, we need that more robust SUD system. Increased expectations around comprehensive case management. You see investments all over the place in care coordination, care navigation, case management, called different things, but essentially the same deal, which is it's really hard for people to find their way to the variety of needs, services that they need, and how do we help support that journey, and particularly for people who are unhoused, don't have transportation, don't have communication, et cetera. And then a much bigger focus on outcomes related to health. And I'll talk a little bit more about that and what that really means. And then definitely we're also seeing a greater emphasis on using involuntary care in a way that kind of wasn't there a few years ago. And so that pendulum is sort of swinging the other direction, and a push to, if you can't get somebody involuntarily, then use an involuntary care pathway to get them there. And data and outcomes focus, I'll talk more about again in a second as well, but a much larger emphasis on data analytics and sort of measurement of health and well-being in ways that we haven't traditionally had to do in the behavioral health system. So that's sort of the service delivery side. On the roles and responsibilities side, or sort of the structure of the behavioral health system, the change that's happening is less tangible and a little bit harder to describe. And so I'm going to give it a shot, but I'll I'll own now that it may still be a little fuzzy to you. So we have all these program changes that are happening, and then we have this role change that's occurring. So we have always been a managed care plan technically, but again, we were not really treated as one. We were treated and we saw ourselves as that care provider. Back to that clinic, open the door, here we are, we got great services, come on in. The concept of being a managed care plan is that you're responsible for the health and well-being of all the people that are under the auspices of your plan. And so for us, that's everyone in Nevada County that has Medi-Cal and has a serious mental illness or any level of substance use disorder, which is a lot of people, many of whom we don't know. And we have no way of knowing even who they are barely, let alone how their substance use is today. And nonetheless, us, just like Anthem Blue Cross or Kaiser or California Health and Wellness or Partnership, are increasingly being held accountable for that whole big pool of people's well-being, regardless of whether they're seeking our services or not. And that is a pretty significant shift that will impact our department more so in many ways than all those new programs and services we need to be doing, because it changes how we function, the skills and expertise we need, and the work we need to do every day. Some of the things that we need to do to be a managed care plan, not just a service provider, are really advanced data sharing abilities, capacities. We need to be able to real-time share information with all different kinds of healthcare providers across the system, pharmacy providers, emergency department providers, primary care providers. That's not a thing right now. We barely have an electronic health record where we keep our information, and it has capacities to share data. So there's like the technical ability to share data, and then there's the actual, like the data getting to you in a useful way, and then you having the ability to act on that data in some kind of way. And I'll give you an example in a minute. As a managed care plan, the state also has significantly higher compliance expectations of us. So the number of mandates coming at us all the time of reports we need to complete, and really insanely detailed, complex documents we need to create or turn in and be audited on and whatnot, have just grown astronomically. And again, when you're Anthem Blue Cross, you have, office buildings full of people doing compliance work. In behavioral health, we have 2 people doing our quality assurance work. So this is a really big shift for us. It's not something we were set up to do, kind of that corporate level compliance type of work. And increasingly, when you're a managed care plan, the state uses fiscal penalties and rewards, but I'll underscore the penalties part of that as sort of their hammer on getting you to act in accordance with those compliance demands. And so in real life, I'm sure you're a little bit like, okay, what does that all mean exactly? Here's an example of what this managed care plan role looks like once you start focusing on that population health management. We're now, as of January 1, being held accountable to 9 performance measures, which is part of a state kind of performance accountability plan they have with the federal government around the overarching Medicaid system. So in the behavioral health world, there's 9 that we're specifically going to be responsible for. One of them is follow up with after an emergency department visit for a substance use disorder need. Okay, that sounds relatively innocuous. So what that means in real life is that on Saturday night, Joe Smith drinks too much, ends up in the emergency department due to potential alcohol poisoning, gets care and released home. Goodbye, Joe. And we have 7 days to know that Joe went to the emergency department. Joe might not be our client. We've never heard of Joe. Find out that Joe went to the emergency department, have some mechanism for getting that information, and reach out to Joe and try to engage him in services. And then we need to engage a certain percent of the Joes in service over the next 30 days, or we'll also be out of compliance. So that's a whole different level of, again, complex data sharing, analytics, and then rapid response systems, data systems that can intake what's called a admissions, discharge, and transfer feed from a hospital and take it into our system, shoot it out to the right people. Like there's tech needs there, there's, capacity needs, there's working relationships with key partners and understanding legal guidance around sharing information. There's all kinds of complexities in there to just make that one measure go. And there's 9 of them. And that's just sort of the first toe in the water of what's coming in that managed care plan role. And then simultaneously, there's this other level of change happening, which is financial universe shifts that are occurring. And again, these things are all interrelated, and I imagine you'll start to see that as I talk through these. But so back in the day, way back before July 1, we were on what's called cost reimbursement, which basically meant we provide services, we establish an interim rate for those services with the state. We provide services, we bill for those services at that interim rate. But at the end of the day, whatever it actually costs to do services, assuming we can prove we did the service correctly, document that the cost was appropriate, et cetera, we'd be reimbursed for the full cost. So if it turns out it costs us more than we thought it would to do our whole system of Medi-Cal services, we would get paid that difference. And if it costs less than we thought and we charge too much, we'd have to pay them back. So it's a very low risk system when you're in cost reimbursement. It's also a very constraining system. You are what you are, essentially. You do your service, you get paid back for that service. So there's no kind of growth potential there, which is a big downside to it. It's also extremely laborious accounting processes back and forth and audits going back decades, really. And so, a lot of downsides to the cost reimbursement setup. We transitioned on July 1 to what's called a fee-for-service system, which is a pretty big shift, really. So essentially, now we have rates, and those rates are set by the state, and they were set for each county differently, depending on their historical Medi-Cal claims data. And at the end of the day, we get paid for the work we do at those rates, end of story. So if we don't do that much billable service at the end of the year, our revenues will be less than we forecasted, and we won't be in very good shape. On the flip side, we can do more billable service than we expected to do and make more money than our costs and have money to reinvest in our system and do some of the things we know that are needed, like buy facilities or grow staffing or whatever it might be. And so there's a lot more risk, but there's a lot more opportunity. And probably most importantly, one of our key jobs in this fee-for-service in-between stage is to bring as much of our work into the Medi-Cal system as we possibly can. Because historically, working in the Medi-Cal system is challenging. There's lots of things we do that can't be billed or are very difficult to bill. And so those are sort of hidden costs of our system. When the state looks at our system, they look at Medi-Cal claims, and if things aren't showing up there, they don't see them as real costs. And so our job right now, in addition to pushing our staff and our contractors to produce, because that's how we generate revenue, is also how do we creatively look at every single thing we do and pull it inbound so that it's counted in the Medi-Cal system, because that really sets the stage for the final place where we'll be going on an uncertain timeline, but sometime in the next handful of years, which is to a capitated state. And capitation is how most managed care plans function. And it really relates back to that managed care plan roles and responsibilities. In capitation, plans get given a flat fee per member per month. It's just, here's your money. And then the states hold you accountable for doing quality services by way of all that managed care plan oversight that we were just talking about. So they're growing our ability to be held accountable in those ways and growing their knowledge of our actual costs so that we can get to capitation and they can pay us these flat fees per member per month. And then you manage the risk of your population yourself. You have a few people that cost you a whole bunch of money because they're hospitalized the whole year, and you have a few people that cost you very little money because they're very stable and you're managing them in an outpatient setting with very little care. And if you don't bring all your costs over, your rates are going to be too low. So that's critical issue number one, is maximizing our Medi-Cal billing right now so that we are clear on what it costs to right size the behavioral health system and really surface all the costs. And I think that's one of the big challenges. We've been held in this cost reimbursement place for so long that our system isn't right sized. We know that. We underspend across the board compared to the need that's out there because we've been hampered by the dollars we have to spend and the ways we can access more dollars and grow the system. And so, yeah, that is the fiscal universe transition. The other thing I will say around this slide is these are really complex fiscal issues and like business model changes. And as with many of the things I'm talking about today, I did not learn a lot about this in social work school. And it really speaks to the changing expectations on our system as a whole in terms of capacities and expertise that's needed to navigate. The other fiscal issues that are happening at the same time that are important to highlight, we have a number of unfunded mandates coming at us. LPS law is one of the big notable ones, but court programs is another place where we now have staff spending a whole bunch of time that's not billable. Involuntary care, much of that is not billable for us. And so those are, again, a lot of costs that we can't sort of pull back down from the Medi-Cal system. And then housing and that expectation on us to be managing housing for everybody without really ongoing costs of sustaining that housing embedded into our funding. The BHSA ballot initiative, we all know, is a big fiscal threat and opportunity in some ways, but certainly threat in terms of we're going to have to not fund some of the things we currently fund. And then on the positive side, Behavioral Health Connect will be an opportunity for us if we have the capacity to stand up the services that are called for to pull more things into the Medi-Cal system, either new things that we don't currently do or things we currently do that we fund elsewhere. So when I look at this whole picture, and this is really kind of getting back to that 60,000 foot level, I'm spending a lot of time thinking about like, what do we need in the behavioral health department of the future? Again, no longer open sign, come on in. Like we have these really complex array of shifting expectations. What does that look like for us? At one level, it's a staffing issue in terms of both capacity, like literal capacity, but also new skills and expertise. And that's at a clinical level from sort of outreach and engagement and co-occurring capacities and things that aren't necessarily what we've traditionally hired for. But also, as I've mentioned a bunch of times, like data analytics and kind of forecasting and fiscal needs and IT needs and things that are kind of well beyond what we typically have looked for. I think we have a lot of thinking to do around how do we use our contracted providers. We rely on them heavily. Many of them are pretty small town providers. We don't have a huge pool to pull from here in Nevada County, though I'm grateful for the great providers we do have, and we're in much better shape than many small counties. But nonetheless, how do we bring them along for this ride and invest in their capacity to kind of keep up with this changing landscape? We're clear that a lot of these changes impact not just behavioral health, but our county council department, our IGS department, our facilities department, et cetera, et cetera. These are pretty broad reaching in terms of if behavioral health makes all these changes, how we touch others. Again, that fiscal modeling piece, how do we forecast our well-being in a world that's significantly different than it was before, and looking ahead past current state, how do we forecast how we'll be doing? And then we definitely need to grow our treatment and supportive housing capacities, again, in the face of the mandates and expectations that are out there. So things that I think are sort of concepts that I hope that you as board members are beginning to think about and chew on, that we hope to bring forward in various policy opportunities over the next year or more. Role of contracted services versus internal services. And I think this is important both on a direct service side, which is where we do a lot of our contracting. Lots of positives to contracting out lots of services, in that our contracted providers tend to be more nimble than us. They're typically less expensive than us. They are much more connected to the community. They provide other pathways into our care, lots of really great things. And also, we have bumped into some of the challenges around contracted services. When we need to change how we do business due to mandates or whatever, it's hard to kind of bring along all our partners in the same way, who aren't subject to the same mandates that we are, et cetera. And we become very reliant on a few providers. And if they have hard times, that means we have hard times, and we are accountable for that. And then also we've begun contracting more sort of what I would call internal or core services, like revenue cycle management, or like the claiming process, or a lot of our IT capacity and different things like that. And I think there's a lot of risk in that, as well as, again, opportunity. And so just trying to balance those dilemmas a little bit. Relatedly, how often we're relying on consultants and third-party administrators. And at the end of the day, we're the ones on the line for the work they're doing, the decisions they're making, their risk tolerance, their, understanding of what's the correct thing to do, et cetera. And so, if we're going to continue down that path of using a lot of external people for some of these core functions, we need internal capacity to manage them and provide oversight at a level that's perhaps different than where we are now. Just flagging that growing this system likely down the road will continue to look like some increased staffing, as much as we lean into the external opportunities. And then the impacts of increased facility needs, which we know impact, again, lots of departments, but also the political landscape as well, because it's challenging citing facilities of various kinds in our community. And we know that creates tensions that you all have to handle often. I think there's a lot of advocacy opportunities for county leadership. And we heard about some of those earlier on the panel, but rural exemptions, I think, continue to be a really important avenue for us to focus on. As I think Michelle said really well earlier, like a lot of times we're designing policy around LA or San Francisco, and it looks really different in Nevada County. And so how do we bring that rural voice to the table? And many of you are doing such a great job of that. I'm really grateful for that and hope to keep focusing on that. I think advocating continuously and constantly for full funding of program expansions, that it's not, here's a little bit of one-time money, go forth and do this forever, but that there's long-term investment in some of these changes that are occurring. And I want to just flag, I think protecting realignment, the realignment agreements is really critical. And I think it seems like we might have slipped backwards a little bit on that in some of the conversations this past year, especially around what's now Prop 1, just in terms of, at a super high level, if realignment was essentially trading the risk of running these programs with the autonomy to run them how you wish. We gave up a lot of the autonomy, or we will, if Prop 1 happens. And so looking at that in the future as future legislation comes along. And so in closing, that's the end of my verbal blah for all of you. I hope that helped sort of give you some food for thought about all the change that is occurring, and as best as I can understand it right now, sort of a high level take on what it all means, and would love to dialogue with you about what about that is, do you have more questions about, especially on the advocacy front, what more would you want to understand to be effective advocates in the future? And then as some of these topics are likely to come forward to you in the future, what questions do you have that might help frame up those conversations?
So Phoebe, thank you for your presentation today. And then also we recognize the advocacy that you are doing at a state level as well. So thank you for that. Just before board discussion, I think it's really important to point out that this is among one of the largest reforms that I have seen in my career. And I came up through Health and Human Services. And if we could go back to the slide where some things to keep in mind as policymakers, not only is this going to impact your behavioral health department, but it's going to cascade to facilities and the auditor and contracts and personnel. And so as this reform moves forward, staff's going to be coming to you with expansion in those areas to be responsive to this reform, which is a state mandate. So I want to provide that additional context for you as you go into your board discussion.
Yeah, thanks for framing that up. Thank you, Phoebe, for your insight. And we understand you're obviously a leader at the state and the national level on this topic. So we feel so fortunate and blessed to have you part of this community. And thank you, Ryan, for your leadership here too. I'm going to open it up to the board. I have a lot of questions. I'm going to go last because I have a lot, but I just want to start with Lisa. Would you like to start?
I actually just have one question. Thank you for all the work that you're doing in this area. On the fiscal issues, under Behavioral Health Connect, there's an expansion of what is Medi-Cal billable. Just a couple of examples of maybe some new things, because those are the kinds of questions like people will come to us and say, I have this problem. And if we know that there's some dollars available through a Medi-Cal program, I think that would be really helpful for us to know.
There's a slide back there, but I can't. Yeah, so Behavioral Health Connect has 5 or 6 kind of big strands to it well, there's a whole bunch to it, but in terms of program expansions of things that will become Medi-Cal billable, most of them live pretty deep inside the most specialized part of especially mental health, I would say. But it's things like right now we have full service partnership providers at the adult and children's level. So Turning Point at the adult level, and this will mostly focus on the adult level. ACT, full service partnerships are loosely based on what's called ACT, assertive community treatment, which is a evidence-based model of working with people with very serious mental illness. And BH Connect will allow us to bill a bundled rate for those ACT services that theoretically will be more comprehensive than the way we bill now, which is a case management session here, a therapy session there, and together we piece together the money to make a full service partnership. And so it will hopefully free up some of our MHSA dollars that we spend in our FSP program by allowing us to build this bundled rate. Similarly, there's a employment support program that Turning Point runs for us that right now we pay straight MHSA dollars. It's not very billable. That will become a billable service if you do it to Fidelity, which is a whole thing in and of itself, and then are accountable to doing it to Fidelity, which is a whole bunch of auditing and whatever. So I'd say most of the BH Connect pieces are not going to be broadly useful, but maybe so in the ways that they free up other resources. So the same resources are the ones that we're losing, which is MHSA dollars. So, sorry, I think you're here.
Complicated. This is huge. So just curious, this is all really in that, but like, right, it touches so many like IT and all these things. So that's interesting. So are they going to change the HIPAA law to fit that they can share that kind of information with you? Like our doctor's office and hospital don't even connect. I know they're working on that. I know they've been working on some programming to do that sometime. That's a big issue. So now they're going to say they're going to call you. What's the liability in that?
Yeah, there's a lot of complexities around privacy laws, and even more so on the substance use side, where 42 CFR, which is what governs the sharing of substance use data, is much more restrictive than HIPAA even. And so there's advocacy efforts to loosen the 42 CFR regulations and bring those in alignment with HIPAA laws. And then there's work at a state level around consent management processes, because it's not just, do I give consent, but I need to know that you gave consent and then you rescinded consent and your consent didn't include me, it only included Ryan. And, there's a lot of layers to giving and maintaining consent. And so, yes, you are correct that is an overlaying complexity on that system that sounds so simple, like just let us know this person came in. Definitely.
Thank you, Phoebe. It's clear that you integrated this information in such a deep way that you can like spit it out for us in a new way so we can try to understand what it all means. And I appreciate the effort you put into that. This is a lot. And I know I'm going to have to go back and read this a few times. And then, and my third time, I'm going to go, oh, wait, what did that mean? So I appreciate
you staying open. I think we may need to come back to you again and again and and please don't be frustrated with us, explain that again, what with, because it is so much. And really for the first time today, what started popping in my mind as you were describing all this was almost a parallel system to our healthcare system for low income folks or for Medicare. Right. So what we really need is our own hospital or clinic with an on-site residential care facility and housing for mental health patients and substance abuse treatment. That's what we need, right? A facility that incorporates all of that. And so I'm right. Let's build a hospital. It seems like that's what we need to do. So are there ways? I mean, this is just like, I'm sure you've thought of all of these things, but we can't stand up a hospital and treatment facility. And I mean, and yet the complexity of trying to be like a hub where we send people out to all those places and then figure out how to capture the funds for that also seems insanely complicated. So maybe that's where I'm starting to think, can we contract some of this out to actual hospitals or clinics who do this stuff and have the staff? I mean, is this an insane idea or is this what it's going to have to look like?
No, I think what you're speaking to is, and Ryan, jump in anytime too, but at the like literal level, there's levels of care in our system, and those range from, light touch outpatient services that might be a psychiatric appointment once every 6 weeks to super intensive inpatient one-on-one care type levels of care and everything in between. And traditionally, we've operated either ourselves or through our contractors, mostly over here with some contracts over here for some levels of more, small contracts at all these other levels. Basically, we're covering our system like that. And so for sure, one of the things we continuously are grappling with is like, is it time for us to grow our local system more? Like, do we have more demand at higher levels than where we've been before? And what are the finances of that? Like, is that a viable thing to do, or will that become this sort of suck on all our resources that cannibalizes all the great work we do down here? And I think that's something that's important to say is our greatest strength as a system is also our greatest weakness. Like, we are all really aware that we don't have any inpatient psychiatric beds in Nevada County, and that's painful in many ways, but it's also caused us to be phenomenally innovative further upstream, so that when things like the incompetent stand trial data comes out, we're like the third best county in the state alongside very large, well-resourced counties, because we've been super creative in saying we got to serve people locally. When you look at our conservatorship numbers, we're very, very low because we're doing so much really great care at this level. And that's not just good for us financially, it's good for us as human beings in our community, because always the least restrictive level of care is the best care for somebody. And so I don't want to not acknowledge that. Like, there's some advantages to the way our system has worked, but yes, we are constantly looking at like, and it's not so simple as like there's this or a giant hospital. There's all these other, there's boarding cares and crisis residentials and all kinds of types of care of various levels that we have looked at, and particularly as some of these funding opportunities come along. And then you also need the alignment of like, you need site control to be able to apply for these funding opportunities, as well as like a business plan of how you're going to support it for the long haul, and aligning all those stars at the right moment with the analysis of the utilization is a challenge. And yes, we do work with outside, like there are outside providers that you can look to that bring in and do some of that work.
And I'll just add, I think it's always going to be a combination. There's always going to be some things that it's not going to be feasible for us to have local, and we're going to have to contract out and send people out of county. And then there are opportunities, and I alluded to this yesterday. I think Michelle mentioned that long-term this is net positive, and it's incumbent on us to try to figure out what does make sense locally. And what we want to try to build here with these unprecedented opportunities. But some of that remains opaque. The secondary guidance that was also mentioned in terms of what does a locked substance use treatment facility look like, and how might we have to either tweak the things that we do have locally, and we're really lucky to be a small county with a CSU or with residential treatment for on the SUD side for a county our size. Like, how do we need to change what we currently have, and where does it make sense for us to grow versus where we're going to continue to contract out? And really appreciate the work of this team to try to see the opportunity there.
Yeah, and I guess I'm not trying to focus on contracting specifically, but just imagining, I mean, we're growing our client base. We have to grow our client base, right? And we have to expand the services for each of those clients is what I'm hearing. And so I feel like we need to envision something different, something bigger and more comprehensive, maybe.
What you're describing, I've given a lot of thought to when you talk about comprehensive solutions. And I didn't mean to cut you off, but I just wanted to share in that a little bit. But it's interesting that the four pieces you're kind of asking of us, the contracted service and consultation and increased staffing and all those, I think that every decision we have in front of us as a board and every contract, we have to use this as kind of definitive criteria for making those decisions, or somehow apply like a matrix to those, because I think when we see big contracts come forward for small numbers of people, actually Member Swarthout and I have talked about that before, like high dollars for very small numbers of people. That's the critical care on the left-hand side, I think, or your right-hand side that you described. And it's challenging because you feel like, okay, we have to provide that service, but that money is going out to some other party or vendor who has general and administrative costs and overhead and profit and all that stuff. But then I'm thinking in my mind, like, how often do these changes occur at the state level? So I drew this little schematic of like 5 years, 10 years, 20 years. How we're being asked to build an infrastructure for something that may change in the next administration. I guess my question is, can you give us some understanding of the permanence of all this change? Is this here to stay? Because if it is, then we can start making long-term plans. Well, I guess you may not know. That's a silly question, right?
I mean, I think some of these shifts are, Michelle, I don't know if that's a lot, but please chime in. I think some of these shifts are, they're just, their growth, their evolutions. We are moving those directions, and that's not going to change in terms of our role as a managed care plan, our role towards capitation. How that looks in practice in the future, I think could depend. Like, is there more consortiums of counties that come together for some economies of scale on some of these pieces? Are there, Cal Mesa is a really critical organization, it's JPA, that we've really leaned hard into for some of the like infrastructure pieces of this changing landscape, and that has opportunities and risks also. And yeah.
First of all, you've done an amazing job of breaking all of this down. So kudos again. I will just add really quickly, if you look back at prior administrations, right? There has not been generally a focus on health care or health and human services writ large. We look at governors like Governor Brown, right, who kind of saw Medi-Cal in particular as a liability, healthcare spending is kind of annoying, really did not heed it very much. So there was all this legacy pent-up demand in the health and human services space for investment and change and growth and evolution, really, in a budgetary environment that was very constrained. And even before Governor Brown, right, Prop 98, which we talked about before, really locked up a lot of state general fund spending. And so the state budget considerations, they were always looking to where can we cut and where can we save and where can we squeeze? And HHS, given that, correction spending is fixed, education spending is fixed, the squeeze really always happened in health and human services. And so in a lot of ways, what's happening under the Newsom administration is unprecedented. And there are some really positive things happening. And as I mentioned earlier, it's all happening at once because of that sort of pent-up demand piece, right? I don't have a crystal ball, but what I can tell you is the public's mindset and shift around behavioral health in particular, to me, feels like it's different. And like the state and the federal government are coming into a new awakening around, whoa, maybe behavioral health is important. Maybe it matters, right? And maybe we need to pay attention to this in a way that we haven't in the past, right? But all of that shift and reform and transformation is going to take a long time because there are some underpinnings that are just really messed up. And that's part of why I mentioned commercial insurance earlier, right? And California has been a leader in trying to hold commercial insurance responsible and in trying to move the needle on Medicaid as a payer for a third of the population. And so I don't think that this is going to stop, but I think the chickens are going to have to come to roost at some point about the state and county relationship, particularly in behavioral health. And that's why Phoebe's point on realignment is so key. And that's why we all need to be mindful about the shift in the county state relationship that played out in Prop 1 this year, because it's about bigger things. It's about the state trying to exercise a lot more control in what was originally a deal that had to do with county flexibility. And I think it's a harbinger of time, things to come for counties and the state more broadly.
Yeah, thank you for summarizing all that. And it sounds, I mean, I think if I'm understanding you correctly, it is it's a shifting mindset. It's probably going to be here to stay. We're going to be progressive as we start building out capacity, at the county level, and the state's going to contribute differently. And we don't know, I guess.
Well, the state has really tried to get a lot out of counties without ongoing state investment. So the mobile crisis benefit is very unique in that the state agreed to do a statewide benefit where it puts up the non-federal share, meaning in order to do any Medicaid service, anything in Medi-Cal, there's a state or local dollar and a federal dollar. And typically within behavioral health, the state says, county, you pay the non-federal share, figure it out. And that's why we have so many optional benefits in county behavioral health. The mobile crisis benefit, because the feds pick up so much of it, was unique in that the state said, well, it's less than 50% that I have to put up. So sure, I'll put up that dollar and we'll have a statewide benefit. But I think it's not fair to assume that the state's going to kick in more ongoing. That really is going to have to be a larger county negotiation with the state about responsibilities and expectations, because the state's always trying to squeeze out of what is already earmarked for the counties. And right now we're in a little bit of the sort of question about, will all of this financing work itself out so that counties can maintain that entitlement responsibility ongoing, right? And not get penalized for missing the mark on Medicaid without more ongoing state funding to sort of acknowledge the bigger needs in behavioral health. And those are bigger questions and concerns.
One piece, and I'll turn it over to additional questions, but the Venn diagram you had where behavioral health was
I
at the
can't
center.
move this, otherwise I would. But, oh, look there.
Yeah, that works. My question, yeah, exactly. So probation, sheriff's office, incarceration, local hospitals, other care providers, it seems like we're taking this bigger role. And Martin sitting to my left and I had this great conversation this morning about how to pay for us taking a bigger role in our own community, because there were a collection of a bunch of different stakeholders. So some of those other pieces are things that we pay for, like probation and sheriff's office. So in preventing somebody from going to jail and spending 6 nights in jail, that cost has been shifted internally within our organization. And is there any discussion internally with your team or teams or the industry about how to handle that? Because obviously, right, if we do it right, like you said, upstream, then we're preventing people from spending nights in jail and ending up in a crisis stab unit somewhere and all this other really expensive stuff. How does it all factor in?
Yeah, I think that's always the hard thing about, like, we can save $1 million by, putting this person over here. It's like, but the $1 million savings accrues to lots of different systems. And so I think it takes a long time to right size around that kind of cost shifting, essentially. And I think to kind of circle back to what you were asking earlier, we're also seeing that like as some of these new services come online and new strategies come online, our needs that we're seeing from our client population are shifting also. And so, for example, right now our crisis numbers are actually down pretty significantly. And I think that's really related to the investments we're making in interim shelter and housing. And so, you know, if we were, you know, like it requires another level of analysis of like, okay, did we build out our crisis system? Oh, wait, we did. And now people aren't actually there. They're in this house where they need a whole bunch. So let's wrap out supportive services here. And then, oh, wait, people fall out and go here. And so like, it's a little bit that like, you know, whatever the toy is that you squeeze on it here and stuff squirts out over there. And you're like, oh, I didn't see that coming.
Yeah, it seems like it. And
Well, I think when you talk about transitioning into the needs we need, especially facilities, I have to think a lot of that's been going on for a lot of years. I mean, you look at Crown Point Circle. I don't know how long Crown Point has been in existence. Seven, okay. So there really wasn't that long ago. I mean, so you've had these kind of big needs. And I certainly don't ever see the county having to build something like that. I think that'd be a huge mistake. Most counties are trying to get out of the hospital systems right now. And so probably it's going to be something like a turning point or something like that, that's going to have to be. But then I think this is almost scary, I think. Can these types of programs be sustained? And you've already hit on so many of these things. It kind of threatens realignment. It'll threaten MHSA, some of our big fundings that we have right now. So that really makes you nervous. And then you look at the number of people that we are hiring, it has increased dramatically. And it is because of so many of these big programs that are coming in. This is going to add even more. There's no question that the need is there. I think that's wonderful, but boy, can we sustain these programs? Every one of the questions that I had, you kind of focused on. I'm saying, hey, these are going to be problems we're going to have. And I really like the last set of questions that we really need to continue to think about here. But I think we're going to see the results. I think it's wonderful, but it's going to be really frightening going into the process. And Phoebe, as always, thank you so much for your leadership at the state level too. Thanks, Chair.
Yeah, and I think just to, you know, that cost shifting conversation, I think even stepping back to a higher level and remembering sort of particularly CalAIM as an overarching initiative that is really behind a lot of these specific strategies is really a lot about that. Like basically at the gross level, Medicaid spends billions of dollars a year on all the beneficiaries in California. 1 out of every 3 Californians gets their health care through Medicaid. And for subsets of that Medicaid population, most of that money is spent and their health outcomes are terrible. And people, you know, die at ridiculously young ages and it's awful. And so I think it's really about at the kind of federal and state level saying, if we invested more strategically in those subpopulations, like people with behavioral health needs, can we get to better health outcomes? And so that makes sense at some level, like that and I think to your original question, Hardy, is that going to go away? I don't think it necessarily is, assuming we show results. Like if we do wrap housing and supportive services around somebody with schizophrenia, most likely they're going to have better health outcomes. We would all probably assume that to be true. And so that saves money in the long run in the Medicaid system that allows them to reinvest because that person isn't going to the emergency department 6 times a week. And so even just looking at healthcare spending, like that is the intention. I think the challenge is the like local dollars match to that. And then also I just wanted to touch on your other point about facilities, and I understand absolutely the risks of county-owned facilities, but also we are really seeing the risks of not county-owned facilities. And I'll just give one example. We have one primary provider for substance use residential treatment. We are mandated to provide that. We are held accountable if we don't get people in quick enough. And that provider just closed one of their facilities. And now we're, you know, us and 5 other counties are scrambling for the remaining, you know, 60 beds. And we're going to get in big trouble if we can't find a solution to that. And so it's really risky putting our eggs in the basket of other other people's decision making sometimes.
Stop it, Phoebe.
Fair. I guess I have sort of one final comment for me is to get to this question, is, you know, I like to come up with solutions. I sit here and listen to it and say, why don't we try this and why don't we try that? On this issue, it's just so big. And I do like the vision, actually. I think we could be in so much a better place once this all comes together, but it's really frightening how much has to happen in such a complicated way. And the county role feels very, very challenging. So I think for me, what I would need to advocate, I don't feel like I can go in and advocate for, well, can you fix the system so it better for us? Can you pick up more of the costs over here? Like, I can't go into that detail. I need a vision from you. I need to hear from you guys who know the system best, sort of, okay, here's our plan. And it involves building facilities or contracting out or hiring more staff with money we don't have. You know, I need to know, what are you going to tell us is the best way to get there? And what specifically does it take, no matter the expense, what is it going to take? So that then I could take that and say, we need XYZ to get the facility, or the, you know, that's going to be the easier part for us. Is I don't think could be effective on each of these little pieces trying to make the case for something better. But we need the vision so we can advocate for the big pieces that we need to implement, the costly pieces, to make that happen.
Yeah, go ahead, Ed. Yeah.
Yeah, this one that I had down with all this changes. This kind of goes to Ryan too. Is our structure, our county structure right now adequate? Or are you seeing changes on how we, you know what I'm saying, Ryan? Right?
Yeah, I mean, I think there are serious challenges in terms of capacity, and particularly in the behavioral health department. And when I go out to associations, even not behavioral health, the common theme is be nice to your behavioral health director, just because of how much is being loaded on them all at one time. And so, I mean, we have real capacity challenges, and it's hard to like think about how you move forward when you can barely keep your head above water. And again, some of it is opaque in terms of what we need to look like, but we do know there's risk in not moving forward and thinking strategically and bringing these plans to the board. If you go back to the different payment models, we're going to be locked in at what we do. So if we underserve our community, then they capitate us at rates that reflect that lower level of service. We're locked into that. And so I don't know that that answered the specific, does the county's structure support it, but
Supervisor Schofield, you're bringing up excellent points, and it's something that Phoebe and Ryan are diligently working on that coincides with our budget process. So your budget subcommittee is going to be looking at where expansion needs are, where staffing needs are, how it's going to be funded, not just for this year, but for 5 years out. What dollars are coming down from the state, and then how much do we have to lean on our realignment? So all this is going to be coming to you. So really the intent of today is to have this holistic picture of all the different reforms and how they intersect, and then what's needed in terms of county infrastructure that will be coming, you know, before you at future meetings.
Yeah, you bet. Sue, do you have additional comments?
No real comments, except for it is overwhelming. And then to look at that, even when you look at facilities, how are they going to be sustainable? You just said that, like, for addictions, they're closing facilities, and that's because they're not making money. Or is that the case? I mean, so those are the other things we have to look at, is how do we do this and not go under trying to do it? And how do we do and not wreck the programs that we've already started that are actually working? Those are the ones. I commend you guys for the work that you guys, we're seeing results. Like you said, our crisis line is down, right? So how do we create all this and keep doing the good things that we are doing in our community? So I'm like Heidi, we need to, I guess, really learn how we can really advocate for you, and then have those tough conversations and keep working from that direction. And again, I always think you're overloaded. We're just talking about that right now, like with all the new administrative paperwork that you're going to have to be pulling in. that's huge all by itself. So that's not even the hands-on that need to do the work with the clients. So I think we're just gonna have, this is overwhelming, actually. Thank you, Phoebe. I love that you're there. I love that Ryan, you guys all work together as a team, and your voice at the state has had a huge impact. So we are fortunate to have you. So don't go under. Don't let that go under. Come and vent to all of us or whatever you need to do so that you know that we are here and we support what's going on. Even though it's confusing and hard for us to understand sometimes, we are here for you.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And I do recognize how complex and confusing this is, and it's just my best effort at trying to pull out the big strands. But to your point earlier, Heidi, like it is something I need to think about again and again. And each time a different like strand becomes more clear to me. And so things will come back to you in more concrete forms as we start to figure out some of the specific asks that lie ahead. This just gives you the context for those, hopefully.
You know, one thing that comes to mind too, and Allison pointed out that we need to work closely with the state of California and our delegates to understand the impacts and be really candid with them about our rural county needs. And I know that we're all involved in different RCRC and CSAC and NACO and everything, but we need to be right there with you. So if there's opportunities where we can help, please bring that forward. I've just kind of had here in front of me the 4 questions you had for us, and I think this is kind of a distilled version of the same thing, but just as one board member, you know, I'd really like to a good non-biased assessment of the contracted services versus internal services, and I know there's different values you're measuring there, right? So one of them is the health outcomes, and one of them's financial, and one of them's internal change process. All those different things you're looking at, but just I would really love to see some more assessment or that quantified somehow for the board so we understand a little more. I'm not, and it doesn't necessarily need to be soon, but if you are making a roadmap or thinking about those, I'd like to learn more about that.
So it would be great to get input from board members. So an assessment, I'd like to lean on Ryan, what that would look like. It would be a study, probably with a consultant that would come in and do analysis in terms of our needs and cost of if you were providing those services in-house versus contracting out. And then someone mentioned, you know, learning model, I think it was you, Supervisor Schofield, about hospitals and healthcare systems in other counties and learning from what's working and what's not working as well. So Ryan, can you expand on what that would look like? And then it'd be great to have board discussion if that's direction to staff.
I'm just going to mention this budget unit is, I'm just throwing a number, 57 million. I mean, this is one of the biggest things we spend money on. And if we're saying, well, we can't, you know, a consultant's going to charge us X amount of dollars, 25,000, 50,000. I understand those are big numbers, but we're also spending big numbers every day.
And a lot of that work is already in process or has been done and just needs to be shared and brought forward with the recent changes. But I know behavioral health has already conducted somewhat of a needs assessment and more to that. But like, and I'm hearing this in other counties as well in terms of a lot of the more visible issues happen at sort of the crisis level or not being able to place people in psychiatric health facilities, but the downstream resources to be able to step people down from that are sometimes the gap that's showing up in that system because you can't offload people. So there's been an assessment. There will continue to be more work done that. Right?
Yeah, I mean, I guess also that's like, it's a really complex question if you dive into, you know, analyzing what we contract out, because we contract out for all different kinds of things. And I think to the degree that you're talking about like beds in facilities, that's a more narrow conversation, and that is the place where we've done some work. We had a grant to do a needs assessment around capacity and whatnot, and we can definitely bring that work forward. If it's more broadly like at every level of service that we provide, there's complexity all over the place with that, pros and cons and pluses and minuses.
One concept just for me is that when you bring forward contracted services and we're going into contracting season, so we're going to get a big taste of this when we get our consent count, you know, all the consent items. But maybe just put in the 2 sides of the coin for us, right? Here's the decision making, and we understand that, we see that right now, but here's why we're choosing connecting points or whatever for these financial reasons, for these care reasons, for these health outcome reasons, and maybe we can work through that through the staff report process on a case by case basis.
And I would also reflect on what Supervisor Hall said earlier in terms of needing to come back and update the board periodically. And yes, we can provide more context to the one-off items that will be coming to you, but I think there's going to be a lot more touch points and more time in front of the board to paint the big picture.
A suggestion that I have that I think this is a really important discussion, and maybe staff could work with the budget subcommittee to specifically look at what do we want to track and how do we want to measure in terms of contracting out versus having it inside the organization. And then Supervisor Chair Bullock maybe having more time with you to understanding if it's feds, is it services, is it all our contracts in terms of how we do that analysis before coming to the board. So that could be something for your board to consider in terms of next steps.
Easier than a consultant-based report, and you're already in possession of the data, and you're the experts are here. We don't need to hire anybody to tell us that, but we just need to have a conversation. So I like the route you're going. Sorry, Supervisor Hall.
Yeah, I feel like that makes me nervous, Hardy, because I feel like we need the contrast. We need to understand what it would cost and what it would look like, whether we're contracting out or whether we're doing stuff in-house. But the way I want to see it is in a comprehensive needs assessment. Like, they know whether contracting out or building and a locked down facility is a better idea. They know that. Our staff knows that. They've been dealing with that for years, unless something has changed drastically. So to my mind, I want to rely on that expertise and see the whole system, like the needs assessment and the system that needs to be built. And then within that, I'm assuming they would be saying, this piece this piece could be contracted out or not. And here are the differences, or this piece could. But I don't want like a just straight down the line, everything contract versus in-house. That feels to me like we're shifting the focus from what it needs to be on, which is the system of care and the gaps that are in it. And then for my mind, I want to make sure that we're not that what you're not presenting is this is a bare bones minimum, and this is what it'll cost. We know it's going to cost a lot, but I want to see, here's a bare bones minimum. Here's if we're really doing what we think we should be doing well, here's that picture too. Because we're going to need to still go out to the public, to our constituents, and to the state and say, here's what we're building. And when they criticize it, we have to be able to say, well, we only built the bare bones because that's the money we got. Or yes, we're failing on these measures. Here is how we already know we could succeed at them, but here's the piece that's missing that we couldn't get to because you're not funding it, or you're not creating the systems that we need, or you're not supporting our needs for contracts. I feel like it's important to distinguish between what are we building? Is it bare bones, or is it the right thing to do, and be able to explain that because the public's going to come back disappointed, right? No matter what, this piece is missing, that piece is missing. Why isn't the county doing that? We have to be able to explain that we're doing what we can. We've had to make these hard choices. So that's what I'm looking for, if that makes sense.
Yeah, if we can get to that in a time frame that is realistic, that's actually helpful in giving staff direction for these 4 pieces, I would support that entirely. I don't want to saddle staff in the middle of a huge process of change with additional metrics and developing reports that are only going to tell us what they probably inherently already know. I want an explanation of it starting immediately on a case-by-case basis, just so we can start building our own knowledge base. But I don't disagree with you. A comprehensive roadmap in my mind is probably, considering this is the biggest change that Allison noted in her career, and Phoebe in your career, and others, I don't doubt that that's the right way to go.
I do have a question about how are you going to be held? Are you guys going to be held accountable for because this is a new change. So this is interesting. So you're going to have to follow up with people that go to the hospital over day in 7 days. Are they going to hold you accountable for the ones that don't want to come into the program? That was interesting. You talked about that again. So we work all through these things, and I know conservatorship, and there's a lot of those things, but that's a lot of hoops to jump through. So how is that going to play into your performance? Here you're doing the work. You can't force people into treatment. And so sometimes we're doing great work. don't get me wrong, but you still are gonna have a percentage. And so is that gonna have any complexities to how the
Yeah, I
funding
mean,
comes?
at some point I can bring forth an in-depth dive into some of those measurements and what that looks like, but we just have to not do as well or better than the average county on those things. So 100% of the people are never going to come in. The median might be 30%. We need to be higher, or it's that kind of thing. And then the other thing I wanted to say is also, as part of Prop 1, one of the pieces that will be happening, like we already do pretty comprehensive planning for our Mental Health Services Act dollars. Under Prop 1, if that passes, our planning process will be significantly much more comprehensive of all the funding streams that touch behavioral health. And so I think some of what you're thinking about in terms of like sort of full picture view on the system will be coming down the road as mandated, and with a lot of very defined parameters of how it occurs and who's a part of it, et cetera. So I think one of the things I would just ask for as much as possible is to stay in alignment with the many, many mandates coming at us and try to use those where we can to get to where we want to get to locally as well.
So to continue this conversation, because I know we're going to be going to the next segment, the workshop is that recommendation to stand up an ad hoc per the appointment of the chair to work through these issues and then come back with some recommendations to the full board.
Yeah, it's reasonable to me that we're not at a place to make any certain decision today, but there's a lot there. It's a big piece to digest for us. And I think an ad hoc may be the right focus. Does anybody oppose that or think that's a good idea? You like that? Okay, sounds good to me. Thanks. We can go to lunch and let you guys, we're standing between you and lunch. But I just want to sincerely thank you, and I understand that your organization is going through massive amounts of change and massive amounts of stress and demand on your time and resources and all your staff members. So the conversation isn't done because we haven't talked about staffing that you need to get your work done that's right in front of you. So that's going to happen as well. But I just want to thank you for bringing it forward and talking with us.
Thank you very much. And we are going to take a 30-minute lunch and then reconvene at 1:15. We're going to start with our next presentation. I think we've got all of our supervisors in the room here. And we are making up a little bit of time, so we should still end up finished on time because we had a little shorter lunch, and we'll take a. So we're sticking to schedule. Just want everybody to know we're going to have a 60-minute presentation on homelessness with Ryan Groover and Phoebe Bell and Nancy Baglietto and Mike Dent up there. And so we'll start with a 30-minute presentation and then 30 minutes of discussion. Ryan, it's all yours.
Thank you, members of the board. Nice to be before you today to talk about homelessness. I'm Ryan Groover, the Health and Human Services Director for the county. With me, I have Phoebe Bell, our Behavioral Health Director, Mike Dent, our Director of Child Support and Housing and Community Services, and Nancy Baglietto, the Director of Hospitality House. So I'm excited to present to you today. I just want to take a moment before we dive in to sort of reflect on last year's presentation, where the theme that I kind of tried to lay out was trying to transition from projects doing one time, doing new things, to what do our ongoing programs look like. I think you'll see that play out in this presentation. It's not so much about the homeless plan, which is now a joint plan between the county and the COC, and which comes back to the board as it's updated separately from this. And it's not as much about things that we did and we're done with and the new things that we're going to be doing. A lot of the things we're going to be talking about are ongoing parts of the landscape of homelessness and ongoing programs. So really excited to talk through it all with you. And then the other thing I'd like to talk about just in terms of, or just frame up in terms of theme, is trying to suss out the difference when we're talking about homelessness, and particularly solving homelessness, between sort of the individual level and the aggregate level. And we'll get into that a little bit in the challenges area, but on the individual level, we absolutely can and do solve homelessness every day. And we've housed many people in our community over the 6 years now since the board prioritized homelessness. On the aggregate level, when you're talking about the systems that create homelessness, we still see at the state level and nationally those numbers going up. And so just want to paint that picture that on the individual level, we work very closely with people, and homelessness is a solvable issue. On the aggregate level, it's a large scale, complicated issue, just like so many of the issues we deal with: climate change, emergency preparedness, et cetera. And so I just want to sort of highlight that before diving in. So the objective from 2023, in partnership with the Continuum of Care: prevent homelessness, address the needs of people experiencing homelessness, and move towards sustainable ongoing programs. So again, back to that, moving from projects to programs lens. I wanted to spend a moment just talking about the most recent data that's available. So this data is from the Department of Housing and Urban Development's website, reflecting the 2023 point-in-time count. The point-in-time count is a biannual required count, something that we do in Nevada County every year to identify the people that we can count as experiencing homelessness at a point in time. That's occurring next week for 2024. So Nevada County in that count had 492 people total homeless, 227 people unsheltered, 265 people sheltered. That data is available statewide. Something I wanted to put a finer point on in looking at this data is our unsheltered. That's somewhere where Nevada County is a standout in the state, thanks to partnerships like Hospitality House, who was doing this work well before the board prioritized homelessness. It's been a factor in our community for a long time, but you can see that play out in the numbers that we have, plus all the efforts that have gone on to expand within our provider population, as well as within the county in terms of the sheltering that we're doing. So we're below 50% in terms of unsheltered. So we shelter more people than our unsheltered homeless on the street, the visible homeless problem. And that's unique for the state. Statewide, that percentage is much higher of unsheltered. We're the lowest percentage in these comparison counties. We're third overall in the state in terms of the percent that are unsheltered. So I just wanted to put a little bit finer point on the point in time count, and then also show some data over time from the point in time count. So you have the total count in California versus Nevada County. Nevada County is a little bit hard to distinguish here, but the blue line versus the green line, which is statewide. So you can see in terms of the total count, there is an upward trajectory over the last several years. Our shelter count has increased significantly with all the work that's been going on to do that. And at the state level, it's increasing as well, but not to the same extent that it has in Nevada County. And our unsheltered count has gone down compared to statewide, where they've seen that unsheltered number go up. And then really, we'll talk about this more upcoming in the presentation, but just there's more details available in the HUD point in time count data. But focusing specifically on veterans, you're all aware of our campaign to end veterans homelessness. And you see in Nevada County, the significant difference because of that focus that we've brought to veterans homelessness in terms of a reduction in that area. So the point in time count is, as its name suggests, a point in time. It's an imperfect measure. It's conducted all within the course of a few days, and it can fluctuate dramatically based on weather and other factors. We've worked very hard since the board prioritized homelessness through the work. I'll call out the COC, Brendan Phillips, Connecting Point, and others who've been, and all the providers who enter information into the systems to allow us to have actionable every month data on homelessness. And so these numbers are the numbers that were presented to the COC in November in terms of what the numbers in the coordinated entry system have looked like. So you see a over time increase in the number of people that are identified in a coordinated entry system. A little bit different in point, it's than point in time count. It's not intended to be a let's count everybody in the community. This is really the folks who are engaged in services, who are actively working with to try to resolve their situation. Having that focus on the coordinated entry system and clean data in our by name list, which is the system that captures that on a real-time basis, allows us to dig more deeply into, you've heard about Built for Zero here before, where we're not just looking at homelessness as a static issue. You've got a certain number of people who are homeless and that's it, but rather looking at the inflows and outflows. And so that's what you see on this slide. You see the various components of inflow into the system and various components of outflow from the system. And so this is intended to get into the details of this data just to illustrate that this information is now part of what's worked on a daily basis. It requires intensive work and provider engagement to make sure that all this information is entered cleanly and can be worked. And then the strategies that come along with the county being a member of Built for Zero assist with things like case conferencing, so that somebody, when they come onto the by name list, they don't just land on a list, something happens with that. If they come on the list because they're going to become homeless, they're connected with the right system for rental supports and assistance that'll allow them to stay housed. If they're coming into the list as a minor, they're going into the right system to be talked about by the right providers to connect them with the appropriate supports. And if they're a veteran, they're being case conferenced by our team that's working on veterans homelessness. So just really painting the picture of a dynamic system that involves intensive work and coordination across the board that we've been able to get to and build as in the community, not just the county. I want to talk about some highlights. So again, these are not things that are done and we're focusing on new things. These are ongoing things. So one item I'd like to call it is the homeless action plan. So our homeless action plan is again a joint plan between the county and the COC, and it lays out strategies across the spectrum from prevention work upstream to street outreach and engagement, to emergency shelter, to permanent housing, and to coordination and communication. So that's the board saw this presentation and received or plan and saw a presentation on it earlier this fiscal year. You'll recall that the governor's office requested more ambitious targets from counties across the state in terms of reductions in unsheltered homelessness, and the governor suspended all the homeless plans, convened counties. Supervisor Hook and I participated in that, and we revised our measures and as a county and a COC to be able to get that plan approved. And what that does, it moves us from a few years ago where we had a county action plan to an action plan that's shared by the COC and allows us, based on state legislation to access homeless housing assistance and prevention, or sorry, the homeless housing assistance program funding, which is the main homeless funding that's flowing to counties and COCs. And so having that plan in place is what's allowing our community to access critical funding to address homelessness. Housing projects, I'm not going to go and do a deep dive of the housing programs or projects that we brought forward, because Mike's going to talk a lot more about some of them in the housing presentation. Something I'd like to highlight on this slide is our work in SUD treatment, substance use disorder treatment, and harm reduction. And across the state and the nation, we've seen an alarming increase in fentanyl overdoses. And this year we had an uptick in overdoses among our homeless population specifically. And I want to call out the work that Phoebe and her team did and that Hospitality House did in responding to that. And our teams being out on the street literally saved numerous lives this year from people who overdosed. And because they were there, we're able to save a life with Narcan and with other interventions. And I don't know if you have anything to add to that, or Nancy, in terms of the work you've done in that space.
No, I just think it's one of those places where having really close working relationships and really solutions-oriented, action-oriented staff is just invaluable. And people just, the second there's word on the street that something's going wrong, team came together and just did everything they could to get support and resources out there, naloxone out, et cetera. And staff were helping revive people, clients were helping each other. And I think we averted a lot of potential deaths due to that rapid response.
At Utah's Place and at Sierra Guest Home this past year, we had 21 overdoses and 4 deaths. It's definitely real, and people are doing their very best. We're also making intentional efforts to go up and down Sutton Way to assist and kind of work with all the staff here, the county and the larger partnership.
And I just call out that's devastating work to be a part of, and to not be able to revive somebody, but then like the people that have been revived, there are people walking or living in housing or walking the streets today who are here because of that work that these teams have done. And so really wanted to take a pause to call that out. And then I'd like to do a deeper dive on a few projects. And so the Commons Resource Center, the Navigation Center, that's been a priority of the board for many years. We were excited to present last year that we had received the funding to make that happen. And so I'd like to ask Phoebe and Mike, if you have any comments as well, to walk us through the Resource Center.
So I think, as you're aware, we have done a soft opening of the Resource Center during these winter months while we're waiting on construction to be able to begin, which that timing's worked out really well. In the end, I think construction will be starting in March. So during these winter months, we've been open, partnering with Spirit Peer Empowerment Center. They brought staff on site, and the place is being pretty heavily utilized actually during these rough weather times. And I think bodes well for what utilization will look like and the impact that's being felt in that neighborhood in terms of a reduction in people outside during the daytimes, especially during bad weather. We're just seeing a lot of success already, and we are already co-locating like social services on site and other services, and really look forward to that being able to expand once construction's done.
On the construction side, as of yesterday, we did submit the plans to the city of Grass Valley in December, mid-December. Got some great service, got the plans back in like 2 weeks, which is great. They did have some changes, particularly out in the driveway for ADA access. We're hoping to resubmit the change orders, the change requests back to them at the end of next week and get that permit issued as soon as possible, because we need the permit to do the request for proposal to find a contractor.
And this is, I think, a good place to give a shout out or highlight the importance of a good partnership with the incorporated jurisdiction. Grass Valley has been great to work with on this. Supervisor Swarthout, your guidance in terms of how to approach community outreach and how to make sure that we're aligned between the county and the city and the provider community has been essential with that. And then also coordinating with our neighbors' Hospitality House in the neighborhood there. And there's been a lot of concerted effort to make sure that we're working as partners there, and that Utah's Place and the Resource Center will be symbiotic and really support the 24/7 needs of our homeless community. Well, it worked in the beginning, but it failed for everybody else. There we go. This is a lot of detail on this slide, and so definitely not trying to do a deep dive into any of these things, but just wanted you to see, we talked quite a bit about CalAIM and the behavioral health presentation earlier today. There are components of CalAIM that are mandatory for behavioral health departments and others, and then there are optional components of CalAIM, such as becoming an enhanced care management provider, which is what you see on the right-hand side in terms of the populations that are eligible for that, including people who experience homelessness. And so our behavioral health department has been a leader, really, of the regional counties. I've seen, we were the only county in the North state area that was participating in ECM in the way that we were. And then Hospitality House was the only local nonprofit provider that I saw on the list in terms of providing those community supports. So you see that array of supports on the left-hand side of the slide. And so I'd like to ask Nancy and Phoebe to talk a little bit about how we're leveraging CalAIM in the system.
Well, for Hospitality House, this CalAIM has been an enormous, sorry, mine's weird. Has been an enormous change and evolution in our organization. Funding for shelter has pretty much gone away. There's very little of it available. And so this Medi-Cal billing and specifically CalAIM has been very, very, very helpful, but it's been a cultural shift for our organization completely. So housing navigation, housing tenancy, recuperative care, short-term post-hospitalization, and housing deposits have been very, very key to moving the needle to successful outcomes for our folks. I was sharing with Ryan earlier that recuperative care, theoretically, we could have both Sierra Guest Home and Utah's Place completely full of people that just fit into that category. The need is so great. Of course, we're staying focused on our mission, so we're only serving those that are homeless and fit into that. But it's a big switch for us to be able to do this, and we're having to look at staffing and how we're hearing earlier about behavioral health needing additional staff. We're facing those similar challenges with this complete change in the way in which we're doing business.
Yeah, and I think the saying that was coming to mind when you were talking is there's no such thing as a free lunch, that saying. So enhanced care management is exciting in that we see it as an opportunity to try to find a sustainable funding stream for a line of work that's not easily billable to Medi-Cal, which is sort of that outreach and engagement work that we started with the home team in partnership with Hospitality House. And they've been doing outreach and engagement forever, but like at a larger scale level, and trying to kind of sustain that for the long haul using ECM. There's a really heavy administrative lift that goes with it, and a mixed story on sort of the cost reimbursement mechanisms of it. But it has allowed us to continue to serve folks who we know ultimately belong in our systems of care, who have behavioral health needs that aren't engaged in treatment and therefore are harder for us to figure out how to serve otherwise. And so it's been a really good learning process to work down this path of trying to do this service and see the ways that it's a benefit and the ways it's challenging.
I think one of the other major benefits is the county and Hospitality House have been really excellent at partnering. The county is doing the ECM component of it, and Hospitality House is doing community supports. And that back and forth has really kind of made the work together all that much more impactful.
And definitely there's a heavy lift in terms of participating in these programs. I heard from a colleague from a similar sized county that they've been running in the opposite direction of CalAIM and trying to do everything they can to avoid having to participate. Like I'm proud that we have like run into those metaphorical flames, because that allows us to do more with what we have available. And so if we're able to sustain the home team more with CalAIM, then that means more of the other funding can be shifted to the outreach teams and efforts for Hospitality House. And then to the next slide, if Hospitality House is able to leverage the community supports, then the money that we have available for something like behavioral health bridge housing can be stretched further and more people can be housed because you're blending these revenue streams to be able to provide more service. Oops. So that brings us to behavioral health bridge housing. So this is another standout area for the county that I mentioned very briefly yesterday, but behavioral health bridge housing is a grant that has been allocated to all counties to be able to stand up additional homelessness housing, especially for people specifically experiencing behavioral health issues. And Nevada County, because of the partnership with Hospitality House and Behavioral Health, was one of the first, especially small counties, to have a behavioral health bridge housing program up and running. And so I'd like to again turn it over to Nancy and Phoebe to talk about this program and how it's going.
Yeah, I mean, the only way we could have responded so quickly and stood this up so quickly is because of having a very nimble and responsive partner in Hospitality House. And I think together we sort of conceptualized this, because bridge housing is really interim housing, or extended shelter stays would be another way to say it. It's not housing. And so to us, it made sense to embed it in our shelter system, which Hospitality House runs, and take the enhanced staffing that comes with it to hopefully help support those people comprehensively in different settings than just Utah's Place, but look at the beds as an addition to an overall system versus a separate program. And I think that's been a really key part of it being able to be successful right from the get-go.
The folks that we're serving are high utilizers. These are folks with high needs, substance use and mental illness, all sorts of issues come to mind. What's very interesting is that since we have stood up this project, which had 30 people in it on day one, that's how strategic this partnership was. We have seen so fewer calls for service at the resource center, because many of the people who were at the resource center spending the night behind, on the street, have now been put into housing. And so the work has already started to be done. 4 people have already moved into permanent housing, actually, from the VHBH program. So it's making inroads.
And it's not just an issue of being able to get it standing up quickly. You'll see on the slide that this is $3.6 million over a 5-year period. So it's subject to a lot of the constraints on a lot of homeless funding, where it's not ongoing sustainable funding, but having a program up and running quickly will position us to compete for the upcoming rounds of competitive funding, that if we took a longer on-ramp, we wouldn't be as competitive to receive those. And so it's part of a strategy, not just to get people housed as quickly as possible, but to make sure the community has access to enhanced levels of that funding going forward.
There's one other detail. Most of the folks are being housed right now in motels. We are hoping to be able to move that to master leased housing, and that's where we look to our community as well for opportunities to be able to house people more effectively. So it's a very broad landscape for which we can work in, and we're fortunate that there are a lot of open-ended parameters that we can work. We get to decide for our own community and our own programs which places are going to work the best.
And another highlight, I'd like to call out Hospitality House and give Nancy an opportunity to talk about the Sierra Guest Home project.
So a few years ago, we applied for a community care expansion grant. Hospitality House was given $6 million to expand the Sierra Guest Home, which is at 131 Glenwood Avenue in Grass Valley. It went before the Planning Commission just this Tuesday to be able to be granted a variance for a 1-story building. Originally, we were thinking we were going to have to expand to 2 stories, but in that neighborhood, it looked a little bit better to have a 1-story because it's quite a small neighborhood feeling. And so we're going to be going from 17 rooms to 27. No need to put an elevator in. And as a result of being able to have some cost savings of not going to a 2-story, we're looking to make some upgrades to the neighbors and try and make this project a little bit more comfortable for them. I think it's the neighborhood is struggling a little bit with this expansion project, and we're doing our best to work with them. But we're very excited to be able to expand housing and for seniors and for veterans.
Very exciting to see that coming to fruition for the community and to see those dollars coming into Nevada County. So kudos, Hospitality House on that. Last major activity that I'd like to highlight is the campaign to end veterans homelessness. And so this is data from our coordinated entry system in terms of what's showing up in terms of veterans homelessness. So you'll see the significant decrease there. And so I'll just reflect again on Built for Zero. So Built for Zero is a national movement that really looks to get counties and COCs to the place of having clean coordinated entry data so that you can use strategies like intensive case conferencing and campaigns to end homelessness for target populations and really leverage the community provider network and resources that are available to get to what's called functional zero. So functional zero does not mean that we don't have any homeless people in a given category. It means that you've gotten the number of people who are homeless in that category down to a level where it's equivalent to the people coming into the system are equivalent to the resources that are available to house them. Basically, as new people come in, you can house them. And they set a target for that for veterans homelessness, they set a target of 3 in consultation with our teams. And so at the beginning of the campaign to end veterans homelessness, there were 29 people showing up in our system. As we've worked through this process, 60 veterans have been housed. So that speaks to the dynamism of the homeless population. It's not a static thing where you house those 29 people and then you don't have homelessness anymore. More people are being identified. People are coming out of the woodwork. And so getting from 29 to 3, which is what we had in our system as of November, at the level that was established as functional zero, really involves an all hands on deck approach and teamwork in terms of like, as somebody comes onto that list, they do what's called case conferencing, where they talk about that person's needs, what programs they might be eligible for, and get them connected to a unit as quickly as possible. And so I think it shows how successful you can be when you have a limited population and you have those strategies, and population like vets has specific resources available to them. And so you can see your trajectory go in a different way than what you see in the overall system of homelessness. And I think there's a lot of potential for this framework to be used for other populations, whether that's youth or whether that's geographically distinct populations such as Truckee or North San Juan. And so excited about what this strategy has for the future. I will say we're not able to announce that we've achieved functional zero in veterans homelessness. You have to get to 3 and you have to sustain it for a while. And we recently learned of another group of veterans who are going to be coming onto this list. And so that's disappointing in the sense of not being able to say hooray. And it's also exactly what we want to have happen. We don't want them out there unhoused and not being engaged in our system. And so that is a success to see more people come onto this list so that we can get them housed. Want to talk a little bit about challenges and threats, and I'm running a little short on time here, so hopefully try to get through this. But I just want to highlight a couple things that have come out in the last year or so. One is this UCSF study on homelessness, a really comprehensive study where they went out and they interviewed homeless people across the state to identify issues that they were struggling with. And it really, I put it in this category of inflow because it really speaks to that aggregate homeless issue that I was talking about earlier. I'll encourage folks to go out and look at this. There's a really succinct summary available online. It shows that our homeless population in California is an aging population that disproportionately affects minorities, that there are challenges where a lot of people identify homelessness coming after being institutionalized in some way. People with mental illness or substance use disorder are overrepresented in the homeless population. But ultimately, one of the key findings was that the arithmetic of homelessness is really simplistic. It's the gap between the income that's available to people, either through income or benefits, and the housing that's available to them. And many of the participants identified that a subsidy as low as $300 to $500 a month could have prevented their homelessness. And that's a commonality in the homeless population. And those things have gotten worse. And that's where I talk about at an aggregate level, when we hear about in the legislative advocacy section about the degrading of the social safety net system, when we see housing prices rising, there's more and more people are going to be coming into the homeless system as much as we build it out. So all these factors, affordable housing, safety net, inflation, all of them play a role in that. And then I also want to call out the CSAC at-home plan. And we talked a little bit today about the state-county relationship, but the at-home plan, I think a lot of you are familiar with it. Some of the key things that it highlights are the lack of role clarity and consistency from the state. Right now, we have 58 different strategies across the state because we have 58 different counties, and there's not clarity in terms of what counties do and what cities do. And there's also a lack of dedicated ongoing funding. And then a challenging legislative agenda where the state's focusing on downstream interventions, such as SB 43, where you're talking about 5150 and conserving people who are experiencing homelessness versus, and then cutting upstream funding sources. So I'm wondering if we can get like 5-10 more minutes on the clock. Okay. Fiscal outlook, I just want to highlight the loss of COVID funding. So a lot of what's been built in the state and the nation around homeless services over the last few years has been leveraging ARPA and some of these COVID-19 funding sources, which are disappearing, as well as in the nonprofit sector, reductions related to that. We've seen reductions in critical homeless support programs that target specific communities, like the CalWorks Home Housing Support Program was at expanded levels, and the most recent budget was reduced. The SOARworks program, which is the other end of the spectrum from young families and is looking at older adults and disabled people, which Freed is a key provider, was reduced as well. And the state's putting a lot of eggs into the baskets of the HAP program. That funding that I mentioned is flowing to the COC, and leaning into entitlements like Medicaid to try to solve the homelessness problem. And that is a real and persistent challenge. And I think it's clear why the state does that and why they don't come out with mandates. And actually the governor said this when the counties convened, that if they mandated services, they would have to provide funding for that. And so that's why they rely on optional programs and soft mandates, where if you want to get something, you have to do something else. A challenge I also want to highlight is the challenges in serving outlying areas. So I'm highlighting Truckee and North San Juan here. So Truckee, in the most recent point in time count, had 30 unsheltered individuals, North San Juan 19. That's small in comparison to the overall county, but significant populations, and yet a difficulty in accessing services. And there's different flavors between these communities. In Truckee, the North Tahoe Truckee Homeless Services is a key provider up there. A lot of grassroots efforts in terms of homeless services in the Truckee area. They expanded a lot in with COVID-19 funding. They've had some significant housing successes. So Truckee's really leaned into development of housing, and that's allowed people to transition from the homeless system into permanent housing. The weather in Truckee is obviously extreme, and they terminated winter sheltering this year. And so we've talked a little bit about the efforts the county has taken to help support that this cycle. And Hardy mentioned yesterday, there's a work group that's looking on long-term homeless solutions in Truckee. I really want to highlight the potential for things like Built for Zero to benefit that community, where you have a lot of nonprofits and resources in the community and a relatively small population. To me, it's perfect for another Built for Zero campaign. North San Juan, 19 unsheltered. The North San Juan Community Center plays a key role there. Another grassroots effort to address homelessness. They're an under-resourced community lacking a lot of the infrastructure that's necessary to build local things. And then getting more access to Western County services is a challenge, although not as much of a challenge as it might be in Truckee. Got a highly engaged service provider who's participating in the COC. All these are within Nevada County, so they have access to the things that are in Western County. It's just harder to get to them than it is for people that are in Western Nevada County. And then I want to talk a little bit about weather sheltering, and then I'd like to request board guidance and discussion on strategies for that. So to the left, or this picture here shows the temporary emergency weather sheltering that we've set up for this season in the Joseph Center in the conference room there. So you can see the cots out there in the Joseph Center. We've done a little bit of research in terms of what other counties are doing, and I wanted to touch on that briefly. And just, I'll start off by saying that this is not a scientific survey. Like, answers were kind of all across the board. In Nevada County, we have winter sheltering activities in Nevada City, North San Juan, and Truckee. And what we found is that we're pretty unique in terms of the county role in homeless weather sheltering, where we, in the case of Nevada City, actually make the call for when the shelter is going to be open. And in the case of Truckee for this season, we're actually running that shelter. Most places it's in Nevada County, with all these things arose as grassroots things, community providers providing a charitable service. So in Truckee, that was Church of the Mountains. In Western County, North San Juan, or it was Sierra Roots, and in North San Juan, the community center. The county role has expanded. I think we faced a lot of challenges with how to manage that. The survey or the information we gathered identified that there's basically 2 other jurisdictions where there's a weather shelter that's persistent, not based on a declared emergency, and there's a strong government role. Those are Butte and Mendocino, where it's run in the case of Butte by a nonprofit in coordination with the city of Chico, Mendocino, where it's the Fort Bragg Police Department. Then you have several counties, the pink counties, where they stand up something in extraordinary events, like OES or the sheriff identifies there's an emergency happening and you're setting up homeless sheltering. And then you've got several that just do day services. I believe those are the blue, where they open a day warming center, but they don't do an overnight shelter. And then I wanted to highlight Del Norte because they used to have a warming shelter run by a nonprofit, and they stood up, and that nonprofit is transitioning to a permanent homeless shelter. And so that's another factor in Nevada County. We have a permanent permanent shelter where a lot of communities don't have that. And then the gray counties basically responded that they open a evacuation shelter if there's an emergency, which really should be everybody, because all counties do that. So it's all across the board. Nevada County is unique in terms of the hands-on approach that we have to sheltering. And the challenges there are that the need continues to grow. We have more and more people coming. It's intensive in terms of capacity and funding. So the demands on capacity for staff to be able to be involved in this, with Mike doing it for with Sierra, in partnership with Sierra Roots, with Jasmine and the work she's doing in Truckee. There's not sustainable funding for it. So it's either competing with other providers at the COC for funding. It's unpredictable in terms of what's needed. Where to draw that line in terms of when you open shelter is always controversial. And ultimately, it's a Band-Aid solution. It provides somebody shelter for that evening, but it does not get them housed permanently. And so that's a real challenge with what we provide here. So we've outlined a few models here. So for the board to consider, one is to return to a traditional model where the county opens only if there's a OES call or a declared emergency, and we rely on the charitable and faith-based organizations to do their best in that situation. I know that'll be challenging given the level of involvement we have currently, but that is how it's done in most places. A county-run model where the county hires the staff, both permanent and temporary, to make that happen. We utilize county-owned leased facilities, and we develop the criteria to make the no-go. This would be a significant open-ended general fund allocation need, or a contracted model where we dedicate a finite amount of general fund for the 3 areas and conduct an RFP for providers. The providers can develop the criteria and stretch it as far as they can in terms of when they're able to open. If incorporated jurisdictions or others feel like they want those criteria to be expanded, they can contribute additional funding to allow that to happen. And if we didn't spend money in a given year, we could reserve, because the weather was lighter, for example, we could reserve it to be used for different years. So that's not necessarily all the potential models that are out there, but this is a very challenging area that we work in, and I need further guidance in terms of how to move forward with that. And Mike has been deeply involved with this over the last 5-ish years. And so I'm here for questions or any additional comments that you have, Mike.
No additional comments. I mean, bridges to housing, feedback I'm hearing out on the street is, yeah, we're seeing people move on to housing, which is what we want to do. But as we know, then the backflow of new people housing, becoming homeless, just keep going.
Thanks, Ryan. Tremendous amount of work you've done and your team, and thanks to our partners like you, Nancy. who are in the front line, I kind of experienced firsthand what happens when we have a community partner that can no longer meet that need in East County, and we saw the fallout from that. A big conversation, I think what you're asking from us really is some board direction for the 3 priority areas: Western County, Eastern County, and North San Juan. And I'll turn it over to my colleagues on the board, but I just wanted to mention that in some of those areas, like North San Juan would be a good example, it may cost us more per person to provide those services and in East County than it would when you have a concentrated population basis like Western County. And it's apples and oranges. We may not need this. We definitely do not need the same things. We don't need big shelters, and maybe we need smaller, more scaled shelters. Just my personal opinion, I don't think without the stakeholder, the nonprofit community and our community partners, we can do it alone. It's really hard for me, but I just want to hear from everybody and open it back up to the board if anybody would like to kick it off. I know we've had a lot of success in Grass Valley, and I don't know, Lisa, if you'd like to comment on anything for us.
Yes, thank you. Thanks for the presentation. I think the success in Grass Valley has been the communication between the city, the county, and Hospitality House in trying to figure out who's doing what and everybody staying in their lane. So for example, the city of Grass Valley provides any sort of law enforcement needs revolving around what happens at the shelter or the now the navigation center. But because of the communication that Nancy has with the chief of police and with the city, there are other things that happen with law enforcement to provide services that aren't necessarily their responsibility. For example, during the winter storms last year, when Sierra Roots closed down, I know that Hospitality House worked with the city to try and find people, pick people up and give them rides over to the vets building where we ended up setting up the emergency shelter. So that kind of collaboration and cooperation and good communication is really important. And kudos to everybody who's involved in it. And we need to continue with that. But agreed, I look at, we have the contract with Sierra Roots to provide the sheltering in Western Nevada County, mainly Grass Valley, Nevada City, and what that entails. And it's almost the same expense to provide it up in Truckee because you don't have the infrastructure up there to provide for it. So looking at some solutions to, maybe partnering up over in the Truckee area with the North Tahoe is a way to go to serve a greater amount of people because there's just a cost efficiency in doing that. In North San Juan, I'm not sure it's hard. I know some of those people do try to, if they have transportation, they can get down to Nevada City, but I'm guessing that a lot of them don't. And so the work that the community has done up there, I think is amazing.
Yeah, I think that for volunteer grassroots type of a situation in North San Juan across the river, it is hard for people to get to town. We have a lot of campers up there. So there's things that do go on, and they've done a very good job for the most part. I mean, they've had some help from Red Cross over time when we had emergencies, had some help from PG&E and the county as well. They do have, which was lovely. They've got some people there that are very passionate about that community that all volunteer time to go there. So again, the funding is very limited, and we just saw that this year when with some of that funding, they were looking for funding to keep rolling, and that's just not something that's in our budget particularly. So yeah, there's some challenges, but is it needed there? Most definitely.
Yeah, I mean, this isn't going to be popular, but you see that it's unusual that the county is so involved with these shelters. We're doing all of all of the homeless services. And we have talked for a while about how and if the cities could be contributing more. And I think we have to start working with them on that. It hasn't been the county's purview to be setting up warming shelters in addition to all the other shelters and work that we're doing. And I know it's hard for the cities too, but I don't know the background in Truckee, why Truckee is involved. Yeah. But if, you know, I feel like Truckee and even Nevada City, the smallest of the cities, has said they want to play a bigger role, and I would love for them to do that. So if the cities can do a little bit more, then I mean, I think we have to be the ones to contribute to Sue's district up there, because there is no city up there that can do it. But I think we have to spread that. If we can, and we want to do it cooperatively, but with the cities, but I think we have to spread that out a little bit.
Can I ask a clarifying question? Can you put the map, the survey map up there for us, please?
Yeah.
Yeah, perfect. I just want one follow-on question. Friend of mine's on the Sacramento, on Sac County Board of Supervisors, Rich Desmond. He and I talk about homelessness in a massive scale, right? And you put the graph up there. But on those counties, I mean, you hear about what they're doing, but you're not indicating that they're doing anything here. Can you just tell us maybe a little bit what's going on there?
Sure, and I apologize. I was breezing through and didn't provide all the notes that I had.
Yeah.
We didn't survey every county in California. What we did was we looked at counties that had a similar weather band. So we actually looked at National Weather Service information in terms of counties with similar weather. And then also counties that are similar in size. So Sacramento has a whole array of different sheltering options and service options available. And then I also reached out to my Health and Human Services counterparts to survey folks in terms of what they're doing. And so it was not like an every county survey. And we didn't get responses from everybody that we reached out to that were.
Yeah, thank you. I just, if you didn't think it all the way through, you'd look and say, well, none of those counties make contributions toward homeless services. But that's not necessarily what is being indicated. Right, but and I'm not disagreeing with you. I just wanted to understand how we fit into that continuum of county support when it comes to homeless services.
Yeah, and that's what this is representing, is warming shelters, and whether anybody has a model similar to ours, which
okay,
I did not find. And even within our models, they're distinct. So and have different challenges. Truckee, the provider it started as grassroots with the county providing some funding, pulled out, and so we need both a provider and a location. But we have people who are willing to fund it. This year, the cities or the town is providing funding, the hospital is providing funding, and the Placer County, Truckee Community Foundation are providing funding. And so the funding's not as much of a challenge there. North San Juan, there's a funding need where they've always previously been more like grassroots and charitable donation driven. And then Nevada City, obviously, we saw big issues related to Snowmageddon and the capacity of the provider being able to go year to year, and then continual desires to have those criteria set different places. And so really it's unsustainable, inconsistent, and like it will grow and deplete capacity to invest in and work on the programs that actually house people. So that's where I'm looking for further discussion in terms of strategies.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's what's important about North San Juan is there is a lot of donation and involvement in the community to do that, but it is there's limited funding there. And we aren't on the side of there's not housing, particularly that's even available on that side of I mean, we even looked at that one time. I asked them, well, how come we can't have a house for working on change over for homelessness into housing, right? But there's not anything available there, which is very interesting. So they got an active group over there working on services. I think that's incredibly important. I think we've housed people up there as well through the services where they meet on Tuesdays. We have Happiness Clinic up there now. So there's a lot of great work being done through the North San Juan Coalition with our behavioral health has been fantastic on and having input there, as well as other agencies that deal with that. So there's a lot going on there, and you have to give a lot of credit to a community that's that small that really does have a lot of involvement that's going on. But PG&E and all those things are expensive, and so that's where they run into that little bit of a glitch.
I just have a follow-up question for Supervisor Hall. When you say that that you'd like to see the cities more involved in it, what does that look like? I mean, is that, I'm just curious as to how that would look, because city, city, at least our two cities don't have health and human services departments or personnel that are trained to deliver these types of services. So I'm curious as to what that looks like to you.
That's something I would want to sit down with the cities and figure out what would be the best way for them to contribute. But the other cities do it. So I'm sure there are models out there and we would certainly be there to help, but it just would shift some of the responsibility since we're covering all the rest. Really, it's just the one time and they're closest to the problem. So and it sounds like what Truckie's got going on now may be a model. So you bring in funding from different partners, and then you have to find the group that can do it. And I think we always have to be there to help to provide the services that we always do. But I think it would be, on case by case basis with each city, what they could do. I think that might be a thing for us to sit down and do together. County and the cities, how can we each make this work?
I'm sorry. Yeah, go ahead.
Well, I just want to say I probably know the least about this than any supervisor. I know I have homeless issues down in South County because if I have a building that's been vacated right there along the Holiday area, in go the homeless. Another facility over on Wolf Road, as soon as it's left unsupervised, in go the homeless. So I know they're there. But I don't, I mean, when you read about the county count, I don't even know if it goes down into the South County. And I don't know what happens when it gets too cold. Maybe the fact that we're low enough down and we're closer to Placer County that doesn't do anything. I don't believe we do much of anything down there either, unless it's an evacuation situation such as a fire or something like that. So I just find it really interesting. I feel like I can't really contribute that much because I'm not even familiar with Sierra Roots or whoever else is really assisting with these types of programs, but definitely interested.
I'll just say that when there's an event and when the shelter's open and people are experiencing the need for the shelter outside of Nevada City, there's a lot of collaboration that goes on. Hospitality House helps with their hat van in terms of transporting people. Law enforcement plays a role in terms of getting people to the shelter. And so people absolutely come from areas other than Nevada City to access that shelter.
I'd really like to know what that is. I mean, I kind of doubt that there's much of anything that goes on down there. I mean, I just think that they're more related to Placer County. I don't know, maybe you're more aware of it, Allison.
No, I mean, I have the same observations as you, Supervisor, but I can't say with certainty whether or not they're utilizing Nevada County or Placer County services.
I'm not being critical, not at all. I'm just saying it. I just don't seem to have that issue that much. And as a result, I've often thought, gee, I should probably volunteer when those situations occur, but I haven't done that much of it.
And our point in time count data does geolocate people in terms of where they're counted. And there are homeless people in South County, but the numbers are definitely not the extent that they are in Nevada City, Grass Valley, or Truckee. So, go ahead.
So I was going to redirect the conversation because this is really the policy guidance that staff needs, and to look at consensus among the board of what model you'd like staff to work on and align with, and understand the pros and cons with each. Understanding that these are general fund dollars, that we do not receive an allocation from the state to operate warming shelters, so there is an expense. And so what I heard from Supervisor Hall is looking at Model 3, which is contracted with a provider model, and then work with partners in terms of joint funding.
Can I
ask a quick question, Ryan?
Sure.
While we don't, well, so I have this graph in front of me right here that I've collected over time data from different funding sources that supply revenue to Hospitality House and others. And so we do assist our nonprofit partners in gaining grants to meet certain service needs. And those come out of, I'm looking at, from our housing, behavioral health, HHSA admin, social services, and general fund. So while we don't necessarily directly fund certain entities now, we do assist in funding. And so if you're, for example, if we're looking at number 3, I think making allocations independently for those 3 primary areas would be my concern. That when we're looking at those opportunities, we're looking at those 3 areas. I think number 3's, and just talking out loud, going through the piece that we just went through with the warming shelter. Just one quick question. When we talk about homeless services and warming shelter, are they combined? Are we trying to meet both of those service needs? No.
So really, this slide is related to the warming shelter, and that's
Okay.
where I'm feeling the need for more direction, although open to questions and discussion on the entirety of the homeless objective. But really, I feel like the current situation is not sustainable. You have extremes in terms of number 1 and 2 here. One is go back to doing nothing. So I don't think that's necessarily realistic, but that is what most counties do. And to the point about city county, like counties don't do this either, except for Nevada County. And so, but then a county run model where we're treating it like a core service is going to be very cost and capacity intensive. And so recommendation would be that we do a contracted model, but try to gain that consistency where our role is funding this and the providers that bid on it are going to set their criteria. And then if the cities are not satisfied or others are not satisfied with the criteria that are being set or how quickly it can open, they can contribute as well, as is happening in Truckee.
So what you're saying, so then it'd still be, it would be open on a basis of an OES call now, or would this be a continuum type of a shelter, which?
So right now, only Nevada City is, well, previous to this year, where we're actually running the Truckee shelter, only Nevada City that did the county make a call in terms of when to open it. And so my proposal would be to like go back to that with all 3 of them and just provide funding and people can bid on it. And if Sierra Roots or another provider can operate that shelter with higher criteria so that it's open more, great. If they can't, that's then, and if like the others want to contribute so that they can have the shelter open more often, then that would be an option as well.
Okay, I get what you're saying. So like for North San Juan, for example, that would be good. They would get X amount of dollars and have to figure out how to do that for their season.
Right.
Because I know they're actually open a little more often probably than most, and that is done on their own dime, I think, for the most part anyway. So I think there's a lot of contributions there as well as meals. So everyone just would learn how to budget for that. Okay.
The challenge I think in Truckee is that we've lost our whole home base. So, and I've talked to the church multiple times about pleading to go back in there for some limited amount. But I think we're on borrowed time right now, even for the day orientation center there. And so the difficulty is we're not in a community hall right now, and we're not in other permanent solutions in West County. So I'm just going to, be straight up that in 2024, that group that's coming together is going to have some really hard challenges on their hands to find the location. And I think the county, in my mind, based on its contributions to West County, should be a part of that difficult conversation. It may be disproportionate for some period of time to get it off the ground, but I would favor, I think, what you're recommending, Ryan, which is number 3. I definitely don't feel that the county should do a county run model and take all this on. I think we have a finite amount of resources, and talking with Martin this morning, there's big concerns about continuing, funding for continuing operations. And I also like your point about making meeting the critical need and then asking our partners to look at different levels of service and saying, okay, it is worth this much to our community to contribute or volunteer or something, but we need a place to go. We need something in Truckee to go be a part of. And right now we have nothing. We have no service provider. We have no location. So I think just in 2024, those conversations are going to be kind of tough. And then I think once we get over that, we can get one step down the road. That's my opinion, is number 3.
Sure.
We just started. Go ahead, Ed.
Yeah. Well, my opinion is number 3 too. And I'm just curious, you think about it, this is very much part of the homeless problem, right? Is it possible that some of your providers could be someone like IFM or something like that, where we would have more of an ability to perhaps assist with funding through some of the state and federal programs we have. I mean, is that something that's been kicked around?
Yeah, I mean, I think we have numerous providers in the homeless space, one of which a key one is at the table today, a hospitality house, a key leader in the system, not just a provider in the system. And so like Sierra Roots is doing a great job. I think there are other partners and things like to the point of blending funding. Yes, if it's going along with an array of other services, there's the potential to stretch that further, as Hospitality House is doing with the Behavioral Health Bridge Housing Program and the CalAIM services. They're able to stretch that further by blending funding. So absolutely, that's something where we could build that in terms of bonus points for leveraging other funding.
I definitely think Model 3, and I do think we have a responsibility. Only county doing it, so be it, but I think we have that responsibility.
Thank you, Ed. Yep, Lisa. Same.
We do have a responsibility to maybe not fund this or provide all the services, but to help bring everybody together who can provide the services. And, you know, I know one of the things when there's cold weather challenges at Hospitality House, they have a use permit from the city of Grass Valley to have X number of people there. The city allows them to go above that number to help shelter people in the city of Grass Valley. They are not reimbursed for their costs of going above that number. It's just something that they do in conjunction, you know, with helping the city issue with the problem. And when you talk about Sierra Roots in Nevada City, yes, it is in Nevada City, but it's my understanding that that is the warming shelter for all of the Western County. Is that it's not just the Nevada City folks. There's a lot of Grass Valley people who, if they can make their way over there, will utilize that facility as well.
Supervisor, that's correct. And as you mentioned, Hospitality House provides transportation as well as local police departments. So what I'm hearing is consensus on number 3. So we will go back with that direction and then bring back program recommendations to the board at a future meeting. Yeah.
Thanks, Ryan. Thanks, everybody, for contributing today.
Thank you very much. We're going to take a short bio break, comfort break, and we'll be back at 2:30. It's 2:30 and we're ready for our next panel. Let's see, I think, how are we doing supervisor wise? 1, 2. All right, let's see, we've got all the supervisors in the room. That's the most important thing. All right, so we're going to get started on this next presentation, and our lead on this is Mike Dent, who will be introducing the full panel. And your 30 minutes starts now, Mike.
Greetings, everybody. Mike Dent, Director of Child Support and Housing. And to my right is Tyler Barrington, the senior, no, principal housing planner. George from Code. Sorry. Building. I did that on purpose. Thanks for having.
Don't be shy. Speak up, please, so we can hear you.
All right. Okay, housing. There's our objective from last year. And today we're going to be talking about what we've been up to in this past year, 2023, real briefly, because we did give the board an update last week, but then moving into some areas of discussion moving forward. Housing initiative is obviously to promote affordable and supportive housing, and then also master housing plan. Real briefly on this slide, PSH is permanent supportive housing, and those are housing units that are dedicated to behavioral health for their clientele. And the on the built side, really just Empire Mine Courtyard was final this year. That's the old Coaching 4 Motel. Gave us 18 units of studio apartments that are deed restricted, and we are reminding the city of Grass Valley that they just gained 18 units on their arena number. So they were excited to hear that this week when I talked to Amy. So planned, just we talked about these briefly last week, but just a little deeper dive. You know, construction is active on Ranch House. The rafters are getting delivered tomorrow. So you'll see the roof line go up in the next week or two. They're looking at an end of July completion date, contingent upon PG&E hookup. That's always been a magic thing. We've experienced at Lone Oak, up at Brunswick Commons. Sometimes there's some dead time. Wait for them to drop the wires. And then Pacific Crest Commons, we mentioned, was not, they submitted for tax credits both years, or both times this past year. Usually there's two sessions, a first application and then another one in about August usually. And they were they were tied for, they were in second place the first session, but then they got disqualified for medium income average being too high. And then their second application in August, they were third place by a fraction of a percentage point. But the rules for that request for tax credits were they're only going to fund in the balance of the state 2 large family projects, and being third left you outside. And so they are in the process of getting ready to submit for the 2024 cycle. The first session will you have to submit by the end of February. So they're working hard on getting their application dusted up. As always, they're optimistic, but you never know, as they've learned last year. Lone Oak, the county, just to remind the board, county is in about 2.4 million on soft financing through home program income, through the disaster recovery from the wind complex fire, and also we have Western Nevada County Regional Housing Trust Fund commitment of $1,024,000. They did submit for tax credits in the second round this year, and we're way down the list for seniors. They were like, I think it was 11th or 13th on the scoring. They just need more soft financing. They need some more money to drop their about $10 million gap in funding. Some of the solutions that they're working on is committing, I think it's 10 project-based vouchers to it. That'll help drop the cost a little bit. And they're also going for some ARPA housing funding right now. They're asking for $3 million. That'll again close the gap. And we're hopeful they'll climb up that list to get inside the above, you know, they're not below the line, but above the line for funding through the Treasurer's Office. And then Empire Mine Courtyard, as I mentioned, we've completed the 18 units. There is a duplex in the back that we would like to get 3 more housing units out of, and we're in the process of costing that out and seeking some funding for that.
All right, the next slide. The Community Development Agency has been busy over the last couple of years trying to meet our regional housing need allocation, or RENA, as Mike put it. And so we've seeked and received 2 one-time grants from the State Department of Housing and Community Development. One of them was the LEAP grant, which we're in the process of closing up. That resulted in the 3 master housing plans that are available to the public. There's 10 free sets currently. And then you can purchase those for $1,200 after the first 10. And I'll note that there's 1 building permit issued so far with these master housing plans, so they have been used to a certain extent. It also resulted, the LEAP grant resulted in the Greater Higgins Area Plan, the Pride of South County, Supervisor Schofield, and so that was a really great process. Regarding the Regional Early Action Planning Grant, or the REAP grant, the county was awarded over $400,000 to do planning to help remove barriers on the development of housing. One of those projects was the ADU workbook and website, which went before your board recently. And then we did a comprehensive housing ordinance updates to remove barriers, and I have another slide dedicated to that. That's why it's underlined. And I'll talk about that a little bit, some of the highlights. And then a regional infrastructure planning study with the city of Nevada City, the city of Grass Valley, and the Truckee Sanitary District. The Truckee Sanitary District has completed their study, and the 2 cities are both working on there still. And we allocated additional funding because Truckee Sanitary District was under budget. So we allocated that funding towards Nevada City. And there was some money left over. And most recently, I think last week we met with HCD, and we're going to transfer some of those remaining funds to 3 things. One of which is to update and maintain the ADU workbook website for a period of 5 years. Also to use some of that extra money that we have, around $100,000 plus or minus, to help purchase credits for those master housing plans to add more free plans that'll be available to the public. And then the third, depending on direction of the board, is to use some of those funds to pay for staff time to do ordinance updates, depending on direction today. Next slide. So I mentioned the housing ordinance updates that were performed recently in September. The board passed an ordinance, and there were several components to this ordinance which helped remove barriers to the development of housing. We codified standards to come into compliance with state law regarding accessory dwelling units and junior accessory dwelling units. And I wanted to note that as a part of that, we updated our septic standards from requiring a standalone septic tank for new ADUs to allowing the developer or the property owner to demonstrate that the existing septic has adequate capacity to accommodate that new unit. We also codified standards for Senate Bill 9, which allows for ministerial subdivisions and duplexes in R1 zoning in certain areas of the county. We increased housing density in the R2 zoning district from 6 to 8 units per acre in the sphere of influence, and mixed use housing from 4 to 6 in community regions. We updated standards for fair housing to treat community care facilities, transitional housing, single room occupancies similar to other housing in that zoning district. And we also updated our density bonus requirements to come into compliance with recent state laws. The county's ordinance previously didn't allow as much density bonuses as was allowed by state law. And then we did some other things, including making it easier for solar installations to go in without requiring some administrative permits from the planning department, and then relaxing some of the requirements on boundary line adjustments to require them to meet minimum standards as long as they could demonstrate they had adequate secondary access. The next slide is an update on the county's regional housing need allocation, as well as the jurisdictions. This is based on 2022 data. As you can see in Nevada County, we added about 112 new residential, or issued 112 residential building permits last year. I will note that 75% of those building permits were in the above moderate and moderate income categories, and about 25% went to the very low and low. The regional housing need allocation is a mandate from the state of California. It was developed in 1969 and required the county to, counties in all jurisdictions in California to provide for housing at all income levels. And so every 8 years was what the county is on. We have to update our housing element. We have a couple more years on our cycle, but as you can see, we're well below those standards, and the state does have some, I guess, hammers would be the way to put it, in terms of if you don't meet your needs, if you counted 2 sites and 2 consecutive housing elements to meet your very low and low, you have to allow those sites to develop as a by right use or a ministerial use. And then there's some other things where if we don't have adequate sites that are have infrastructure and the appropriate zoning to accommodate our housing needs, then we are required to go in and find new sites. Currently, with our 6th cycle housing element, the county was able to demonstrate we had adequate zone sites that met the needs of all of our income categories. But it's a difficult thing for jurisdictions, rural counties such as Nevada County, to meet. Essentially, if you look at our arena numbers, we'd have to build a new Alta Sierra or a Lake Wildwood in order to accommodate all of those units. Good, next slide.
The workforce housing survey, that was a direction from the board last year. A quick update on that. We have engaged with Economic Planning Systems, EPS. It's the same for a contractor that did the 2 surveys up in Eastern County. We're excited to have them on board because they have the expertise on the eastern side and to bring that across to the western side to examine workforce housing. It's going to be a good thing to have, we believe. This has been very collaborative between CDA and HHSA. So we're looking to get the survey live. There'll be surveys live. There's going to be an employer survey and then one with resident / employee survey to gain information about, if you work here, where do you live? How far do you drive? What do you want in the way of housing? You might be happy driving and living in an apartment. This will help us understand the dynamics with the employers. Do they do housing subsidy? Do they pulse up during their busy seasons? A lot of that in Eastern County, there's the high seasons. Western County, we're curious to see what that need is. And then also, as directed by the board, we're asking EPS to give us some insight on if there was some sort of JPA type creation or another part of the county government created for addressing workforce housing. What would that look like staffing wise, hopefully cost wise? And so the survey will go live. The surveys will go live on the 29th. They'll be open for about 3 weeks. And we already have our PIO teams lined up to help push this out. We're going to go through Economic Resource Council, the business associations, try to get all the big employers involved, both as a surveyee, but also their participants, their employees. And we'll hopefully be bringing something back to the board late spring once we get the report.
One thing I failed to mention on my previous slide is those ordinance amendments that were adopted by the board. You don't have to go back.
Okay.
That does set the county up in a better position to apply for a pro-housing designation with the state, and that's something that's going to be on our radar during 2024. So the direction from the board at last year's workshop was to look into alternative housing. So this year we did evaluate standards for potentially developing some alternative housing in Nevada County. We looked at building code requirements, septic and well requirements. We also looked at the zoning regulations, including density requirements, specific land uses, and then we did do some modification as we talked about. We also were staying abreast of current legislative changes such as Assembly Bill 1033, which allows counties it's an optional to adopt an ordinance which allows for the separate sale and conveyance of ADUs. And then also we're looking at refining and tuning our impact fee collection process to be in alignment with county codes, which it's essentially the timing of it. And these activities will help inform the 2024 initiatives for CDA. Next slide. So the first type of alternative housing that we reviewed is tiny homes on wheels. And there are several jurisdictions throughout California that do allow tiny homes on wheels. Most of them allow them as ADUs. Placer County does allow them as a primary and an ADU, so you could have both. There are some significant standards, however, that are tied to tiny homes on wheels within these jurisdictions. And using Placer County primarily as the example for those standards, they have to be licensed or registered with the DMV or HCD, the State Department of Housing and Community Development. They can't be larger than what would be allowed to have movement on a highway. I think most of the jurisdictions I looked at allowed up to 400 square feet. And as small as about 120, 150 square feet. They can't exceed 1 story, and they can't be able to move under their own power. The wheels of the ADU have to be or the tiny home have to be either removed or skirted. They need to sit on leveling or support jacks on a paved surface, have to have tie down anchors. The water and sewer components have to be approved by the Department of Environmental Health. You have to meet certain standards regarding fire safety. Most of the jurisdictions I look at, including Placer County, didn't allow for like a single composite siding or single metal siding. And that in order to blend in with the residential character where they'll be placed, they required siding similar to and pitched roof similar to what you see in the picture here. So those are some of the requirements for tiny homes on wheels that we reviewed, and there'll be opportunity for the board to discuss and provide direction to staff later on regarding what types of alternative housing we'd like provide direction to staff to work on. The other type of alternative housing we looked at was, next slide, is limited density owner built rural dwellings, also called Title 25, and you've also heard it called K housing. In Nevada County, actually, these types of housing units have been allowed for quite some time, between 1999 and 2016. The program was originally started in 1999 as a pilot program. It limited the number of dwelling units to 30 built total, and it started out as a 2-year program, was extended to later to 3 years. In about 2002, the board adopted an ordinance which removed the number of total units that could be built under this program, and also removed the sunset clause. So between 2002 and 2016, the building code chapter of the county's land use and development code included an allowance to have limited density owner built rural dwellings. And approximately 70 applications were received by the building department. 55 were completed, 5 were voided, and 10 were expired. Some of the standards that were included in the county's ordinance is that it had to be a rural property, at least 4 acres in size. It required a deed restriction saying it was built as a limited density housing. It required to be the primary dwelling of the owner or the property owner. So it couldn't be like a second house or a contractor built. The county had the ability to waive requirements like architectural drawings and structural analysis and plans. It required simple construction that was of sound construction as defined by the ordinance. It required a single inspection that could be waived. It was required that all mechanical and plumbing be installed consistent with the applicable codes. And then it also required it to meet environmental health standards if there were alternative housing. It didn't mandate that these units be tied to traditional electric. They could be solar or something else. And then one thing I wanted to mention that I missed on the previous slide about tiny homes on wheels is in Placer County, if the single family dwelling where the ADU would be located was required to have sprinklers, then the tiny home on wheels also required to have sprinklers. And then also if it was in a very high fire zone, regardless of whether it was a primary or a secondary unit, it was required to have fire sprinklers. So we've looked at these potential ordinances. There are other jurisdictions throughout the state that do allow Title 25 housing. So if the board, and the other thing I'd mention, because why George is here, is this would be something that would go under the building department and something that would be heavily reviewed. In 2016, when the Chapter 5 was brought before the board, the Article 16, the Title 25 housing was removed. And speaking with the previous building official, that was removed due to the misuse of the program. Contractors apparently were building the homes. The homes were second houses for a lot of residents. And the idea at that time in removing it was to revamp the program and stand it back up at some time, but to relook at it with more current standards.
All righty, quick check-in on the Western Nevada County Regional Housing Trust Fund. This was created between Nevada City, the county, and Grass Valley for our permanent local housing allocations, which is that, I'm sure you're aware, the recording fee, the $75 fee that you pay when you do real estate transactions. So what we did in 23-24, we got 2 out of 3. The board did allocate $1 million and $24,000 to Lone Oak 2. So it's been allocated pending them getting the rest of the funding to build, and that would be a loan to the project. And we also have our first owner-occupied construction project with Habitat for Humanities. Just saw some pictures yesterday about what's going on. And, Angela's house has got a foundation and a subfloor, and they're ready to start working on some walls. So that's really exciting. We did submit for our state match. As you might recall, when we created the trust fund with the PLH dollars, we were allowed to submit and ask for a match. We were successful with that. I think it was about 1.2 million. We went ahead, we didn't apply the next 2 years because we didn't have the funding. With the board's commitment to with some general fund and ARPA, we put in a request for matching $1.7 million, and we were not selected. What's happened in the preceding 2 years is it's been more and more competitive. We didn't get our new trust fund bonus points, so we got to come up with, wait for it, more tiebreakers. So you need one of the tiebreakers that we could have scored some points on is having a project identified. Basically, run an RFP, select an affordable housing project, and say that's the project we want to fund if you match our, in this case, $1.7 million. So what our plan will be is we're going to identify through a request for proposal coming up probably in the next month to 6 weeks, ask for a project to, it'll be an up to amount of about 2.1 or $2.2 million. So if we get the match, you would get this money towards your project. So that RP will be opening up soon. And then at the same time, we will, as part of our plan, remember we have to have a permanent local housing allocation plan that we share between the entities. This year's plan includes, this next year's plan includes owner occupied construction at a bigger dollar amount, about $706,000. These are approximate numbers right now. And so we will be running an RFP for that chunk of money also here coming up in the next 4 to 6 weeks. And then we have some other allocations lined up for some other projects. I mentioned previously the Empire Mine Courtyard second building. We put in about $50,000 there to help identify the costs so we can move forward with seeking funding. And then the next topics for 2024 is affordable supportive housing and also workforce and general housing. So with developing and implementing affordable housing, kind of do what we're doing now, facilitate and promote partnerships and develop housing as we can come across opportunities to fund, and then also support the trust fund, which we continue to do. Monitor mobile home rent. We did have a community meeting out in Rough and Ready this past year about when an issue came up with, many issues came up with a change in ownership. We were involved, HHSA was involved in that. We also got representative from Housing and Community Development, from the state folks. 2 of them came out. That's unusual that you get them there, the outreach folks. So that was nice to have. And then also the develop and improve workforce housing. As you learned last year, there's not a lot of funding for workforce type housing, but generally, and this is where our regular meetings between CDA and HHSA, along with Amy Cobden from the CEO's office, is screening for grants and loans to improve anything like solar programs, home energy, that sort of thing. Explore the possibility of any kind of incentives from the Board of Supervisors to consider, seek ADU assistance, and then also support affordable and workforce housing.
All right, so the CDA in 2024, these are some things that we're going to be doing, and then also some things that we're going to be looking from the board for direction on, and one of which is to apply for the pro-housing designation. We're waiting for the update to the county's ordinance based on those removal of housing barriers as kind of one of the key pieces towards moving forward on that effort. One of the main challenges that we found recently with at least one multifamily housing development is finding affordable fire insurance. And so I work with the economic development program manager and that department on looking for ways to advocate for lessening the fire insurance costs. We have a list of sites that were rezoned back in I think 2015 that where low-income apartments is one example that are kind of queued up for development of multifamily housing. And so probably working on developing a website that will kind of highlight those properties, because there's some near like Brunswick Road that haven't developed and aren't selling as a way to kind of encourage developers to invest in Nevada County.
The workforce housing survey, as I mentioned, will inform hopefully some future efforts as we move forward.
So you'll see coming up, we'll have discussion slides and there's 2 items on there. There's where we're looking for direction regarding movable tiny homes. Is that something that Nevada County wants to take on? And then do we want to look to reintroduce limited density owner built rural dwellings?
Our discussion break.
Is that it? Yeah, we're in the discussion period.
Correct.
Great, thank you. Thanks for the input. I just would kick us off. I'll turn it over to my colleagues on the board, but out of the 20 to plus stakeholder, 25 stakeholder meetings I did in East County, housing and workforce housing specifically came up in every single meeting. It was the only topic that came up in every single time I've talked to a constituent in my district. It's housing and workforce housing. People commuting from Reno, inability to operate their business, extraordinary cost to live in Truckee, which we already know about. So I'm glad we're sitting here talking about it today, and thanks for bringing forward the concepts to help us solve it. So anybody like to kick us off? And go ahead, Lisa. Thanks.
So thank you for the presentation and thanks for the work that you're doing. I think there's really important stuff going on here. I'm particularly interested in seeing the results of the workforce survey, and the more people that we can reach on that, the better we'll be able to understand what the problem is. We know there's a problem. A lot of what I know about it is anecdotal. I see, postings on social media, people talking about not being able to find homes and rents, but really having that be quantified for all of us is going to be really important. One of the things that there's, I think, some misunderstanding in the community about what the RHNA numbers really mean, because there's oftentimes an assumption that we're required to build those housing units, and that's not the case. What the RHNA numbers do is they tell you that you have to provide zoning for all opportunities of financial opportunities for housing. So very low income, low to moderate, and then market rate. Am I correct in that assumption?
Correct.
Because we talk about that a lot, about how, we've fallen behind, and I actually don't think we've fallen behind. I think we have provided the zoning opportunities for homes to be built. The problem is in the county, anything that's high density, more than 2 units per acre, basically, or per lot, requires infrastructure of sewer and water, which are not readily available in the county except in a few distinct areas like Penn Valley and in the South County. So a lot of that falls into the sphere of influence of both Grass Valley and Nevada City. And so we're providing the opportunity, but we're not really providing the opportunity, because what we're going to do if they come to the county to build a development is we're going to send them to the cities. Is that a correct assumption?
Correct. That's a fair statement.
I know this from sitting on the other side. So, so anything that we can do, I think, on the alternative housing issues that are viable options in the county are really important. So code issues related to housing, including the RVs. I understand the tiny homes. I'm not sure I understand the tiny homes on wheels and what the purpose of that is, other than I get, yeah. So, but I think anything that we can look at in our county jurisdictions to help people permit houses, permit units that perhaps are not allowed now. I like the fact that potentially with the septic systems, you'll be able to use an existing system if it has capacity, because I think that's a huge deterrent for people if they want to build an ADU, if they have to go and spend another $70,000 to put a separate septic. So I think we're really moving in the right direction. I appreciate all the work that's gone into this, but just, figuring out a way to find housing for more people, especially, in terms of low income or workforce. And I'd also be really curious to know if the state, if HCD, have they given you a definition of what workforce housing is?
No, just our definition that we brought to the board at the workshop last year, which was over 80% AMI, 80 to 120.
Okay, and I think we need to do a better job of explaining what that means to people, because a lot of people don't know what that, So we could talk about, if you make this amount of money, this is how much you can afford for rent. I think putting it into language that people can understand is really important.
Supervisor, I'm sorry, this is George. From a building department perspective on the tiny homes, that would be treated like a manufactured home. They would be built in a factory offsite, and the housing community development from the state would do the inspections. And then they would be brought in here to the county potentially. And then we permit it for some foundation issues, hookups for the electric and other utilities. But the reason behind that, or like Placer and some of the other jurisdictions that allow it, it's a cost savings. To build one of those in 400 square feet is not going to cost you what it would to build a 1,200 square foot ADU.
I'll add that none of the examples that we looked at other jurisdictions were allowing your traditional recreational vehicle, your pull behind vehicle. These were somewhat dressed up recreational vehicles, if you will.
Could somebody purchase that for an ADU on their property and use it? So, I mean, I think they said that there was a component of owner occupied, but could somebody use that as an ADU?
Correct. Yeah, they could. And as long as they met all the criteria and whatever criteria that is developed, then they could. And like I said, in Placer County, they allow it as either the primary or the ADU. Most of the other jurisdictions are just an ADU.
So one part about that though, just that's if you buy it already manufactured. If they went to build your own tiny home, it'd have to meet county standards, correct? It'd have to be inspected through you and meet all those.
At this time, but if we do some type of Title 25 or rural dwelling program, that would be a lesser standard. But talking to some people about this before this workshop, there's some unintended consequences potentially that could come up on a lesser built. If it's a new building, new home, not built to current California structures, are banks and financial institutions going to give you a standard mortgage on that? And also it might not meet some insurance needs. If you're building it down to a level that doesn't meet the California standards, are you going to pay more insurance, or are you going to even be able to get insurance? And also we'd have to talk to the fire community to make sure they're on board with this, because as we talked about, the fire insurance is a big deal for everybody now.
I'll comment that as long as you can meet a national certification, technically could build your own, but you'd have to have the skills and the ability to meet that national certification.
It'd be interesting because I remember they built one. Remember they did it as a program through our school system. They built them and they signed up and they sold it, or they raffled it off at one time, remember? And it was very well done. I'm just saying, I don't know if that got inspected or whoever ended up with it, right? But it is another alternative. I know even for ranching and some of those folks, we had somebody that had one at one time, and of course it wasn't allowed, and that's where one of his employees stayed. So I think it'd have a win-win and a lot of opportunity. Back to the Title 25, that's something we've talked about for a long time. So how is that would Title 25 work anywhere inside of that as-built program?
Yes, again, this is a policy that had to be developed again. So those are some things, if we got direction from the board, that we'd definitely look at.
In researching tiny homes on wheels, the CDA team did tour a local company that builds these to a national standard. Trisha, do you recall?
I don't recall exactly. I want to say
70K or something
yeah,
like
I
that?
mean, it ranged, but then the interesting thing, it was Del Sol, right? I
Right,
think.
correct.
Yeah, they also had like a homeowner builder option as well, where they would provide oversight too. So there's some really interesting things happening with tiny homes, and that's why we're, proposing this as a potential initiative.
Though on that, so I guess because we'll be building this program out, because in general, you had to live on a certain acreage of property in Placer County, I think, right? Like you can pull that into your quarter acre lot and park it in your driveway. Which I mean, I'm not opposed to that. I mean, I'm just asking that. So these are some of the things that you're gonna have to develop as we move on.
Right, but I don't know if parking in the driveway would be one of them, but yeah.
And I know, I'm
Yeah.
just saying though, those are some of the criteria that we'll have to work. with.
Yes.
So, of the developments that we've created, the housing that we've created, are any of those workforce or are they all low income?
All the projects that were on the slide that I gave you an update on are up to 60% annual median income. So they're low income.
So we've not developed any workforce.
Negative. Yeah, we'd have to find grant opportunities that allow for that annual median income level of, let's say, 80 to 120. I'm just throwing that number out there, over 80. And actually, I take that back. The owner occupied construction goes to 80% AMI. So that's the only one that goes over 60% AMI.
Okay. And when I heard you mention the fire insurance, was that Cameo?
Correct.
So are they out now?
I actually spoke to them recently and they may be resubmitting. So it just seems to ebb and flow with them. I'm not sure where they're at now.
Okay.
That remains a problem though.
Well, I think the one area that I don't think we've really discussed here today, and I don't know that it's an area that involves you guys. Probably involves more the homeless issue and probably involves Amy and code compliance more than anything. And I think that's why Mr. Durkins is sitting here today. And that is those people that have found homes. And once somebody complains about it, you guys go out there, it's a code violation and they're gone. And those are people that are so low income that they're finding these alternate ways of finding homes. And I don't think you guys are the answers because once you get into your programs, even low income costs a lot of money. So especially low income, the type of people that Sierra Roots would be talking about. So I just think that's another area we need to continue to address. I've been working with Tom on this. I think at some point we need to be able to say, hey, yeah, these are these types of things that maybe we could turn our head in for a certain amount of time. Here's how we might be able to do it if it isn't really health and safety. Or we say, you know what, this is something that's not going to happen. Tom and I have discussed that too. Maybe there isn't a way to, maybe I'm looking at you guys more than I am to you guys, but I think it's an area we really haven't addressed today, and it's one we need to continue to look at. Thank you
Supervisor,
guys though for the work that you are doing out there.
let me just give you some perspective real quick on the from the building department. Right now in Western County, it's about $400 a square foot to build new. And so that's a problem, as you know, especially at 6 or 7% interest rates. So, some of these programs that we're looking for direction on may lower that a dollar per square foot. But even if we cut it in half, you're still looking at $200 a square foot if we do some type of Title 25 project moving forward.
And what you guys are working on really is workforce housing. I love that. I love that. We seriously need that. So I'm not taking away from what you guys are doing. I think this is a whole different element of folks that need to be addressed that, okay, if we're going to kick this person out, then maybe your next stop is a bus stop or out in the streets,
Could I jump in just to our next presentation, community development tools? We're going to talk about code compliance. And you're absolutely right, Chair Schofield. I think this conversation is really focused on affordable and workforce housing.
I think we're going to talk about this a little bit, but it still fits into here. What's the difference between a park model and a tiny house?
So
And would that be allowed?
currently the county would allow a tiny house if it could meet all the California building codes for path of travel and plumbing and all that stuff. So we would, on a permanent foundation, the tiny home on wheels is a cheaper option that wouldn't require a permanent foundation. I think that's where you reduce the costs. It could be on wheels. A tiny home would have to be on a permanent foundation. I believe I talked to the previous building official. I think they need about 450, 460 square feet to meet all the path of travels and requirements to meet the building code for a tiny house. But a tiny home on wheels could be even smaller and wouldn't have to be on a permanent foundation. The codes that I reviewed, if it was on a permanent foundation, it kicks it into requiring it to meet all the other building codes.
Okay, I just want to be clear. So if they bought a park home, I think we used to have them here. Somebody here used to sell them actually. Those would have to be on a foundation.
Well,
Or
it
you would
depends
leave
on-
them on their wheels depending where it was built.
It depends on what ordinance is created and what standards are adopted.
That's something we have to look at.
That's something we would look at, but the tiny home ordinance for Placer County, they require you to either remove the wheels or skirt the wheels so it looks more like a residential and blends in more with the residential neighborhood where they're located.
Same thing we do with mobile homes.
Correct.
It's very similar.
Yeah.
And then the next question, I just wanted to be clear again. So with the tiny home, we were just talking about this. So if you added an ADU to your home that had sprinklers, you have to have sprinklers, but if you didn't, you wouldn't have to have sprinklers. Can you clarify that one for me?
That's the Placer County model says if your primary dwelling required sprinklers, then your tiny home on wheels also requires sprinklers. Then, as I mentioned, if it's in a very high fire zone, regardless of whether it's primary ADU, it has to have sprinklers.
Thank you.
No, we appreciate the discussions, exactly what we're looking for. And so during the discussion, if we have consensus, if there's two policy considerations to be made to have the staff work move forward, and that would be the tiny homes, which we're talking about, and then separately, the limited density owner built rural dwellings.
Title 25 dwellings.
Yeah, thank you. Good presentation. It's so great to hear. I feel like agreeing with all my colleagues, feel like we're all asking for the same things, which is everything, like everything we can do to make it easier. So, yeah, I'd love to know more about what the workforce housing we need to do. So getting that survey and figuring out exactly what is needed and how do we do it. Fully in favor of that. You know, I'm a little anxious on this. I feel like I want to see us further along, but I know we have to go at the pace that everybody else is willing to go and take the time to do it right. So, but I think this is really a high priority and love to see us come up with some ideas and solutions on workforce housing. Switching to alternative housing, you know, my thinking has shifted. I think we need to look at movable tiny homes. I think we need to look at these K2 homes, which I'm not clear I fully understand, but let's look at them and help us understand what that would be. I would like us to look at loosening our code issues. I guess we're going to get into that conversation for RVs. Absolutely. I think we've all had that conversation with Tom. And it seems really clear that the need for housing is so great. And if we can, you know, an existing RV, as long as they meet the safety standards and health standards, we have to be able to allow people to use those. Yeah, they'll need to be, like Sue was raising, acreage, you know, to make it clear where they can park and where they can't. But I think we need to loosen up on that and figure out how folks can use those. Also be in favor of looking at how and where we could maybe find a place for people to safely park if they're stuck in their cars temporarily. I was not really interested in going that direction last time. I feel like we need to look at that. I'm hearing that I think Orange County has a program, and I'm hearing that Monterey County is just starting one. So maybe it's worth looking at how those work and what's the best way to do it. And then I guess the last comment on that would be the ADUs. I've had high hopes for ADUs, but I'm a little discouraged. How many people have we had pull permits or
30.
30? And how many have been
2023.
are being built?
We've got one right now in progress, one of the
Right.
ADU master housing plans that us, Nevada County, along with 4 other jurisdictions, partnered on. Sierra County, we spoke to them recently. They have had not one person interested or one family interested, even in the free plans. So we are disappointed at this point. We're still trying to get the message out. We've got the website. We've got, we go out and talk about this regularly to different groups and organizations. So, but again, we can, give away plans and reduce the cost of plans, but it's still with the high interest rates and the cost to do construction right now, it still limits the number of people that could benefit from these programs.
Okay, yeah, I'm disappointed too. And I was really excited to see what the septic workaround would be. And a nod, friend here, Amy, are you still back there, Amy? Okay. I read with great interest that the email that you sent around explaining what the process is for what you have to do if you want to not have a septic. And I did not do the whole math, but it sounded extremely expensive. And maybe it's cheaper than a whole new septic system. But I think that continues to be an obstacle. And I understand we may be running up against literally the state standards, that there just may be nothing more we can do on that. But I think if we can't address that, the ADUs are gonna, well, I may be wrong, but I'm just really worried that we're not getting the bang for the buck that we really wanted out of those. So I'd love for us to see if we can make that easier too. So kind of a let's go for everything approach to see what we can do to get more people in housing, low income, basic level, and let's get going on workforce housing. Thanks.
Just one more question. But when I love the impact fee deferral program, I think that's a fantastic idea. Second, though, are we going to look at zoning too? So let's say you had somebody had a 3-acre lot or acre lot, and how many ADUs that they could put on there, or how many tiny homes. So are we going to look at that? So that'll be something that needs to be added to this, I'm sure.
I'm sure we could look at it. From what I read, it looked like the other jurisdictions required you meet density requirements similar to what Nevada County would. So, if you had density for 1 unit, then you could have 1 tiny home on wheels, and 1 ADU if you're following a Placer County model, tiny home wheels. But we could look at that as well.
I think just touching base with everybody, I think we're trying to gain consensus on the 2 policy direction pieces. On the Title 25, are we interested in pursuing that and making basically reprogramming that to get that off the ground? That's thumbs up. Okay, so that's one. And then the other piece on the movable tiny houses and the movable tiny houses, the same thing, kind of come one, come all, find the solutions that are applicable and get started streamlining that. And then we'll talk about the mobile home RV piece under CDA. Okay, I just have a couple questions generally related to housing, a little more broadly speaking. Everything on my feelings on both of those 2 topics have kind of already been stated by my colleagues, so I'm not going to go into that. But the piece is a little more broad. But is there an opportunity for us to provide tax subsidy to developers of housing, like direct tax subsidy, so that when a developer comes in with a bright idea, they can look forward to some period of time alleviating that, reducing the cost of building?
I'm not aware of anything.
Nothing like that. Is that within our purview? Maybe I'll ask county council. Could we have deferrals?
So I'll lean on county council as well, but I think a subsidy is different than a deferral. And so I know there are jurisdictions that will defer permit fees until a
Give them a
unit is
waiver
built.
for
And
10
so
years or
Tyler,
something.
looks like you could speak more to that.
Sure. The government code and the county's regulations require the county to collect development impact fees at the time of final. So that's kind of built in as an automatic deferral. Other counties look at other fees like sewer connection fees and things like that and deferring them to a later date. But currently are the fees that we generally collect that we have control over are recreation mitigation fees and road fees. So those 2 fees and are available to defer to a later date, but I don't know about removing them altogether.
Yeah, that was my question. I mean, by statute, I'm not sure we can, but I would be just a question just as one board member would like to ask that. If for some reason there was a development that was beneficial to providing these types of housing units and workforce housing, what can we actually do for that developer in real time that will make a material difference in their ability to build here? And it's kind of to Sue's point, I think you brought it up several times. There's so much weight layered on top of constructing new units that if other people can't do it and we can, then we're sitting here, we have to, and just asking those questions. The same would go with, you know, zoning amendments or changes that we could done at low or no cost to the developer should it meet additional, you know, workforce housing requirements. And maybe in the future we can get some answers to those types of questions. What is that tool set available to us to actually pull that down?
If there's consensus from the board, then we could do staff work looking at the opportunities as well as the challenges of that and bring that to the board at a future date. And just to be clear, that would be the financial incentives to assist housing development.
Just a question. So you're talking about housing development, not market rate housing development, but subsidized housing development.
Workforce housing specifically, but again, that 80 to 120 AMI it's different in Eastern County than it is in Western County, what actually the definition. So I think I'm just looking for even a basic description of the available tool set as decision makers on what we have available to us to help incentivize somebody who raised their hand and said, I want to build in your community. It's not a big ask or a big lift. I mean, it's just some staff time.
And it's really hard because when government gets involved, it adds so much additional costs to building it. I mean, when you look at even talking about, you know, building the affordable to the 80%, and then you're talking about deed restriction, and then you're talking about prevailing wage kicks in. And so
I'm just talking about whatever we charge them, being able to waive, mitigate, or defer that.
So I know at the city, we couldn't do that. But what we were able to do is help with infrastructure. So CDBG that helped put in a sewer lift station for one of the habitat projects. So I think maybe looking at not just the financial component, but what are maybe some infrastructure things that we can help with? Because I know deferral of fees in what I've always heard or, you know, waiving fees is a gift of public funds and it's not allowed by the government statute. And I think that you can respond to that.
Let me just say, I'd be willing to work with the department and see what things we can do. It really depends on what the project is, et cetera. And it depends, there's several different fees that we're talking about. So to give you a global answer, that's why you responded. I would need to look at each individual fee and see what the restrictions
And I'll add in there, yeah, I'm interested, and I was gonna say the same thing that Lisa did, actually, that I'd be interested in whatever tools we can, so I wouldn't restrict it to financial, but you know, infrastructure is the one thing that the county can do to help. And I think it was in the ERC study, identifying locations where we want to see housing. They had a whole list of things, I think, in that ERC study. So I would say, and again, we don't have to reinvent the wheel. Let's see what other jurisdictions are doing that we haven't looked at yet.
Okay, so what I'm hearing is that the board policy direction is to move forward on the 2 alternative housings that were presented, as well as to go back and to look at incentives defined globally to assist workforce housing.
Thumbs up. 2 more quick questions, and then I know we're running behind, but the Regional Housing Trust Fund, I brought it up previously. There's kind of some money being collected in District 5 that's not being, that's in the unincorporated areas of District 5. I'm just throwing it out there that if we can apply for grants for anything to help us get Hobart Mills off the ground for use of that money in the unincorporated areas that are not within the town of Truckee's jurisdiction, that would be helpful for the program that we already have on the books, trying to get that off the ground. And the last piece is, where are we with the first-time home buyers program, and is that?
Yeah, it's been on a 19-month hiatus because the feds suspended California's activities in that arena. latest update from our reps at HCD is that their plan has been approved by HUD, and that once we get retrained, we could start doing the program again. They're estimating about 3 months from now. So we're looking at a 2-year pause in this program, but it looks like we're coming out of the tunnel on
So
the,
maybe by summer we'll have some restart there.
their hope. They told me May, so we'll see.
Oh, good.
But
Okay.
we'll see. You know, we've been standing by to stand by for 2 years now.
Awesome. And if you need help from the state, just raising our hand to help with our elected officials at the state to create pressure to get it back going
Yeah.
again. Then
A
great.
lot of it, the last 6 months has been HUD sitting on their improvements on their policies to approve them, but that's all been done. And now it's a matter of updating forms and doing the training to us, the provider, the ones who deliver the loans.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, thanks for the update. Really appreciate the panel and all your time bringing it forward. Looking forward to the changes.
Thank you very much for your presentation. We're going to take just a 5-minute transition break. So stick close to the room. And then we have our final presentation, community development tools, public works codes, roads, ag mediation. Hey, see, do we have all the yes, we have all the supervisors in the room. And we're working on our final presentation of the day before a brief wrap up. And this presentation is Community Development Agency Tools. And I'm going to turn it over to Patrick Perkins to get us started.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Pat Perkins. I am the principal engineer with Nevada County. To my right is David Garcia, also with Public Works. To my left is David Kopp with Code Compliance. And to my far left is Doug Johnson with County Council. Next slide, please. What I'd like to do today is give you a quick overview of our presentation. In short, we're going to be going over some of the Public Works annual programs, our capital improvement program, and some of our road maintenance programs. Tree removal, vegetation. After I get done, I'm going to be giving it to David Garcia to talk about our proposed litter removal program. After that, I'm going to be turning it over to David Kopp to talk about some of the code compliance issues and some of the code updates. To start off with, each year Public Works puts out a capital improvement plan. And this capital improvement plan, we bring it to the board, and it's got a list of the major projects that we'll be doing. Not only does it have the current year, but it's also got a 4-year look ahead. So it's a 5-year, what we call a CIP. One of the projects that's listed in the CIP is our annual road rehabilitation project. This road rehabilitation project goes through, and it'll be something similar to a road overlay, or it'll be a micro seal or some other maintenance that we're doing on the roads. When we're selecting the roads that go into the CIP into each year's project, typically what we do is we'll base this on our pavement condition index. And this pavement condition index is something that we use as a guide. And it's really a rating system from 0 to 100 that tells us where the road is in its life cycle. We try to catch the roads at a level of approximately 60 or above, and that allows us to maintain them as opposed to a number of 60 or below, which is more of a rehabilitation and reconstruction. It's much more efficient and it's much more costly for us to do maintenance than it is to do reconstruction. So that's why we use this PCI really as our guideline. In addition to looking at the PCI values for these roads, we also try to look at whether the road is an arterial, which is something, a larger road such as Brunswick, Pleasant Valley, things like that, or we'll look at whether it's a collector road like Red Dog or some of the other local streets. We do try to prioritize our larger roads and work on those first, but again, it's a bit of a balancing act. Go to the next slide, please. In addition to our annual road rehabilitation project, one of the other things that we work on is a debris removal program. And given the storms that we've had over the last several years, it seems like it's becoming a bit of an annual event, I guess, for lack of a better word. We can't really plan out where we're going to be doing the debris removal programs because it really varies from year to year. So if we have a large event, snow event, it lands on U-Bet Road, for instance, we'll focus on U-Bet Road. Or if it's up on North Bloomfield, we'll go to North Bloomfield. If it's in Alta Sierra, we'll go to Alta Sierra, kind of a thing. For debris removal, in 2023, we did remove debris along approximately 116 miles of county roadway. In 2022, we did remove an additional 71 miles, centerline miles of roadway, and that was in 22, and that's just for county roadways. One of the things that we're looking at and that we're working on is trying to minimize the amount of debris that does fall into the county roadway. So we had gone out and we've done a survey and we had identified approximately 400 trees within the county roadway, and those were removed in 2022 and 2023. So we're not only removing the debris, but we're trying to stop the debris from coming into the roadway as well. This is mostly funded by grants. We've been very successful in working with CAL FIRE. We've had 3 separate grants with CAL FIRE. In addition to that, we are also working with gas tax and then SB1 funds, or Senate Bill 1. It's also called RMRA, or the Road Maintenance and Rehabilitation Act. So that's how we're using the funding for that. Go on to the next slide, please. Our last slide has to do with our annual vegetation removal, which is a little bit different than the debris removal. Vegetation removal is a planned event, and we try to set it up so that within a 5-year window, we try to catch every road within the county. That's our goal. We're doing our best to get there. It really depends on funding. And right now we've been very successful in mixing both, I should say, grants as well as our SB1 funds. We're currently working with FEMA on one of our large grants. We're also working with the CDBG funds as well as our SB1 funds to go out and remove a lot of that vegetation. And that's really the end of my part of the presentation. And so I'm going to turn it over to David Garcia next.
Hello again. So litter is something we've been struggling with for several years, and this isn't just a Nevada County problem. As a member of RCRC's Environmental Services Joint Power Authority and CX Resource Recovery Committee, I can tell you that this is a problem across the state and in particular in rural jurisdictions. So our goal would be to establish a program for debris removal along key county corridors within the county maintained mileage system. The caveat is that litter is trickier than it seems. It's not cheap. And a big part of that is because it requires a team and traffic control to ensure safety. You may recall a few years ago, there was a waste management employee that was killed in front of the fairgrounds while doing litter abatement. So a reminder for all of us that do safety sensitive positions and road work that it's anytime you're working in the roadway, it's serious business. There are companies that provide these services on a per mile basis. And in doing some initial evaluation, we think this is probably going to be the most cost-effective and practical approach for Nevada County. And under this plan, we would establish a budget and we would have a not-to-exceed annual contract. We would focus on obviously key traffic corridors and areas of concern as necessary. In Western Nevada County, we think that we could probably fund this program potentially with franchise fees, and that's something we're currently evaluating. We're also looking at franchise fees for other things too, like supporting staff and resources for SB 1383, which is, as everybody knows, an unfunded state mandate. In Eastern County, it's a little bit trickier to identify funding. We do collect franchise fees, but it's really minimal. And then although I'm not directly involved, I'll note that I know county staff is currently working on looking into Eastern Nevada County's litter abatement programs. Finally, the other opportunity we think we have for litter is to improve or enhance our Adopt a Road program. Again, this would be dependent on identifying funding and staffing resources, but this is additionally something that we're looking into and considering assessing our program needs. So that's the end of my best have an impression.
The Nevada County Code Compliance Division works in partnership with citizens of Nevada County to promote and maintain a safe and desirable living and working environment. Code compliance helps maintain or improve the quality of the community by administrating a fair and unbiased program to correct violations of codes and ordinances enacted by the Nevada County Board of Supervisors regarding property, buildings, and structures. Code compliance is a complaint-driven department with the sole purpose of maintaining established norms and standards for our community that are in compliance with minimum local, state, and federal requirements. The only exceptions to the process is when fire, life, or safety violations are observed during the normal course of business. Code compliance provides outreach and public education on codes, regulations, and laws for all community development agency departments. If voluntary compliance is unmet, enforcement actions consistent with the department policies and procedures are administered to ensure the health and safety of the public and the environment. The division is complaint-driven and commonly investigates allegations of violations for compliance with Nevada County Land Use and Development Code, California Building Codes, Nevada County Department of Environmental Health and Safety Regulations, California Health and Safety Codes, and California Vehicle Codes. The division does not enter civil disputes regarding encroachments, easements, right-of-ways. The division enforces Nevada County codes, state of California Health and Safety Codes, building codes, and any and all regulations adopted by the Board of Supervisors. The division works with communities and neighborhoods to resolve key enforcement issues, with high priority violations assigned and investigated immediately with a site visit. During the inspection of a property, it is an active violation. If an active violation is in progress, the stop work order may immediately be posted. Stop work orders are an effective tool and frequently used for immediately requiring that all work stop until the property permit has been issued or the violation has been remedied before the continuance of work.
The most useful for mid-construction, grading in progress destruction of natural resources, and other urgent situations. Different than red tags for structures which are unsafe to occupy, which are administered and enforced by the building department. We'll use inspection warrants, and they are obtained through the courts for the right to inspect property or structures where entry was refused. A refusal may be a direct verbal refusal or refusal by the violator failing to respond to the code compliance officer's request for meetings or inspections. General grounds for an inspection warrant are based upon probable cause or reason to believe that a violation exists. An inspection warrant needs code compliance director and county council approval prior to delivery to the Superior Court. Division has several tools which can be utilized to address issues of non-compliant cases. The preferred method is to seek voluntary compliance to resolve violations. If this approach does not work, the division has several enforcement-related tools to seek compliance. These include administrative citations and nuisance abatements. Administrative citations are not the preferred legal tool for enforcement. However, administrative citations will be used after other efforts have failed to achieve compliance. It is at the discretion of the code compliance officer when to use this citation as an enforcement tool specific to a code case. Another method is through an administrative nuisance abatement. Though it is a very effective method, it is a timely and upfront costly endeavor for the county. However, the benefit in utilizing this is that the division can seek and recover the total cost of hearing officer staff time, costs, county council, purchasing, and contractor costs, all which can equate to tens of thousands of dollars. It is a long process with mandatory timelines to allow for the property owner to contest and exercise their rights for the appeal. Currently, the last option is for the division to refer the case to county council for further legal actions. Where does this all begin and how does it start? An investigative service request, or ISR, can be submitted by any member of the public along with the supporting letters, photos, or other submitted documents. ISRs can be submitted by mail, email, at the public service counter, or online through the code compliance website. As such, the county accepts confidential but not anonymous complaints for code-related violations which differ from cannabis complaints, which may be anonymous. The ISR's forms includes a space for complaint or reporting party to specify confidentiality. Reporting parties should feel free from fear or retaliation. Therefore, although information is required on the complaint form, the division routinely declines to disclose the identity of a reporting party absent a court order. Once the complaint is received, it is assigned to a code officer based on the geographic region of the county. Code cases can also be assigned to code officers based on familiarity with property owner, staffing, workloads, and or conflict of interest. Before making initial contact with the property owner or performing an on-site investigation, the code compliance officer completes research through permit history, including code case history, legal owners, as well as hard files, microfiche files, Google Earth, and map portal. As part of the code violations case analysis, the code compliance officer reviews facts of the case for compliance or non-compliance based on relevant Nevada County land use and development codes and ordinances and determines whether a violation may exist. In addition, the code compliance officer also investigates and reviews other county department information, including previous or current building permit applications. If a violation is determined to exist, the case will remain open and outreach and education to the property owner will begin. If it is certain that no violation exists, the officer closes the case and where appropriate, notifies the reporting party. If the violation cannot be determined on the site visit, the code compliance officer may contact the reporting party or the responsible party to obtain further evidence in support of the alleged violations. Once a violation has been verified, the code compliance officer will send a violation warning letter as appropriate based on the facts of the case, which offers another inspection date. If the initial response deadline is missed, the code compliance officer may attempt to make contact by visiting the property or may send a citation warning notice as appropriate based on the facts of the case and offering another inspection date. The owner tenant is advised that missing this deadline may result in further legal action. A code violation case will not be closed until the necessary permits have been obtained and/or other violations mitigated. Compliance has occurred, inspections have been made to verify compliance with appropriate sections and ordinances of the Nevada County Land Use and Development Code, California Building Code, and other appropriate state and federal regulations and code compliance billing. If any have been provided to the property owner when a case is closed due to no violations being present, the status of unfounded shall be used, stating that no violations were found during the initial investigation. When all violations have been corrected, the code compliance officer shall document the reason for case closures and close the digital case file as in compliance. And I'm done with mine. I'll pass it on to Doug with County Council.
Thank you, David. I'm here to give some brief updates from the legal side of code compliance. I first want to say thanks to Dave Kopp for jumping in on a moment's notice. I don't know if you all know, but our original and backup presenters for this position here today are both under the weather. So Mr. Kopp jumped in this morning on a moment's notice. You got a fly in the midst of that clap. That was great. Okay. Anyways, I'm here to provide brief update from the legal side of things from the Code Compliance Department. As your board directed last year's workshop, we've drafted, my office has worked with Code Compliance and other CDA staff to draft a standalone nuisance ordinance that we're going to be bringing to your board shortly within the next month or two. That's going to be taking provisions out of the current administrative enforcement ordinance where we conduct all abatement activities, bringing it into its own section that's going to expand on the tools available to code compliance to conduct nuisance abatement actions, as well as other tools that we've explored this year, including health and safety receiverships and potential other civil actions to gain compliance for existing nuisance conditions on property. And that ordinance is going to be a one-stop shop for enforcement and compliance of all other county codes that reference something being a public nuisance. So if there's a code somewhere in the solid waste ordinance, for example, that says a violation of this code is a public nuisance, it's going to point to that standalone nuisance ordinance, and we'll be able to use that as another enforcement tool. So be on the lookout for that one pretty soon. As well, that ordinance, it's going to have not only the actual enforcement tools, but tools to conduct cost recovery that is so important to the department for its budget, methods of collection of not only fines and penalties, things like putting fines and penalties and costs on the tax roll or collecting as a special assessment or a lien on a property, which is some of the tools that we already use right now, but it's going to be streamlined and put into its own standalone ordinance. We're also putting together and considering bringing a fee for deposit when a person requests an administrative appeal hearing, and that's going to go on the fee resolution that is an annual thing brought to your board. Oh, excuse me, I went too far. Right now, just an update, the Code Compliance Department has implemented a hardship waiver in accordance with state law. The state legislature adopted a provision last year that requires the county to consider granting a hardship waiver for certain fine and penalties amounts that were imposed for code violations if the responsible party can show that they attempted a bona fide effort at compliance after receiving the first level penalty, and that the amount of the penalty would be a true financial hardship to them. And that applies to second and third level penalties imposed by the Code Compliance Division. So they get generally a warning letter and then a first level citation, which is a fairly low amount $100 or $130. And then the second level amount ramps up to their $500 or $700. And then the third level is increased beyond that. And for those two higher levels, a person can request a hardship waiver. And staff in the Code Compliance Division worked with my office to create a form that's uploaded on the Code Compliance website and is also referenced in citations that are sent out to responsible parties that notify them of this new development, this possibility for requesting a hardship waiver. It's all in an attempt to not only comply with state law, but be an incentive for compliance rather than taking financial resources away from a responsible party working with that person to achieve compliance. Finally, the department is revising its policies and procedures regarding warning letters, just streamlining, going from warning letter to citation, and really has hammered out and the timelines involved in giving a person time to comply and then going to citation or other abatement beyond that. So the department has put together some good policy ordinance amendments that your board is going to be implemented this coming year, hopefully to good result. This is another slide. We were going to chat about this. I don't have this one. Okay. If you know a person has a code violation on their property, and sometimes these lead to neighbor disputes, as you all well know. Some of the tools that Code Compliance is going to start implementing is being able to provide this sort of information to responsible parties and neighbors to say, you know, you can work with your neighbor getting into these alternative dispute resolution programs, conflict resolution centers. These resources are available to you rather than just continuing to kind of fight it out, you know, using code complaints as a tool. If, you know, the code department has found that a violation investigation is perhaps unfounded, but there's still disputes between neighbors, we're able to provide this information as an alternative dispute resolution. As well, Mr. Kopp just reminded me to provide this information proactively if there's a call into the department to say, you know, this is another tool at your disposal before the complaint process is initiated. I think that is all that we have from this department and this division. So with that, we'll open it up to discussion. Thank you.
Thank you for the information. I learned a lot, actually. Much of that was new to me. So any questions, comments, discussion from the board members? Go ahead, Lisa.
So, Doug, in the work that you're doing in your office to describe the, you know, creating a whole chapter in the code about public nuisance, are you going to put definitions of what a public nuisance is?
Yes, that ordinance does have a definition section, not only calling out specific nuisance conditions, solid waste, accumulation of junk, abandoned vehicles, that sort of thing, but also a catch-all provision that says that anything that would rise to the level of a nuisance, it's going to have specific language. It does have that language in there. Anything that creates a nuisance condition can be abated by the department. We also reference state law. The state law has public nuisance provisions as well. So it's just an all-encompassing ordinance.
Does it include noise issues?
Not at the moment. We're just at this time concerned with physical conditions of property rather than noise complaints. That would be probably another standalone ordinance.
If I could just jump in here. One of the things, actually, this board gave direction last year, and I've been trying to complete that. And that is throughout our codes right now, we talk about nuisances on very different issues. So what we're trying to do is have a standalone nuisance ordinance and have the variety of things point to that so that it is clear, and also so it's all encompassing, so we can cover issues as they come up.
So, I mean, just as an example, what I have found, and I was brand new last year, so I didn't have any experience with nuisance complaints in my district. So now I do. And where I'm finding the issues are coming in is where there's commercial development that borders residential development. And it mostly has to do with noise and activity that's happening there that potentially is not allowed, but the commercial people are doing it anyway, and then the neighborhood is really up in arms about it. So that would not be something that is being addressed in what you're doing. It's more that would be addressed in what you're working on. Okay.
Well, that's a good question, Supervisor. That exactly right. If we've got a code that already classifies a condition or a use, and there's a violation of that, this would be just a standalone ordinance to say, a violation of this ordinance will be enforced this way through this ordinance that we're talking about here today. Hope that's clarifies it a little bit.
Well, and I appreciate the work that the code compliance department does. That's a hard job. No one likes to have someone come onto their property and say you're doing something wrong. So I really respect the work that your department does. And I'm happy to see that there's going to be a definition of what nuisances are, because I will tell you, over the years, I've had people call me and say, my neighbor has swing set in their backyard and I want that removed. Well, that's not really a nuisance because that guy didn't like having kids playing in his backyard. So if we have something that we can point to for our constituency to say, here's what is considered a nuisance, under our guidelines. And a lot of times the issues are civil issues versus, they're not government issues. So just having those definitions, I think, is going to be really important, and hopefully they'll be pretty all encompassing too.
Thank you. And I did want to clarify and point out as well, you made a good distinction. Having novel definitions of nuisances versus, as well, this ordinance is just going to say what our administrative ordinance currently says, which is that any violation of a code currently adopted, any violation of that is considered a public nuisance. So we'll be able to enforce code violations as well as other standard public nuisance conditions that you might not be defined in the codes elsewhere.
So this is a good presentation overall. I mean, you're all very busy. I think one of the things I'm missing, I was hoping to see, and Matt's not here, I know, but we were talking about like some of the things that we could look at different in code compliance and how we look at things with discretion. And one of the things that we're right up to bat is the RV situation. So maybe you want to, Trish, you can lead off with that, because I think that's a big part of the conversation when we're dealing with homeless and those things.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Supervisor Hook. And yes, we did not have a specific slide to RV use, but it ties to so many different departments in CDA, for example, building department, environmental health, planning, and public works too, sometimes with connections to wastewater and roadways and that kind of thing. What we could do is we could evaluate that. And when I say we, I mean CDA as a whole, probably working with HHSA too, and bring back options. We have looked at this over the past year a bit, where, and that's the challenge, is RVs typically do not meet building requirements, right? So we can't issue a building permit necessarily, but what the board could do with, there's discretion in the county code. It's really our county code that sets the criteria for RVs. So we could look at that as well and bring the board some options. Currently, RVs are allowed for seasonal use for employees, during construction, for medical necessities, and overnight guests, if it's not in an official RV park, which even in an official RV park, there's limitations on how long you can stay there. So, that's what I would propose, is that CDA could bring this back to the board at a future board meeting, and just kind of go over what I just said, but give some options as well.
Yeah, no, that sounds good. That's kind of what I'm looking for. I think it'll come back to the whole board. And then another thing I'm looking at is, so we're in this time where businesses are just trying to stay in business.
It's been very challenging. And so I'm thinking too, is there something we need to do is look at our sign ordinance that we have that you deal with. So I'm dealing with that a little bit. You know, we've got people trying that are tucked away and looking for people to be able to seal their businesses. And then it starts and somebody calls code compliance and then that leads to this whole issue. I think there's got to be some better ways to manage that, especially with business are just trying to stay in business. And so signage is expensive, especially if you have to have it engineered. There's a lot of things that go along with that. So, but sandwich boards here are not allowed. Right, so no, do we want our whole town seen with sandwich boards, but maybe there's something we can put in there that's like from a certain timage. I don't know. I don't even know what the answer would be, but I would love to look at something like that. I think that sometimes there could be discretion in that where possibly, especially like if a sign's been up for 20 years and then all of a sudden the neighbor doesn't like it, maybe we need to be able to look at that. Well, is this really that bad of a situation? Or give them time because it costs thousands of dollars. And I would just say like let's say just even like a local the food truck guys, you got to sell a lot of tacos to get to $1,800+ for a sign, right? So I don't know. I'm just kind of looking at these small businesses and how do we keep from being over complying, but yet keep it in a. I realize we have to keep it. It's not, we don't want it out of control either. So I'm just looking for some middle ground.
I was gonna, thank you Supervisor Hook. I was just gonna touch on the big part you brought up about recreational vehicles and trailers. So I think we're just trying to get a consensus of the board. Are we all in agreement that we'd ask CDA or senior staff to come back with some policy direction for us to solve that? So I think you've got five thumbs up there. And then I actually don't disagree with you. I think that the flexibility applied to small business to actually be a small business and not have to earn $1,800 to do something or $2,500 and more is awesome. And I'm wondering, just thinking out loud, maybe it's a value statement attached to some of that I don't know. I mean, maybe there's some rational, I mean, that sounded wrong because it sounds like the counterpoint to that is irrational, but I mean, maybe it's just kind of some sort of judgment or leeway applied to the process that would allow a small business to work directly with people like David or Matt or others. You know, I don't know. I'm just speaking out loud to try and figure out how to ease the restrictions on small and even really like I know the government calls like hub zones or opportunity zones or having zones where we want to enhance economic development and understand what a small business or even a micro business is and having kind of a pull out or a cutout for them to operate a certain way. And of course, all that is staffing and resources and time. So I know that that's what's probably going through, but just one concept. Go ahead, Heidi.
Thank you. Yeah, I have a couple questions and comments, but I first want some clarification, actually. I had heard earlier this year that compliance, that you guys were looking for more direction. Actually, I'm not seeing a request for direction in terms of what I'm seeing, which is the sort of requesting voluntary compliance first and then letting that go on. And so sort of how restrictive to be, is there not, are we having a discussion about that or no?
So that's definitely something that's come up through the year in terms of the philosophy, and our philosophy is complaint driven. And so if that's going to be something that the board wants to discuss and redirect, that would be policy direction that we would be seeking. And that now would be the time to have that discussion with your colleagues.
Okay, so I think that's worth a discussion, and I think it gets at in part at some of these other issues that have come up. For me, the idea of complaint driven makes some sense, but then there needs to be some kind of prioritization, and it may be that you're doing that already. But so, you know, just because a neighbor complains about something that's creating a hardship for us, then creates a hardship for a small business, for example. Is that going to be the one we're spending time on rather than something that's really a big annoyance to a number of neighbors and has a safety issue? I feel like, no, not talking about events, talking about, compliance. So I just, and I know, and I'm going to just say, I know I also, your job is almost impossible, very hard to please everyone. And so what I'm always looking for is consistency. So we allow people, I think it's right, we allow people voluntary, you know, we give them a chance to come into compliance. And complaint driven is just, I just have a problem with it because to me, it doesn't always mean it's a priority. It's just somebody's complaint. So looking at the priority, is it really a big deal? And then making sure they have a chance to voluntarily comply. And then if they have like an exigent circumstances, somebody died and they lost all their money, and then you give them extra time, but that there is also a consistent process that reaches an end. Because it's a level playing field issue that I worry about, that like people complaining, well, I have to do it now, and it's dead, there's a deadline and no one's moving and somebody else gets to go on for years. And I know that is where we have discretion and should have discretion. But I would love to understand that process better and make sure that we can explain it to people, and that there is some sense of priority in terms of where we're spending most of our resources, not just somebody calling in phone. And maybe we need to help define that. Maybe that's just impossible to do as a discretionary way. And then I wondered if you, sort of along those lines, do you have a tracking system? So do you have, like, I think you do. You put all the complaints in a system, and when a permit's expired, it pops up, and then you take action. Is there like a consistent tracking system that you use to follow through on permits and code cases?
Yeah, our current policy right now is if it's not a repeat offender, if a permit is required and is issued, we then close the case and let the building department track it.
Okay.
The building department will track it for the amount of time allowed by that permit. And if that permit does fall back into an expiration status, they will notify the owners first, saying you have an expired permit before it's expired, and then when it does expire, saying you need to get active on this, or we will refer this back to code. And then they have the ability to refer it back to code. But yeah, there's a tracking system. We try not to hang on to cases if they're willing to comply, getting things issued, and moving forward. We try to give the benefit of the doubt. There are always going to be the one-offs of repeat offenders or stalling and getting it
Right.
issued, but not doing anything that will keep on our books. But yeah, we do have a tracking system where we do let it go, and then if it has to come back, it does.
Okay. And so I don't know if there's a conversation to be had, but I feel like you'd have support from me anyway, and would guess from my colleagues too, to give them the benefit of the doubt, and then to close the case, right? To not let them go on forever and ever. And if they need to come back for a permit, then they do. Yeah, so that's just sort of, that's what's come up for me. And then the other issue that I think you raised was the neighborhood complaints. And I'm in full support of us helping them find mediation and giving them resources like it sounds like you do, when we could, come up with a fact sheet or whatever. But I do not want us getting in the middle of neighborhood disputes. It's just, I feel like this is where we get mission creep a little bit, where we're trying to be so helpful that we get ourselves caught up, or people start to feel like that is our job. And so I, fully in support of saying we just do not, and I am clear, that's probably the biggest complaint I get with code issues is neighborhood disputes. And I'm very clear with them, we do not get involved. But I didn't know I could refer them to those resources. So I think that's helpful as well. Wanted to give that feedback. Thank you.
Well, along those same lines, I know Shannon's not here, but I wanted to commend the Sheriff's Department too, because not too long ago, I know, Sue, you had some problems and noise issues too. And it was the type of thing where the neighbor's saying, well, their kids come home, they no sooner get home from school and they're on those ATVs and they're out there. Well, that's their right to do. But we ended up having a meeting with that particular person making the complaint and the Sheriff's Department, because they were calling the Sheriff's Department all the time. So you guys know they have a piece in this too. And it turned out extremely well, where the sheriff was able to put together a mediation between the two people. And I don't know how they ever resolved it, but I haven't heard back from them. So God bless the Sheriff's Department. And I also wanted to say, the trailer thing is a great thing. I think what we're tending to look at here right now is if you guys go out there right now and see the issues we're talking about, you're going to go, no, this doesn't work. So what you're proposing, Tricia, is great. And I wanted to say that I have not had the code issues that I've had in the past. In the recent, I'd say the last 2 years, maybe even longer. Yeah, no, I don't, Sue. I don't want to trade this. But I can remember when we had a building committee, I forget what it was called, and they wanted to get rid of code enforcement because they were so much of an issue for, in most cases, builders. And I think it has to do with your relationship with the building department. I think it has a lot to do with what's going on in the building department. And Allison, you sent a great example of that, I think, this morning on the contractor that George, and the attitude of the people within that building department. Kudos, George. But I think that's made our job easier too. So I'm just kind of rambling, I guess. And we're not really talking about cannabis here, right? We
No,
are.
this is strictly code.
I shouldn't have asked that. We
Yeah.
can get to cannabis.
So the agenda is informed by the board, and there has been situations of neighborhood disputes over cannabis. And so when we look at mediation programs, there's an opportunity for the board to fund a mediation program to bring neighbors together on the front end and specifically around cannabis. So the farmer and the neighbors could have those discussions, which often happens on the back end that you've seen recently in a few neighborhoods. And so, but I like to defer to Supervisor Hook, who I believe brought this issue forward.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, that was interesting. Is Diana still here? No. So this was great. So we found this program and it was on the list there that for agriculture is where it stemmed from. And so we were looking at how would we make that work? Could we use that component in agriculture? Well, we couldn't use it all the way because it's federal or state. But anyway, back to that. If we could have, if a farmer both grew vegetables too. So there was some unique opportunity there to use that. But then we look at maybe these kind of issues would be really, well, in our county. I think sometimes it's just putting the neighbor doesn't have that ability to reach out and have a conversation with his neighbor. And so we were looking at, well, how could we look at that? I know it's more another program, and I would only like to think about it maybe as a short pilot to see if it even resonates with that community. But sometimes I think if you just sit down in the room and have somebody that does that with you, that has experience. I mean, I do it a lot in my district. Not just with cannabis, but with other issues. And a lot of times it's very well accepted, right? But this is probably a little above my level of expertise. So just some thoughts.
So that would be something that the board would be great to get feedback on. The idea would be that currently you have an ag mediation program. However, cannabis isn't federally recognized. So you're not able to use that mediation service for cannabis for grows. And so the idea would be that you then use general fund to offset those costs when you have those cases that come up. Talking with staff, it's probably less than a half a dozen a year that would merit that type of mediation. So that's something for the board to consider, and we could do a pilot to see what the outcomes are.
Just go through out that this ag mediation program is funded, which is really, so if anybody out there's having ag problems, this is really what a great opportunity to utilize this program.
Well, I'd like to see something like that in the cannabis line. And I understand the finances of it. We'll have to deal with that. But I think in the most extreme cases that both Sue and I are dealing with, it's cases where the farmer has not come to the neighbors. And that's what's so frustrating. If the farmer comes and says, here's what I'm going to do, and they create a relationship, I think in most cases, they can make it work. But I think at least one that they've just pulled the appeal, and the one that is going to get an appeal, the farmer hasn't been involved at all. So there's frustration. Mediation, I think, would help that situation.
And I'm not sure that we need to create a whole
division or system or anything for this. I think it could be as simple as in the planning and building process, when someone comes in for a permit on cannabis, we make it a requirement that they have a neighborhood meeting. I mean, I know that there's not support, or at least from the cannabis community, there has not been support for the use permit process, but that is really an opportunity and, somewhat at a public meeting to hear what the neighbors' concerns are. But, when I worked on the planning commission, and did development review with the city of Grass Valley, was an opportunity for an informal conversation. And if I thought something was going to be controversial, I strongly suggested that they have a neighborhood meeting, because it's a great place to start. And oftentimes, if you can get to that point before you see it on the front page of the paper that there's going to be a new XYZ development in your neighborhood where you don't have any opportunity to understand what it is, goes a long way in making the process so much easier and smoother for people when they're filing an application. So something to think about. Brian, is Brian here? Tyler, you can take that one back to to the planning, because it usually comes into the planning and building department in the planning process.
Yeah, I mean, I would recommend a neighborhood, suggesting neighborhood meeting as well. And I haven't had an issue in a little while in my district, but I did originally. And the two that come to mind, I also did what you did. I sat there in that meeting, and it was the opposite. It was no matter what the farmer was doing, the neighbors were just really scared, and we were able to, get them to give them time. Because what we were seeing was that the first year is fairly disruptive, but after that, if they're good neighbors, it's not. And I haven't heard about it and since then. So I'd hesitate in setting up a new program too. I think this free program is great, but maybe we have Diana Gamzon weigh in on it.
And actually, Dana was the one who elevated this. So the idea I probably wasn't clear, was not creating a new program, was basically using county general fund to offset the CalLAMP program and expand it, because that currently cannot be used for cannabis. And so, and then I heard from Supervisor Hook, maybe doing a pilot. So if that's something the board's interested in, we could maybe do a 1-year pilot and then come back and report on that. In terms of cost, I imagine with only less than 10 a year, Trisha, we could come back, we could cost it out, but I don't think it's going to be more than $15,000 to $20,000.
Yeah, I could, and I think Supervisor Swarthout's idea of including language in the application process is key. And maybe encourage people to do it yourself, and that even keeps them out of your process. And then if they keep going, then they get to your process in 6 to 10 a year seems pretty reasonable, considering I don't know how many issues we've dealt with just as a board with, and historically, I mean, there's a handful running at any given time. So I like it.
So, okay, so I'm hearing yes on pilot program for the mediation for cannabis. I'm also hearing amending the application process. We will be talking about cannabis tomorrow underneath economic development. We're not prepared to have a discussion to talk about changing the application process. So let me huddle up with staff after today, and then we could look at how we could prepare that for a constructive conversation.
Just very quickly, I just wanted to say to David, I'm really impressed with what you're considering on the litter program. I think that's greatly needed, and I never thought of us getting into that type of a program. So I just say thank you for taking a look at it.
Sorry, Ed, I was gonna just talk about the same thing, but yeah, but different opinion. We haven't said no to anything we want to fund yet in 2 days. And so I'm really worried about what I call mission creep. And really the more positive side of it is that I have, for example, I just learned last year, I have somebody who is really good in my district about doing trash cleanup on her road, and wants to do it, feels responsible, is willing to keep doing it, but is completely frustrated with how hard it is to come down and get the stuff that you have to get. the bags that it's like there were 2 hours this one week. And so, if we can just expand that program, make it easier, I think it's such a good opportunity for the community to jump in, businesses to adopt a road, neighbors to adopt a road. I would love to see us depend on that rather than step into a new program. That's
And-
my.
Yeah, and part of the discussion, I think it would be important for the board to have an understanding of the franchise fees and how that is shifting from, and Martin here? Martin's here, of looking at programs and that could be funded by the franchise program with the new laws that are coming into play. So could you talk a little bit about that? Because this could be a program that we could be funded by the franchise fees.
Yeah, and essentially, I think the idea is looking at things, activities, programs that have a direct nexus to solid waste franchise fees. And clearly litter abatement ties directly into that. I mean, if you can imagine waste trucks going down the road, folks hauling stuff to McCourtney Road Transfer Station, garbage bins getting knocked over, et cetera, et cetera. And, to your point, there are lots of programs. We have our illegal dump program. We have folks that do adopt a road. We have concerned citizens properties, but there are corridors that we see that are just, constant struggle. And so I think we would absolutely try to hone that in, focus on those corridors that are the trouble corridors. But absolutely looking at funding that we think ties into litter abatement directly.
Yeah, can I just, yeah, and if there's a dire need for a couple of roads, I can live with that. But I know that those franchise fees can also be used for recycling programs and the organic waste issues that we have, right? So I would really want to be, I want to make sure that they're going to the places that we really want.
And you're absolutely correct. And that's another component. I kind of hit on it in my presentation at a glance, but yeah, absolutely. The one of the biggest things and challenges that we're looking at as a county is SB 1383 and how do we stay in compliance and meet all of the demands of SB 1383. So it's all part of a bigger picture of a nexus study and evaluating what are the things that we think we need to do that we should do. So you're absolutely correct.
So part of the concerns that get elevated in terms of trash is not just the roadside trash, but sometimes in the corridors in Penn Valley or in South County. And Supervisor Hook and Schofield could speak to this, where you have signs that are left on the roadways or on the, the encroachment areas where there's trash that needs to be picked up. And unlike a city where we have a public works crew that's doing that work, we don't have that function or that service. And so the idea is that this would be in one of those three models that we could provide that service in those highly, more dense areas that doesn't have the current services to do that.
I'm really supportive of, I think I brought this up in East County because there's East County partners making contributions, picking up litter. And we had kind of a pseudo start to this thing with Clean Tahoe, and then the contract eroded and kind of fell apart. But one thing I traveled around with them for half a day and they showed me what they do, and then I showed them what I thought they could do in District 5, kind of in the unincorporated areas. What's fascinating is it's an environmental remediation tool as much as it is litter. And so they go to these problemed areas and they find places that potentially would become toxic dump sites. Essentially, it's where people throw trash repeatedly. They get to know the area, and then it's kind of like once it's clean, people litter less. It's like it's a clean place, so maybe they don't throw it there as much. And so it's really in my mind, there's two parts. There's the litter part, but there's also the environmental integrity piece that we all have consigned to as an organization, and I'd like to just see us embrace this and try and move it forward. Again, I don't want to spend a bunch of general funds on, it would be nice if we could find other revenue streams, and maybe East County will be more tough, but I don't think we should lose sight of the priority that we want to achieve with it. And I think it's pretty valuable.
So it's Truckee or Eastern County, we do have board direction. We're out in an RFP right now, I believe, and we'll bring a contract back to the board.
It's very modest.
Yeah, once a vendor, I think it's like $15,000.
Yeah.
And so we'd be looking at doing something equivalent to Western County.
Real quick, because there is actually a cost to the county when people pick the garbage up as, roadside, they leave the bags and our public works has to
Yeah.
go pick them up at some time. So that's been an issue at some time unless there's a place where they can leave it.
Yeah.
So when they have to, just throwing that out. And then I just again want to thank Doug and the county council's office. I like the idea of this new policy because, or this new ordinance, this new ordinance, because you guys have done some tremendous work. And I just want to thank you. I mean, had to be a lot of work and time that went into some of these. Some of them are like 12 years old. And it shouldn't have to take that long, but that's the process. And I just want to say thank you because I do have them in District 4, and we have made some really remarkable cleanup programs that have been really benefited some neighborhoods. So I just want to thank you on that.
So to be clear, oh, I'm sorry, Supervisor, you.
Oh, I just was, the Clean Tahoe that you were referencing, was that the presentation that we saw when we were up in Truckee in August for?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's correct. And
And-
then that vendor did not come through, so we had to go out and
Got
re-RFP,
it.
and that's where we are now.
Because I was very intrigued by that, and just so you know, the city of Grass Valley at least does not, their public works people do not go and pick up trash. It mostly gets picked up by private people in the city, and unless somebody complains, they will go do it. But as a rule, they are not out there picking up trash. So the cities have the same issue.
So what I'm hearing, but I'd like to hear board consensus is one, to move forward with a pilot program in terms of a mediation program for cannabis. And then second, a pilot program using franchise fees for a Western County trash pilot program that would be mirror the program that we have in Eastern County. Am I hearing that correctly? Is there consensus? Okay. Okay.
All right, let's thank this wonderful panel. And I know most of you had not planned to be here today, so thank you so much. All right, we're in the final few minutes before I hand it back over to the chair. So I just want to remind you what you've accomplished. So yesterday was a foundational day that was really grounded in the core services. Today has been legislative advocacy and reform, and then getting into objectives. So you had a robust public comment, the legislative update, behavioral health, homelessness, housing, and community development tools. So I also want to just check in with the expectations. Yes, Supervisor Hook. Okay, hold that thought. So expectations, yes, Mr. Chair.
Back really quickly and ask the board, quick question here. You know, we quickly touched on the safe parking concept. I brought it up last year and it was a no. And then Supervisor Hall brought it up again today. Is there interest on the board's part in looking at doing some ordinance amendments to allow that or look at or research it or staff time? Yeah. A look into, okay. Understood. Okay, so direction to staff is to look into it and
That's clear.
Okay.
We'll bring back different models and recommendations.
Okay, good work, everybody. So we're just going to touch in expectations, a couple announcements, then we'll go to Supervisor Hook for, she's got something to say, and I'll turn it over to the chair. But we wanted to make sure that we continue to focus on open communication, to follow agenda and stick to stated time for full discussion and candid, and provide direction to staff for annual work plan. And so in terms of your expectations, do you mind doing this again? If you could just let us know if today met your expectations or if there's something that we can do to improve. Oops, I think I left out a couple of. That's very helpful. And let's see, tomorrow is focused on your objectives. So 8 o'clock breakfast will be available. 9 o'clock we'll begin covering economic development, broadband, climate resiliency, then board directed items, resources and priorities discussion before your discussion on the 2024 objectives, and then your closing comments. And our plan is to wrap up by 4:20. And lastly, I just want to let you know that Alyssa packed up all the extra lunch stuff that had been in the refrigerator. So it's sitting out there if you feel like taking a treat with you on your way back. And I'm going to turn it over to the chair for his final words and to adjourn.
Nothing more from me except thank you, Supervisor Hook.
Chair, I would have a slight request for tomorrow. Tomorrow is my Red Friday, and it's where we all wear red for our deployed military. And I would love to do that and then schedule, like, everyone could cut out real quickly. And I've asked that sheriff is going to bring the car and we could all have our picture taken real quick out in the front of the building.
Great, sounds good. Yeah, let's plan on it.
Allison, will you send a message out? I should have did this earlier.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm happy to.
And I'll bring you some red armbands if you don't have red on tomorrow.
Perfect. Perfect. Thanks, everybody, and productive day. And once again, big thanks to staff for putting all this on. And we so appreciate the work together and working with this team. And with that, we'll be adjourned. We're recessed. I've heard it both ways. Okay, we're recessed until 9 a.m. tomorrow morning.